Hello everyone, happy Wednesday and welcome to Laurence Plays Factorio Space Age. And today, well, I've spent some time over the last few episodes messing around with the science everythinging, and as you can see how well this is going. But this is because we've actually, I've got all the Prometheum being held on this ship here, way out in Aquilo, so there's nothing happening there. So let's swap these around a little bit. Let's finish that one off and then do that one, and that'll get some something useful happening. And so between this stream and between the last stream and this one, I actually did another test flight with this ship to sort of send it out towards the way out into the distant beyond to see how it would cope, and it did reasonably well. It still didn't quite make it to that elusive gigameter that I've been trying to get to for a little while. But I found, interestingly, the first thing that ran out was actually bullet ammunition for the gun turrets, and I reckon that was because there wasn't enough iron coming through. And then I messed around with it a little bit more, and then the ship kept getting wrecked, which I eventually realised was because it was running out of power. So that's a bit unexpected, and so there's a few possibilities here. One is to add even more power generation up here with the fusion reactors, but that's going to require quite a big redesign, which I'm sort of trying to avoid doing because I'm quite lazy. So another thing that occurred to me is, well, what if instead of using beacons like this, as well as using beacons to speed these things up, what if I used better quality speed modules? So instead of using the uncommon or the rare speed modules, what if I went in and started using legendary ones? Now the problem is that making legendary modules making speed module 3s requires tungsten carbide, and that's difficult. Getting that at a legendary quality is going to be very, very hard. It's going to require a lot of, cycling through all kinds of bits and pieces over on Vulcanus in order to try and get that up to that sort of level. My thought at this point was, well, what if I started using speed module 2s but legendary quality, and that would get me a 75% speed buff instead of the 50% speed buff you get from a normal one, but it would, instead of being a plus 70% energy consumption, it would only be plus 60. So it's actually going to be a significantly better module, and it's going to be almost as good. In fact, in some ways, it's going to be almost as much of a speed increase as the rare, but less of a power increase. So I think my next step is going to be making some legendary speed 2s and then swapping them around on here a little bit, and maybe putting in some extra beacons on the ship and some sort of fiddling around a little bit like that, and just trying to get this ship to be a little bit more capable. Another thing I could consider is putting in some higher tier, perhaps some legendary assembly machines across here. So that would, how much of a boost would that give me? So an assembly machine, if I raise this up to legendary, then it's going to be 2.5 times faster. So that would mean a lot more output. However, that would put even more load on the metal flow through here, which is why I'm thinking I need to upgrade some of these modules. Now, one of the things I could do fairly easily is come in here and go, well, I'd like to take some of you guys and do that. And then over here, I'd like to upgrade these to, well, let's make that a tier 3. Oh, we can't do this. I don't have these in play. Get rid of those. Right, swap those over, and I can make that a tier 3, and nope, that a tier 2. And that means this is now affecting all 3 of these machines instead of just a couple of them, which is going to be a little bit of an improvement. We'll see how that gets on. But I think, there's a lot of other things I want to do. Hello, Inks. Welcome. Legendary carbide. Yeah, I think legendary railguns are both unrealistic because that's going to require legendary tungsten plate, superconductors, carbon fiber, and quantum processors. So that's just not realistic. And also, these are good enough. A legendary railgun presumably is just going to get a longer range. And more health, okay. But basically, it's just going to get me a 50% longer range. And I don't think that's worth it. The range on these things is good enough. They're capable of taking out the rocks well before they get anywhere near the ship. I don't think the range on the railguns is a problem. So I'm not too bothered about that. What is a bit of a problem, though, and I'm going to just do a bit of swapping things around on the fly here. I'm going to get rid of these 2 turrets and that inserter, apparently. And I'm going to take this guy. And I'm going to put him in at this angle, like that. There we go. Bloop. And also reprogram him. There we go. And then over here, well, I can put in a... Right, actually, I think I want to do a bit more shenaniganery around here. So let's put in... right, I want to... This belt needs to come to here because there's a grabber there. So if I put an underground there, and then if I link that red belt to the cable to there... and copy, paste, and then unlink that red cable there. Then I can put another underground in like that. And that means I can then pull that out, have that come down here like that. remove this belt. There we go. So now that's giving me a bit more space over here to play with, and that means I can put in some additional gun turrets. I can put in a gun turret. We won't have any legendary ones. Let's put in a normal gun turret there, and one there, and one there. And also, let's have some additional lasers, because why not? More lasers seems like a good idea. This was it? I forget who it was who was saying that maybe some more guns on the front of the ship, or especially around the edge of the hammerhead, might be a good idea. I think that probably is sensible to have this sort of bit of extra security on the side, because this is the area that keeps getting damaged, and that railgun is now safe. I could put an additional laser up here, I suppose, just for funsies, although it'll kind of get in the way of that grabber, so let's not. Also, let's program these guys up. So I want you to carry on just shooting at the appropriate rocks, and I want you again to prioritize things in a sensible way. So that's going to help a little bit over here on this sort of side of the ship, I think, make things a little bit safer. Yeah, legendary higher tier drills, and yeah, especially even more so foundries would be quite nice. It's still though, the amount of effort required to get these things up to legendary is going to be rather difficult. I think I'd probably be better off just shipping over, trying to make some tier 2 or possibly tier 3 foundries by putting some quality modules in the machine that makes those, and just hope that I get a few slightly better ones out. As it is, these are working. They're not quite good enough, but they're pretty good, and it would save me quite a lot of power. So yeah, all right. That seems like a good idea actually. Let's come over here. And what have I got in the way of quality modules? Am I making tick quality 3s? Yeah, yes, excellent. And I've got 16 tier 2 quality 3s. So quality 2 tier 3. You know what I mean. So where am I making? Here is where I'm making the foundries. So I would like you to be filled up with that. There we go. Basically like that. And then I've got 200 of them already. Okay. Well, I guess we'll make that 600. Just so we churn some more through and have a chance of getting some higher quality ones out on the other side. Yeah, because upgrading it of these things, well, the green circuits I can produce at a higher quality level without too much difficulty. The steel, again, I can by recycling the low density structures. The concrete and the tungsten are going to be a massive pain in the wasp name. Now I could put in. Actually, I could put quality modules in all the way across here, and then filter out anything of a higher quality as it comes through here, and that would get me some tier 2 quality, which is better than nothing. Similarly with the concrete up here, I could do that as well. I'm not convinced though. I think this will probably do. We've got a 12% productivity buff there, so one in every 8 is going to come out nudged up 1 tier higher, and 1 in every 800 or something is going to come out 2 tiers higher. So I think that'll probably do. We'll let that run, and we'll see if we can get some better foundries out. And as usual, I wish I'd done that a long time ago. So back to the edge. Right, I want to take a copy of this edge of my ship. Yeah, up to there, like that. And I want to flip it horizontal to lily, and then I want to come over here, and then have I got a grabber? What? Okay, no, I've got a grabber in there. That's all right then. So I want to do. Kind of want to do that, except that's going to be wrong. But we can do that and then replace some bits and pieces in the Yeah, that should be there. So do that, and then no, not this bit. I don't know why that belt. Oh, so I do know why the belt's there. Right. So then what we've got. Yes, so this belt, lose that, and that, and that. Then this belt comes up here like this, and then goes under there. Boosh. There we go, so that's flowing again. This one doesn't do that. I guess it comes up here like this, and that points in the correct direction like that. And then this, nope. And this belt is going in the other direction, because that's how things work. There we go. There's something funny has gone on with some of the ammunition in the middle here. Let's remove that and then put it back again. There we go. So that's now cleaned that up. And now we've got that extra bit of space, the extra guns around on the outside over here. I also would like to have some spare railguns on this ship as well. I think that'd be nice, because they do get destroyed from time to time. So we'll have another 3 of those. Those can be launched up from the ground. Yeah, I've upgraded some. Actually, I upgraded some cryo plants. So these are legendary cryo plants across here. The cryo plants was 2 of them are. The cryo plants were surprisingly easy to get up to legendary status. I was pleasantly surprised. But the foundries over here are a bit more difficult. Oh yeah, the other thing I was reckoning on doing was getting rid of a bit of that, like so. Oh, and that, I suppose, and that. And then putting in some more of these guys across here. But maybe with only the one inserter there. I don't know why one of them has got the inserter on the other side, but never mind. Right, so that will allow me to get a bit more metal pouring out of there. Also, while I'm at it, let's have some more copper being made. So I want to put in another. Beacon up here, and if I put it, I can move this tank here up or down. And if I move it up, then I can get all 3 of those with one thing. So I'm going to do that. It's a bit of a waste of copper, molten copper, but never mind. I'll move it to there. Okay, I didn't actually copy that properly. Copy that, put it in there. Hello, regular. What are you knowing? Oh, you're afraid I was going to link that pipe to there? Yeah. Yes, I spotted that just in time. I should have said right. And I guess we're just going to put tier 2 speed modules in here because I'm out of better ones. Okay, so that's the mixing those 2 would have been a bit messy and a bit gross, and I'm glad I didn't. Right, there is additionally a problem over here with the copper not being used up as fast as it comes in. Maybe I'll replace those productivity modules at some point, because I don't think a copper shortage is really a thing we have over here. You know what I could do? I could put that like that. There's a little bit more buffer in there now. That hasn't helped at all. Maybe I should put speed modules in there instead. Yeah, copper. I don't think copper is a thing there's a shortage of here. So let's change those over to speed modules so that just runs a bit quicker. Right, so that is some tweaks made to the ship. The biggest ones being these guns pointing outwards over here to protect a little bit more over to the side. So that's a good start. Let's now fly this ship back to Norvis. Has it got its railguns? Yes, it's got 2 of them. 2 will do for a start. Let's fly it back over to Norvis so we can make some more Promethean science packs. And then, are we sciencing? We're not sciencing. I don't know why not. Why are we not sciencing? What have we run out of this time? Yellow. And Promethean. I know we've run out of Prometheans. Why have we run out of yellow? Ugh. This is just endless story. Right, we've got loads of yellow here. What is going on? And what's the ship that... It's a nurse, isn't it? You. What are you playing at? Oh, you're not full. You're waiting for pink science to be brought up. Okay. So over here, the pink science production is inadequate. That's going to require massive rebuilds. All right, you know what? For now, do something that doesn't require pink. Actually, that one doesn't require pink. Does it? No, it doesn't. Why are you not running? Oh, it requires yellow. Right. Okay. Let's send the nurse off to do delivery. Apparently, the nurse is now a midwife. Go over. We're going to now unload all of the yellow over there and just churn things around. I don't know. You say clever, and you spotted it at the same time I did. So we'll. I don't think you did too badly there. Right. What's next? Oh yes. So the whole point of the next step I wanted to do is turning some of these modules over here. These circuits over here into high tier modules. So for that, I'm going to need that, and okay, we'll do that as well. And I'll copy. So. No, it's going to have to be one lower. There. So this is going to bring in red and blue circuits and the stuff from here and output over to there into a red box. And we'll need a blue box over here as well for that one, like that. Da, da, da. Right, you are going to make speed module 1s at legendary quality. You are going to make speed module 2s at legendary quality. And I'm going to presume... I presumably can't use... No, I can't use anything useful there. Because they're already maxed out on quality because I'm putting in legendary ingredients. So they can't go any higher than tier 5. And they're already... and I don't really care. Well, I could put speed modules, I suppose. Make things run a little bit faster, particularly in this one, which is going to be a little bit slow. So let's put in a couple of those. Like that. And then request those. Request input ingredients. There we go. Lovely. The red circuits are not being fed out into a into a box anywhere, so we need to fix that as well. Put that there, and you will run until there are red circuits legendary is less whenever it's less than 50. That's a good question, Regular. I don't think so. I don't think in vanilla you can ever reduce the quality of a thing. It would be rather unfortunate if you can, but I think you can just bring the quality. Yeah, the quality is 0% over there. It's had 4.5% removed from it, but you can't take it below 0. You can't actually degrade an item, I think. So no, we seem to be safe there. Right, so now here we're waiting for the waiting for some legendary speed modules to be made, and then we can start making those. Right, so you are making the tier 2 speed module, so I want you to connect, and when that run whenever that is less than 60. So we'll have a supply. Eventually, we'll have a supply of 60 high quality speed modules in there, which we can use to do some upgrades. Okay. And that's the first one, and it's running again. Oh no, it's not running again, but we'll soon. We've got the big productivity buffs from using the EM plants around here, which is rather nice as well. Okay, this all seems to be pretty good, and this is going to have an even bigger bonus productivity boost on it of what 80%. That's not bad. So yes, there we've got some nice upgrades happening over here. Okay. So what's next? So we've got quality modules being churned out over here, or being made over here. I'm not sure what to do with these. Where else am I trying to make stuff of higher quality? I'm not sure, but if I think of anywhere, then I can transfer some of them from here. So the edge has reached Norvis, so it's presumably had some eggs brought up. No, it presumably will get some eggs brought up fairly soon. Yes, there's some on the way. So we can start producing the Promethean science. The science is starting to happen again, which is nice. I appreciate that. So this made me wonder, actually. I was thinking about this earlier. When we're sciencing at full science, which we are currently not, but we'll let this trickle through a little bit further, and then we should start to. Boop, 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 boop. Oh no, we've got another column of them as well. I'm sort of waiting for this to get up to absolutely flat out. Okay, it seems to have peaked at 6,800 and is now struggling. So I was wondering, how fast are we actually using up science packs? So we're doing 7,000 science per minute. Great. But we're using, in the last 5 seconds, I think the ones we care about is anything but the agricultural. So we're using about 1,000 to 1,100 in order to do 7,000. So that's quite good. We've got a productivity boost of almost 7 times. In fact, I'd say that probably is about 7 times. So that's really rather good. Very happy with that. And yeah, so that's doing a decent amount of science for the amount that's going in. So that tells me that if I want to do, for example, this research productivity 21, 46,000, I can divide that by 7, which is 6,500 to do that. And so if I look up in the if I have a look up in the edge, this ship, we can see that making a Promethean science pack requires 2.5 Promethean asteroid chunks. So we're getting about 2.5 sciences done per chunk. And when we're full, I reckon we're trying to bring in 5,000. So we're getting about 12,500 out from each shipload of Promethium that comes in. And this is 46,000. So this is a 4 spaceship research, which is kind of horrifying. And this is still quite a low tier one. So if I want to get Promethium being produced, Promethium science packs rather, being produced at any decent rate, I'm going to need a lot more of that. What's going on here? Oh, that's the wrong way around. Yes, I'm going to need a lot more of these ships doing the trip back and forth. Now, the problem I have at this point is I don't remember how much of the stuff that's on this ship is actually required for the ship to fly out a short distance beyond the edge of the solar system and gather Promethium rocks, versus how much of it has been me upgrading it to fly horrific distances beyond the edge of the solar system. So, and I could copy paste this ship and just make another one and see how it gets on, but I would have to downgrade all of these to normal rather than legendary. Same with all of the modules, same with basically everything in this ship, and see how it gets on. And I think that's kind of worth trying, because I do reckon that I want more Promethium to be produced. However, I don't have half the stuff for this. But let's see how far we get with trying to make a copy of this ship. So we'll copy you, and we'll add a space platform, and we'll call it Fire from the Gods. So wasn't it Prometheus who stole fire from the gods, or am I completely misremembering my my mythologies? I don't remember. But that'll do as a name for now until someone suggests something better. Okay. So that's that. Now where was I? Right. So let's have a quick look now back over at the at Fulgora. How is the modularization going? Well, we've made 6 so far, so it's a good start. The nurse has got back again already and is demanding more yellow science. That's fine. That's the way it's supposed to be. So that's pretty good. There we go. Platform has been built. So now I can do that, and we'll just leave that for about 3 days and see how much of it gets built, and then come back and tinker with things a little bit. Now, do I want to upgrade anything else on not on this ship, but on this ship? I was talking about the assembly plants. I think that could be worth an upgrade. Perhaps for the ammunition first, because that was the first thing that ran out. Then, yes, getting some better foundries on there would be quite nice as well. So if we look over at Vulcanus, we've made 14 tier 2 foundries. That's not bad, actually. That's probably about right, actually. I was reckoning 8%, wasn't I? So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, no, that's pretty good. We've got more than the expected number out. Oh no, 12%. Sorry. So yeah, that's pretty close to expected, because we've got slightly just under 100. 1, 2, 3, 4 and a half, and we've got 14 of the uncommon ones. That's pretty good. And now we've just got shortages of concrete in order to make them. But you know, that's how it goes. We'll let that tick over, and eventually we'll get somewhere useful. So, is there any concern about the amount of tungsten ore? Not really. 2.5 million down there. I was saying earlier, let's stick in a splitter on the output here and see how much quality tungsten we can make. The other thing is, do I want to try and make? No, I'd need quality. Yeah, no, it'd be difficult and problematic and probably never work. So let's put in a splitter here, but I'll put it in that way up first. Let's cut that. Put in a splitter there and say I want to filter anything where quality is greater than 1 can go off to the left. Left is correct. Rotate that. There we go. Now I can put in a piece of belt there and an inserter and a green chest like that, and then go. Why is there no power? Put that in there. Actually, not there. Better to put it in there, because then in theory it's on the correct for the bus system. And so yeah, any quality stuff will go through there. Now, what did I say about quality on this planet? I think I'm not going to go all out on this one unless I've got a huge number. I've got 16. No, let's put these ones in. Let's put generic quality 3s in all of these. Boop, 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 boop. That. There we go. That's going to reduce the amount we get out overall, but we should get some, yeah, we get some shinies out like that, which is going to be, you know, nice. And they'll be stripped out over here, put into the box, and we can then decide, and then we can do something with them later. Probably try and make, I don't even remember what I was going to do with these, but it can't hurt to have some quality stuff there. Okay, so that's that done. Is Gleba behaving itself? I'm a little bit paranoid about Gleba, given how much time I spent fiddling with it last time when things just broke spectacularly. Seems to be all right at the moment. Oh yes, yeah, this was sort of showing off a little bit up here, where I put in this system of combinators along here to set the requested number along here differently for every single one of these machines. So as you can see at the moment, all of these are running. If we start to have a bit less bioflux on the belt, or a bit too much bioflux or not enough bioflux, then machines will cut in and out as appropriate to try and keep it balanced. And the same with the ones up here. Although this clearly isn't working because there's quite a lot of there's too much Yamako mash trying to get out. So let's tweak the number down here. This X should be smaller number means less mash on belt. Let's set that down to 220. And see, because that'll turn some of these Yamakitizers off, and that'll mean less Yamako coming down here, and therefore more of it will be pulled through from here, and maybe that'll help. We shall see. So far, not very much help, but I don't want to jump to conclusions. You can see this. Oh, I don't know. Some of the machines are running. Why are you not running? You're full, that's why, fair enough. Oh yes, of course you are. Also, I changed the wrong number. That's controlling the jelly machines. So let's increase that again, because that was about right. It's this guy. 140, what? That can't be right. There's a lot more than 140 on these belts. What is going on? Or is this... Ah, no, this is only measuring... I forgot how it works, but no, this is... What is going on? Right, so you're... Oh, okay, yeah, that's being fed up to here. Yes, okay, that's correct then. So we're seeing 1100 or whatever. Yeah, okay, that may well be right. So yes, anyways, this number up here, it's not 140 on the belt, it's 140 times the number of machines running there. So let's take this down to 120. It'd help, you know, if I could. There you go. See, so some of the machines are cut out now, even if they've not got full arms. Why is there a banana on my belt there? I don't know, but I suspect I can't get rid of it. It is the left half of the machines is coming. You can see the belt flowing here. It's actually being joined in over here. It's being side loaded, which is a bit naff, I will admit. But at one point there were this many machines is too many. Will more than fill a half belt. So I had it running. I've had it topped up halfway along. Then I sort of came in and retrofitted some bits and pieces here and there. So yeah, it's a little bit weird, but it does seem to be. Yeah, there we go. Having reduced the numbers there, I think we are at least certainly taking from this machine. And yeah, we've got rid of it all. So that now seems to be we've taken out all of the excess from there. I do feel that perhaps I should link this belt into this count as well, though, because it is Yamako that we have, or Yamako mash that we have in the system. So let's do a belt from here to... Right, we are just feeding it straight in there, aren't we? So I can do that, and then do a read all, hold all belts. Yes, there we go. So that will calm the system down a little bit, hopefully. And we shall see. Oh, we're not added to the wire, right? Yes. So you meant what the thing I just went in and fixed. Yes, you're quite right. It wasn't being counted. I should probably have been able to balance it with the amount that's on the belt down here, but I think it is better if we're counting what's up here as well. Yeah. So I think yes. I think this. Yes. You're quite right. That is going to be an improvement. elsewhere, how are things? How are you guys doing down here? There is some nutrients getting all the way down to the bottom of the system, so that's good. There is bioflux going round and round. Why are you starved? Oh, because you're full of spoilage. That's fine, because we're not getting through enough carbon fibre. But that's okay. We're getting through the carbon fibre as fast as we need to. This just we haven't needed to add any more in. Blue science is blue sciencing. Yes, blue science is caught up, so that's a good sign too. Got two boxes full of it up here. Yes, 2 boxes completely full, ready to load the ship. So yeah, that seems to be. I think Gleba might actually be behaving itself. Oh, let's check the science production. This seems to be working quite well. We're chucking it all into this rocket as quickly as it's available, and there is a rocket there. And oh, this entire system over here has died. Why are you being stuck? Why are we not making? What? Oh, the bioflux is not making it through because something unfortunate has happened here. What's this supposed to be doing? Alright, okay, I'm confused. And it's working now. We are producing all of the nutrients that we need. But oh right, yeah, I think I see. Yes, so if any spoilage comes through here, then this jams up because we don't have a thing taking spoilage out. Yeah, okay. It's the usual. It's the usual Glebian thing of it works quite nicely until something jams up, and then you go, oh wait, my design was not resilient enough, and everything breaks. So now we've got these machines fed again. There is some bioflux coming through, so that is keeping things fed down here. All is once again well and producing science at the slightly higher rate. And does everything? Do we all have? No, we don't have eggs along here. We are. Oh, none of these have the request on them. I thought last stream, yeah, I came through and did this. So let's copy that to all of these guys. Any of you guys being egg starved? Yes. Wait, what? Why? You're running, but you're not getting any eggs brought into you. You should be oh. These are not connected. What? Why are these not connected like that? Because then we should be saying, yeah, if there's less than 5. That's a concern. Can we not be wrong along here, please? Can we actually have this set up correctly? There we go. These are some weird problems that Gleba is finding for me today. Then along here, do the other ones that didn't have the eggs in the eggs boxes? Yeah, they are all hooked up properly. They just didn't have any eggs. Okay, well that's easily fixed. Let's check how many we need first. We need 18. So that's 5, 10, 15, 20 is about 18. So grab those eggs. They can be all put into these boxes up here. I'm still pleased with whoever it was who suggested, I think it might have been Ink, but I'm not sure. Whoever it was suggested putting in chests along here with requests on them so that whenever they run out of eggs, they can get picked up and brought over. If I had one area that was actually reliable and always produced eggs, then I could have that using a red chest, but I don't think that's realistic, unfortunately. Can we have those eggs back, please? Maybe it just filled up those boxes multiple times over. I don't know, because every time, yeah, I don't know. Let's free up some more eggs. 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 Is that better than it was before? Yeah, now there's only 13 of them that are short. Okay, so that is an improvement. It's a step in the right direction. And here come bots with more eggs. Bop, bop. 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 Right, okay, so we can sort that out, and that can allow for a bit more science to come through, and the system seems to be okay. I hesitate to be too optimistic about Gleba, but for now, seems to be all right. We've got a low density. We had a low density structure productivity research running. That has died. Why? What? Why? Just why? Why are you bad? Blues and yellows. Blues? Really? We had loads of blues. Are these ships not bringing blues over? They're not. They should be, but they're not. Where are you going? Oh, you're going back to Gleba. Okay, so you've probably just dropped some blues. Fine. And then we've got the Hello Nurse, which is sitting here waiting for more pink science to be made, because that's always the problem at the moment, it seems. So at some point, I should probably move pink science off this island onto either its own island or down onto the one at the bottom, and have it, because I can't really expand this as much as I would ideally like to. Ooh, picked up some 3 legendary holmium plates in here. That's quite impressive. Just produce so much holmium with these quality modules. We've actually made some legendaries. That's amazing. But yes, over here we're just rather slowly producing the electromagnetic science packs, because this is as much as I have space capacity for. I guess this is an obvious let's put in some beacons thing, because the inputs, I was going to say the inputs seem to be all right. There's a shortage over here. Why? Oh, there's a shortage of though over here. Right. Okay. Let's do that. And that. And that. And why is this clogged up with this? Why is this clogged up with quality? We'll have to deal with that in a moment as well. And it doesn't technically matter, because the other side of the belt has quality 0 or quality 1 on it. But let's remove all of that. Take that holmium away. Do something else with it. Put the belts back. Oh, and that one as well. Yeah, get that sorted out. I don't think I care about quality. I care a little bit about quality superconductors, actually. I don't know how much I care about quality superconductors. I've got a quantity of them up here. Oh, and also we're stealing most of the superconductors that are coming through, because spaceships have been coming past, steal them away to take them over to other planets for more production. Okay, so over here I can put in some speed modules at least. I'm sure I've got speed modules on this planet. Hello, Pelu. Yeah, I'd say yes, right. You can link the islands together with railway as long as you have rail supports and elevated, which come with elevated rail, so that's fine. Although you have to avoid the very deep goo. You can only go through the shallow. Except you can go across the deep goo as long as you get your supports on either side of it like that. If you want to bridge with anything other than railway, then you do need to use the make the super landfill. What's it called? I forget what it's called, but this stuff. Foundation, which is horrendously expensive. I've not made any of that yet. So linking islands together with power can be difficult. So all of these have got their own separate power networks, as you can see if I do that. Each island has got its own separate power network, except for this one that just happened to be close enough, so I completely covered it in accumulators and lightning rods, and it's powering the big island down here. Hello, Peter. Welcome. There's a bit of yak shaving going on today. It's going quite well, I think. Yes. Oh yeah, beacon with efficiency modules. That's a good point. Let's switch those out for speed modules. And I suspect I'm only going to have speed 2s on this planet, but I will have speed 2s. So we can do that, and then worry a little bit about how much power we've got. Accumulator charge seems to be pretty full, at least as of right now. We are using quite a lot of it each night, though. And this island is, though it's not that full actually. There's room for more. Okay, I guess I'll be coming up here and filling this island up with accumulators at some point. But that might mean it either means coming back over here, or actually no, there are roboports up here, so I could do a bit more. Put roboport in over here. for example. Like that. And then copy. How big an area do you cover? Is it about that size? From that there to there. Okay, so from that one to there, I think. Seems about right. So then let's put these in. Hopefully I've now got cliff explosives on this planet. I know I've got cliff explosives in general. I'm just hoping I've got them on this. I've been using them on this planet. I'm just hoping this is going to allow me to build them with the bots automatically. Okay. Do I not have roboports? How do I not have roboports in my storage system over here? I guess I've probably nicked them all and taken them all away to the other planets. That's annoying. What goes into a roboport? This is kind of important. No, they're in here. Roboport. Steel, gears, and red circuits. So we've got steel, gears down. Here we go. Almost. So I want red, steel, gears, yes. And I want you to make roboports. They're on here. Roboports. I won't say I'm panicking, but I was trying to do that reasonably quickly. Right. And now I'd like to make a quantity of roboports, like 30. 30 will be plenty. Right, so now we should be able to get that roboport over there fairly soon. There don't seem to be any cliff explosives available. That's quite annoying. Also, the lightning strikes have started happening, which means these are all in danger because we haven't put down these lightning conductors yet, or lightning rods. There we go, that's an improvement. I'm a bit disappointed that we don't have cliff explosives, though. I guess maybe they're being made on the other island. That would make a certain amount of sense. Can we have some lightning rods over here, please? I'm pretty sure I'm making lightning rods. Oh, and these are all in the way of the cliffs. Oh, that's problematic. Right, I might need to go back to this planet because I think there's some cliff explosives over here somewhere. Yeah, well, they're in this box, but that's not linked to this side of the network because they're completely separate. The islands are completely separate, as we discussed earlier. All right. No, I think you need foundation if you want to build on the shallow oil. If you want to build normal buildings on it, so if you want to pass power or roboport network between your islands. But yeah, I think if you want to do you don't need foundation for to put a rail support in deep oil. It turns out that surprises me. I thought you did. Maybe you just need to have done the foundation research because I haven't made any foundation yet because it looked difficult and unnecessarily so. So that was made without any foundation, but it's quite happily placed there. And yet, when I placed this route, I had to take that slightly odd route round here to find the shallow patches. So I think it must just be that you don't need the foundation, but you do need to have researched foundation. That's my guess, anyway. Why are we not getting any speed modules over here? Do I not have speed modules? Apparently not. Not at all. Oh, I've got 4 epic tier 1s. Okay, we'll use those, I suppose, then. Tier 1, epic. Epic. Bip, bip. Did that place? It's hard to tell what's happened there. Yes, it did. Right, so these guys can run somewhat faster now. What have they got? Quality 0, crafting speed, plus 64%, apparently. Okay, there's another research that does it. Okay, that makes sense. Right, so that's now ripping through these things faster than they can be made. I think I'm going to reckon that I've got enough of these for now and take all of these modules out. That'll speed the machine up, I think. Gravity speed 2. Yeah, okay. Not by an enormous amount. But then I can put some speed modules in here like this. And that'll be fine. These two, I guess I'll leave them as they are for now. Yeah, it would be quite nice if rails could carry electricity. That works in Satisfactory, but then that's a completely different game. So, you know. Yeah, it's a Satisfactory feature, but not a Factorio feature. Although, as you say, I'm sure there is a mod for it. Okay, so this is now running a bit... Oh, I need to do this one as well. So, copy that and put those in. Oh, that's going to ruin all my quality stuff down here. Let's just reckon on having enough quality. So what's that? Let's see what that does. That's a quality of 16%. I'm curious as to what this is going to change to when I do that. That's now a quality of 13%. It's still... That might be enough for it to be vaguely worthwhile, I guess. So we're getting a quality of 13 and a speed of... Yeah, I think doubling the speed in exchange for only losing 3% quality is probably kind of worthwhile. I don't really know. I could put productivity modules in them, actually. Yeah, maybe. You think they're... Well, let's find out. No, I think I appear to be. I can just put these in deep oil. So no, it'll let me. I've clearly done whatever research is required to put elevated rail posts absolutely anywhere. Let's have a look, see if we can find what that is. So we've got elevated rail, fine. The rail support foundations. Ah, there we go. Yes, rail support foundations allows me to build elevated rails on the deep parts of the oil ocean. So that is separate from foundations. So you get elevated rail, then you get special rail support foundations for Fulgora. There is also the foundation research that allows you to place foundation on lava, oil, and apparently most water. I wonder why it says most water. I don't know. I didn't even know there was any water that I couldn't landfill. Yeah, I haven't made any foundation though. So if I haven't made any, it can't be placed. Oh, I see. I think no. It would have left the foundation behind if I'd done that. So, for example, if I do it with a chemical plant, put a chemical plant in there like that, and then remove the chemical plant, I'm left with the foundation requests. But if I put in a rail support and delete it, I'm not left with any foundation requests. So no, that extra research just lets you put them in the deep oil oceans without any problems. Yeah, but ammoniacal solution isn't water. So that you have special ice fill for that. So that is different. Ugh, right, I need to come back over here with cliff explosives at some point. Can I put in another couple of blocks of this up here? Yes, but I will need more addition. I must construct additional landfill. I mean pylons. No, I do mean I mean roboports. So roboports. Well, I can't put one there. That's a bit of a non-starter. Presumably I can put one there, though. Yes, put that there. Does it? It says it's a fluid. Oh, you're seeing solution suggests it's a water. It doesn't have a solution. Could be dissolved in something other than water. It could be in alcohol or in ammonia. No, ammonia in I don't know. Maybe it's ammonia has dissolved some other things. I don't know. I need a chemist. Where's persistent when we need her? Right. Anyway, that's. I probably didn't actually need more accumulators because I don't think. Well, I did then. Actually, apparently I did. All right. I didn't think I'd use up all that much extra power because I've just been swapping modules around, but apparently maybe speed modules use more power than other types of modules. I'm not sure. But anyway, we're getting more stuff out now. Now, I could put speed modules in these as well instead of productivity modules, but then I'd use up all of the input stuff a bit quicker, and I suspect we're probably not producing things fast enough for that. So I think and also might as well be a little bit friendly on the resources. Has this satisfied the nurse? No. How many more do we need? 2,500. So 3 more rockets worth, and we've got nothing. This is going to be here for a while. No wonder we keep running out of yellow science like that. Let's send this spaceship off again. Can unload those 5,000. And maybe some of these as well, and then it can come back and have another go at loading up with suitable amounts of stuff. I put quality modules in for the supercapacitors because previously I wanted some quality supercapacitors for other stuff. Now I've probably got enough here now that it's okay. So yeah, all right. Let's switch all of these out. I was going to say let's switch all of these over to productivity modules. But I was just then I was thinking, but over here on Vulcanus, I was going, oh, I wish I'd had quality modules in all of these things from the start, so I would have a handful of quality machines available to me. But I didn't, so I've got a shortage of them. So that was a lack of forward planning there. But I don't know. How's Fire from the Gods getting on? Some building happening. I think there's a lot of stuff that we're not going to be able to bring up, but I'll wait until it's built as much as it can and then come over and criticise a bit more. Thinking of trying to build things, how is the abomination going? It is completely jammed. Great. We are not supposed to have those, or those stored internally. Those are all finished products and are meant to be taken away. Unfortunately, I can only program an inserter with up to 4 or 5 things at a time, so it has to have what the system thinks it's trying to build, and any overrun gets lost. But we do think we've made enough of absolutely everything now. There's no requests being fed in, which is rather nice. Edge is on its way out to gather Promethium, and it is doing so quite nicely. Looking up here, how everything seems to be running quite nicely. That's pretty good. Ooh, you know what would be a good idea? What if I got all of the railguns to target, or all of, maybe not the 2 edge ones, but all the rest of the railguns to target large rocks as well, if there's enough ammunition. So let's put in a couple of combinatorizers here like this, and say if railgun ammo is greater than a number that we don't actually know at the moment, so we'll link up to there, read all like that. So we're seeing 2,200. Okay, so we'll say if it's greater than 1,200, 1,500. So if we've got plenty of railgun ammunition, then output. I want to output a bajillion different things. Something like that. So I want to output over here would be the big guys. So we definitely want to be outputting huge metallic, huge carbonic, huge oxide, and huge Promethean. And then also output big metallic, big carbonic, big oxide, and big Promethean. Copy that to there, and then see if that's less than or equal to. Oh, we've dipped down. We've used up. Oh, I haven't linked that one in yet. Then don't output the smaller ones, the ones that are merely big. There we go, like that. Also these all need to be ones like that, and so do all of these. Bip, 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 bip. There we go. And then we can link that to there, and then that can go to there and there and there and there and there and there And there, and there, and there, and there. And all of these guys, I would like to set priority list. Let's not set a priority list. Why not? Set priority list. You're not getting anything on your... No. Oh. There we go. Right, so now it says setting a priority list. That's what we shoot at. Set that all the way along here like that. And now all of these guns, if there's enough... If there's plenty of railgun ammo on the belt, then... Yikes, what's going on here? Why are these... What are you guys doing? Why are these rocket launchers not firing? What happened there? Uh-oh. I'm serious, what? What is going on? Stop the ship as much as possible. Why are these asteroids not getting... Okay. What the hell happened there? What did I do wrong? Yeah, I'm going to go back to an autosave because that's ridiculous. 14 minutes ago. Oh, for goodness sake. Oh, that was... Oh, that's a very long time ago. That's very upsetting. What happened then? Does anyone know what went wrong with that? Because I don't. I don't understand. It's that is possible, regular. Yeah, presumably I didn't set the correct settings. Yes, I think, yeah, I mean, that's... yeah, that's more or less a given, I'm afraid. But I don't understand quite why not. I don't know what I did wrong. Which is very, very perplexing, very upsetting. Especially as I now don't really remember what else I did before I went over to look at the ship. I probably told Nurse to clear off. Oh, I unclogged the abomination. Get rid of that. Yeah, and then I decided it'd be a great idea to come over here and tell these guns to target things in a slightly different way. But no, there were some large rocks, I think. How big? There were. Maybe there were only mediums, but then these guns should be shooting the mediums. Oh no, they shoot the bigs. Oh, I know what I did. I dragged across the whole lot, and I reprioritized all of the gun turrets. So I set the gun turrets to only shoot whatever the, or to have their target set by what signals are coming in. Okay, let's do that again, but not drag and drop this time, because that failed miserably. Let's put those further up. Actually, let's put them up here, and do it again, but without getting that wrong, because that was bad. Okay, try again. So, if railgun ammo is less than 1500, no, if it's more than 1500, then output a bajillion different things. So we want to do the... I deliberately went through and did them in the big ones first order. Like this. Because the whole point of this is when there's plenty of railgun ammunition, it'll take some of the stress off the off the rocket ammunition production. No, that should have been carbonic. And that should allow the ship to go a bit further and faster, and not have ammunition problems until it really has ammunition problems. Right, there we go. So copy that to there, and then we say less than or equal to. At that point, we get rid of that one, that one, that one, that one. Then we link that from there to there, 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 no, no, no. And then we say set priority. And then we go along here like this, copy pasting just to the railguns, so we don't massively screw it up again. There we go. So now the railguns will deal with we'll still deal with the massive rocks, but they'll also shoot some of the big ones as well if they're idle, if they've got the time to do it. So at this point, oh, actually we've got a shortage. Have we got a shortage of ammo? I'm not doing a read from here, that's why. Oh, okay. So, that's not good then. Because I don't really want... yeah, I want them to target the huges before the bigs. Yeah, you're right. So the order doesn't matter. So that's not good. I better go... Right, okay. Let's unset some of these then. So we won't set the priority list. We'll just... At least I can drag them around in here. That's quite nice. So we'll do half of them. So you and you and you and you and you. Concentrate just... These will... No, better idea. They will just shoot the huge ones. That one, that one, that one, that one, that one. They will just shoot the huges, and that's probably going to be enough to destroy all the huges. The other ones will do the bigs when there's plenty of ammunition, and then we'll worry about others and others later. So in here, I would like to actually request quite a lot more repair packs, because I seem to get through them rather upsettingly. So we'll try and get some more of those on board when the ship gets back to Norvis. Actually, what does it take to make a repair pack? Could I make them on board? That'd be quite nice. It takes green circuits. And I have iron plates and copper cable in this area. And what was the other thing it needs? Iron gears. Okay, now it'd take 3 more assembly machines, and I don't really have the space to put in another 3 assembly machines into this ship. But if I redesign this again, then I think yes, having onboard production repair packs would be a good idea. Oh, you did you, aliens? That's nice. And Conrad. Okay, yeah, that's... Oh, to a value of 2. That's an interesting idea. Yeah, good thinking. Right, so it was not that one. This one. 2. I don't know why I've got a... I do actually know. It's because I pressed the number 2 when I didn't have a thing selected. That's a good point. Let's try that out. So now this one should be one of the ones that's been programmed with both. And yes, you're quite right. That's put them first. Awesome. I think I will leave the other ones being just prioritizing the huge, only doing the huges, because I think having some of the railguns helping is going to be a good way to balance it. Although we do still have more than enough railgun ammunition down here, so that's going pretty well. Yeah, I am basically just trying to help the rocket supply keep going. And we are still, we're only 40,000 kilometers out into the, or 40 megameters out into the depths of deep space at this point. But it does seem to be hanging. It does seem to be coping. So, yeah. On your way back, go via Fulgora. And we'll give you some speed modules. And maybe some repair packs, who knows. In the meantime, though, yeah, just work your way through all of this stuff. Ooh, thanks for the follow, aliens. Good to have you here. You made them with one building. Just sort of kept reprogramming the building, I guess. That's nice. Yeah, Oh, is it? Oh, is it recent? I was going to say I know it's definitely not a. I know it's definitely a 2 point something feature, but I didn't realise. I didn't know whether it was a 2.0 launch feature or whether it was something that had been implemented since then. So yeah, it's pretty cool. That's definitely the first time I've used that feature, but it's nice to know it's there. That's a lot of big rocks over here happening. Still, the ship is doing mostly pretty well when I don't do something dumb, so reasonably happy with that. Every time I come over here, this is full of... Oh no, it's not full of yellow. Maybe it's just arrived then. Because I'm pretty sure Fulgora is capable of churning yellow out pretty quickly at the moment. Yeah, the rockets are going up, so that's fine. It is just up here where we're not making the pink as quite as quickly as I would like. God, it's not even a rocket's worth. Yeah, I am at some point going to have to redo this whole system in order to make the pink science at the rate that everything else... At the rate of 1100 per minute. So what are we making at the moment? 43 per minute, and I need 1000 per minute. Jeez. Okay. Actually, even the yellows... oh no, yellow science peaks a bit higher than that. Yellow science peaks at 530, which is still insufficient. Oof. Okay. Why? What's getting damaged? Novice. Okay, I don't care. Is it a shortage of... No, there's enough inputs. All of the inputs there. The machines are all running. I think these are just... There's just too much demand on absolutely everything. Yeah, maybe it's because I went through and put productivity modules in. Maybe I need to come and put beacons in, but I don't know where I put them. I guess I could put them... I'd have to put them along here, and then redesign where my red inserters are to compensate. I need the long range beacons from space exploration. Can't put them on the inside, even though that would be nicer because I need to have 2 inserters on either side of on each of the buildings. I suppose, in theory, I could put the blue circuits and I could feed the low density structures onto the same belt as the blue circuits. Then I wouldn't need this belt down the middle, and I wouldn't need the half the inserters, and I could put my beacons down the middle. The question is, would the one belt be enough for the throughput? And I think the answer is yes. I feel like I want to try that. So let's take that out. Let's do that, because then when I want to bring this one in, I can just bring it in, load it in there, and then do that and that and that. And we can get, yeah, we'll make sure. And the utility science pack is, it's more low density structures, but they do come through stacked to some extent. So hopefully, well, we shall see whether that's enough. Basically, if the blue inserters can keep up, if the blue circuits can keep up, then it's probably all right. I shall give that a... No, I won't. I will do this immediately. Hey, you know what? If I'm doing this... Oh no, I'll leave that as is to the logic there carries on working. Yes, if I've done that... Oh, but if I go in and put speed modules in, then it's going to throw all these numbers off anyway, because we're going to get a lot more stuff going through, aren't we? So that's actually not going to be as much of a... as good an information as I was thinking. But I can upgrade these to green belts, at least for the first half of it. Yes, exactly, Peter. Oh, thanks for the resub, persistent. 24 months, 2 years. Nice. Thank you very much. Yeah. How does it feel to have been around for been following my, been subscribed for 2 years? Don't answer that if it's a bad thing. Ha, yes, Peter, exactly. So I think I'll drop in an upgrade along here and find out how much of it I can actually upgrade. And I'm going to do it a little bit at a time like this, in the hope that the bots will prioritise the top part. So when I inevitably run out of belts, out of green belts, we'll still get most of it. We'll still get the top part done, which is the most important. Yeah, just like that. Okay, we do seem to have a decent number of green belts. Excellent. The low density structures are getting gradually used up, so that's good. And conveniently along here, the inserters will, because inserters are lazy, as I've said many times before, they will pull from the near side of the belt. So it is conveniently, I've got the low density structures on the near side of the belt, so they are going to be the ones that get pulled through. So they are going to be on the side that gets pulled through, which is rather useful. Otherwise, if it's the other way around, they'd never get turn up. Oh yes. So there was a brief debate over whether the ammoniacal solution on Aquilo counts as a type of water or not, or as whether it includes any water at all was the other part of it. Oh, we picked up some damage over here and here. Great. So defences are clearly still struggling a little bit. I suppose there's no reason I couldn't put another turret in over here like that. And undo the ignore. There we go. So the big problem I have with this spaceship is that when things go a little bit wrong, it's very difficult to work out what was the cause of the going a bit wrong. And the other problem is I've run out of inserters. Great. Ammonia is nitrogen flavoured water. I mean, I struggle to argue too strongly against that, but I also don't like it. Do I have any spare inserts? Probably not. Everything is important. Oh look, we've used up all of the ammunition from the railguns now, because I've been using it to shoot at the bigs as well as the huges. The bullets still seem to be alright though. In fact, most things seem to be alright. If I look at the numbers down here, yeah, we've still got healthy numbers of absolutely everything, so that's going quite well. While I'm bouncing around looking at things, let's go back and have a look at Fire from the Gods, which is still trying to build, and with limited success. Okay. I mean, I know a lot of the stuff is just not going to get brought up because we don't have enough, we don't have all the quality bits and pieces, but I was hoping that, we'd bring some of these buildings up. We'd have brought all the flooring up by now, at least. But I guess I'm still over on Norvis. I'm still building the flooring pretty damn slowly. I'm tempted to fill all these buildings up with speed modules, but the steel is already flowing relatively quickly along this belt. So I suspect if I do that, we're just not going to be able to keep up, because it's 20 steel and 20 copper cables for a thingamawhatsit. We've got plenty of the resources to make it, but because of the system over here that I did some major upgrades to last time. But still a bit of a... it's just getting it to the right place that's the problem. Although it's not that far from here to over here. I could. No, I'm not going to. This is basically fine. Where is? Oh no, there isn't short stacks of steel. It's just gaps in the steel going through there. Okay, that's fine. And also you'll note along here, these chests are all basically full. So the fact that we've loaded a train up, but it didn't. There was plenty in the chests loaded up, and same up here. These are all basically full. So things seem to be going well up there, which is nice. I appreciate it when things are going quite well. So I think this is just a case of leave it for a while, then go through, do some downgrading, and just hope for the best. Are we still short of yellow science? Oh no, we're short of blue science now. So 7 of 9 is just left. Have you got blue science on board? No. Why not? Because you are requesting blue science. Gleba! What the hell are you playing at? Oh, we've run out of rocket fuel. What? Oh. Okay. What? What's happened here? I am very confused. Clearly, I came through and was a bit overzealous with some demolishings, but I'm surprised. Yeah. I'm not going to say that doesn't seem like me, because apparently it does, but yeah. Oops. Oh, Peter has a good argument there. There must be a load of water in it, because you can pull huge amounts of ice out of it when you get the ammonia. Yeah, that's a fair point. Oh, you're right. There did used to be a silo in there that I pulled out. Yes, you're quite right. That was this one's silo. But I don't know why I knocked out all of these belts as well. I mean, the silo being removed from there, sure, that makes perfect sense. I was just more bemused about the belts being quite so gappy, because they should have just stayed, and it should have stayed as a green going under here. Granted, but so that's a bit weird. Obviously I ripped it out, and I was presumably a bit clumsy about doing so, and did it sort of foolishly and quickly and so on. But I'm still a little bit bemused at it happening. Or that it happened like that. So now we have the magma is here apparently. The Spock is on its way in. Yeah, so when Spock arrives, Spock should get some blue science, and then things will be better again. Ooh, we've got a jam on the. Oh, that's all right. No, there is a jam on the belt here, but all the stuff that's coming down the right hand side down here can be sent off this way, so around the other belt. So that's actually okay. Doesn't matter. And there goes that blue science I was talking about. Excellent. True, dry ice is indeed waterless ice. That's a fair point. I don't think the ice you get out on Aquilo is not dry ice though, because you can melt it into water, where it becomes water apparently, and you can then boil it into steam. I suppose you could boil liquid carbon dioxide. Presumably can carbon dioxide be a liquid? Maybe it's some funny pressure or something, because I'm aware that dry ice sublimates straight from solid into a gas, or at least into a vapor because of the clouds. But I was just thinking, presumably you could heat up carbon dioxide to a very, very high temperature and therefore pressure, and then blow it through a turbine. But doing it with steam is probably a little more efficient. Oh, CO2 can be a liquid. Okay. You might be right, Peter. Yes, the spoilage and this belt coming through here. I think that's always been there. Ooh, that sounds like a raid. Hello, Galdoc, and some of your best friends. Good to have you aboard. While I'm staring at Gleba, going, what was I doing? What did I do on this planet in order to break it? Because I just discovered I wasn't feeding rocket fuel over to my rocket labs over here. So that had spectacularly broken things. But that's not that. I was going to say that isn't meant to be the main thrust of this episode. Unfortunately, I have noticed that whenever I start messing around with Gleba, it tends to just sort of kind of then dominate for the rest of ever. So I should probably stop looking at it. At the moment, it's this ship that's the exciting part. I'm trying to gradually upgrade it with the vague hope that someday it might be capable of going all the way to the Shattered Planet. But who knows? At the moment, though, it's gone out. It's picked up some Promethium, and it's on its way back over to Fulgora, where it's going to pick up some high-quality bits and pieces. Oh, we found some repair packs. I thought we didn't have any. That's odd. Yeah, on its way over to Fulgora, where it's going to pick up some quality speed modules that should reduce the amount of power it's using. At least that's the hope. Oh, the assembler. Maybe, but where is it? This one. It does look like it's in the sort of place where it would have got in the way of the belt, doesn't it? But the belt was demolished all the way from over here to here. So... yeah, it is a puzzle. Yes, yeah, but I know what you mean. Whenever you're playing Factorio these days, it does seem to be you just carry on merrily, keep building up things as you go along, and then suddenly Gleba happens, and you go, oh no, there goes the rest. There goes the neighbourhood. I mean, the rest of the evening, and it's just gone. Yeah, just gone. So meanwhile, over on the pink planet, how are we doing? I've made 19 tier 2 legendary speed modules. Excellent. Yes, there is. That's because I've run out of inserters, Peter. The on the ship. Where is the ship? There is the ship. Yes, this one over here. It's the turret I just put in, and it turns out I don't have enough inserters. That said, this inserter here is not doing anything at all. So we do that. It can be moved to there, and then suddenly we have a gun turret that's working. So thank you for making me notice that spare inserter over there. Right, how are we doing here? Copper is happy. Iron, very happy. I say very happy. Yeah, we are producing enough iron plates at the moment. Steel actually is struggling. Yeah, the steel supply that's coming down here to be made into railgun ammo is insufficient. Okay. Ooh, is that another raid? Wow! Hello, Slim Monkey and your friends. Welcome to the stream. And where Laurence stares vaguely at a spaceship and goes, "Can I make this work a bit more effectively?" And hopefully the answer is yes. Because if I put one of these in over here, let's wait for that burst of carbon and sulfur to go past first. Is it going to die down? A little bit more. A little bit more. A little bit more. There we go. Put that there, and then realise I don't have any green. Underground, is that? Yeah, but that works. Excellent. So now I can go over here and say, what have I got? I've got tier 2 speed modules. Put them in there. That'll make my steel production a bit faster. My worry though is, as I've been saying, is this power consumption over here. Now at the moment, it seems to be mostly okay. We've had a peak over here of 371 megawatts out of the 400 available. So that's kind of hanging on, just about okay at the moment. Yeah, and now we can produce the steel a bit faster. Is it filling up the belt yet? Whereas it's this belt down here. Yeah, we've got we've now got all of the machines here making railgun ammunition. That's good. So we should be okay now. Interestingly, the rocket production is absolutely fine. That's kind of surprising. Now, okay, I've got ludicrous amounts of module boost going on over here just to make everything run as quickly as remotely possible. But even so, the fact that it seems to be rockets are not being a problem on this trip is quite surprising. I guess because we've only gone out sort of the Prometheum distance and now we're on our way back in again. In fact, we're inside the solar system now. I guess that's allowing for a lot more. That's meaning we're getting through a lot less, a lot fewer rockets, and also because we're not going out as far, and having the railguns helping is also helping quite a lot as well. Oh, pink science. Yes, pink science. Okay. How are things over here with pink science? Pathetic, basically. The problem is that there just aren't enough machines. Now, actually, this is caught up. You know what? Let's go through and let's start making speed modules again first. That would be a good step. So you are now going to be You can now make speeds. And you can make speed 2s. There we go. And I need to change these over to speed. They're in there. Look in the right place, Laurence. That would help. And then you can do speed 2. Yep, there we go. Okay, so they're already very, very popular. But once we've built up a supply of them in here, then I can upgrade all of these to be speed modules. In fact, oh, something funny's happened here. What have I got in the way of speed modules at the moment? Speed. I've got 4 tier 1 quality 4s. Okay, so you are going to get quality 4 tier 1 bip bop like that, and so are you. Quality 1 tier 4 like that. So I'll speed them up. That's going to knacker the quality levels over here. Well, it's going to reduce them a little bit. Oh, these are things that I upgraded before the incident happened. Yes, exactly. The time that wasn't. You're quite right. So we'll do that. And then once I've got some of these tier 2 modules built up. Why are you not full of quality modules? You might as well be. Just this one at least might as well be. What have I got in the way of good quality modules over in this part of the factory? Oh, I hate not having all of my factory linked up together. Quality what's the best out of these? Well, there's one Epic 3, and then there's a load of... Oh, and there's some rare 3s. Okay. So you're going to... No, you're going to get an Epic 3 and some rare 3s. No, that's not a rare. That's rare. There we go. So get those boosted in. So yeah, with this very, very simple basic system I've got running here, I can get this. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I can get this one running. I can't realistically put quality modules in here because if I do, then it'll then this won't work with them. This won't be able to build with any quality speed modules that come out. But this one can go nuts and hopefully build some slightly better quality modules on the way out. Like I've got going on over here, where anything this produces that goes into here, this is why we've got so many quality, of those, basically. So I think, let's try setting you to rare. Uncommon, even. So we'll get that in. And then if I put in a yellow chest here and a cable going from there to there, you read ingredients. Yes, read ingredients. And then you set requests. And there we go. We'll request in some better quality module circuits, and we'll see how far we get with that, basically. Epic quality 3s. Oh yeah, those ones. Yeah. So actually, I've got a crazy number of quality 3. I think this system should probably just stop. To be honest, let's unset that and unset that because quality modules have gone a bit nutso. So we'll leave that alone. We'll stop making them here because things have got silly, and we'll come back to that another time when we want more modules. In the meantime, I've made 12 quality 2s, so speed 2s. So I can now come down here and try and put them in here, but it won't let me. So I'll do it like this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 15. In fact, let's do all of those. Get that running a bit quicker. And then this seems to be more than quick enough at the moment. At the moment, we've got 1.5 machines running, and it was okay. So I think that's probably okay. In fact, we can check. We can say we're using half an accumulator a second, and over here we are producing a third. Okay, this needs to be a little bit faster then. So let's put some speed modules in there, and that'll probably be sufficient. Over here we're now using half a supercapacitor per second. Over here we are making a quarter of a supercapacitor per second. So let's take out all of those like that and fill it up with speeds instead. So that is now producing 0.3, so it's still not quite fast enough, but with the speed modules maybe it will be. But this is once we actually have the speed modules, it'll be a little while until this is produced enough. Especially I've got two slightly exciting ones now, but I've already put exciting ones more exciting ones into these beacons, so that's fine already. The next step is going to be over here. We need to check these out, make sure they're running fast enough, which they won't be. Over here for the half per second, which is roughly what we've got actually. The speed beacon is working well there. We need 0.75 per second. And over here, each one of these is making... Oh, actually, these might be all right. We'll let that run and see how it goes. So what's that done to production? Probably not remotely enough. Why has that gone down to 0? It hasn't gone down to 0. That's all over the last hour. Okay, so it's gone up from 38 to 118. That's quite the jump, actually. I'm honestly quite surprised it's been that much of a jump, but I guess I did put a lot of speed modules in there, and I took out things that were slowing it down and put in things that are speeding it up instead. So go figure. Of course, it's got quicker. Not actually surprising. We just need more speed modules to be made, and then things should get better. Did I say good night, Peter? I'm not quite sure. Good night anyway, just in case I didn't. Hopefully I did. Right. What was I doing? Oh yeah, the edge is still on its way back in from from where it is. Oh, it's nearly back at Aquilo. Okay. So this ship will stop at Aquilo. It'll load up with quantum processors to make sure it's got enough to do all the science it can do. It'll refuel as well if necessary, which does appear to be necessary actually, and also hopefully pick up some more railgun turrets just in case of emergencies. I don't think we'll get the no, we won't get the repair packs up because that's a request from Norvis only, and we won't get the Biter-Eggs because of Norvis. But that's all fine. So it'll do that. Then it'll fly to Fulgora. We can then send up those speed modules and think about what we've done. So over here on Fulgora, speed module production down here. We've got up to 19 of them. What's the problem? The problem is the problem of those is red circuits. The problem for that is green. How can green circuits? Oh, green circuits being made here. I've got a silly number of them in this box. It's gone down by 800. There was a very, very silly number in there before, but it's gone down to a slightly less silly number. Green circuits are struggling because of iron. Okay. So the quality street is over at Norvis at the moment. What's going on? Ah, yes, okay. It came here for... Wait, what? Oh. Clear that. So it came over here to fuel up because of the interrupt. And then because I messed around with things in a silly way, it got stuck there. So now it should fly back out. It should fly to Vulcana. I think it doesn't. It just flies to Vulcana, so it's going somewhere. So let's go to Fulgora instead. So fly over to Fulgora. It's a bit slow. It only does a speed of 44, but that's okay. It's not really meant to be a speedy ship. It's just meant to fly through space, catching lots and lots of rocks, and then turning them into legendary stuff. We seem to have a lot of legendary ice, and I don't really know why. Oh, it's because I wanted legendary calcite, and a byproduct of legendary calcite is legendary ice. Okay. I suppose I should just chuck the legendary ice overboard. It seems extremely wasteful, but it's not like I can do anything else with it. Let's put that there. Yes, obviously for making legendary water. Thank you. I should have realised that. Filter you to legendary ice cubes. And then flip you around. There we go. Just chuck. It feels very, very wrong to be throwing legendary stuff away into space. But as far as I'm aware, the only things you can make out of ice are platform and water. Platform, nobody cares if it's high quality. Water, it's a liquid fluid. It doesn't have quality. And there's the 2 science packs, but I don't care. I'm not going to try and make quality science packs. It's not worth it. Yes, it's super ultra hydrating, so I'll drink to that. Right, while that's flying back over to Fulgora, I'm going to go on a very quick bio break. I shall be back in a second. I have returned. Right, yes, the Aquilo science does use ice. So you're telling me legendary cryoscience is easy. Let's have a look at the recipe then. So, cryoscience. Ice, lithium. You have a point. I mean, The legendary ice is not impossible, as we've been seeing from what we pulled out there, so we could collect that. The legendary lithium is sort of isn't that difficult because lithium it just requires legendary holmium, which we have some of. I don't think I have enough legendary holmium to say yes. Let's start making legendary cryoscience. I like the idea, kind of. 600% science. That's not bad. But also, it's one of those things that is sort of. All right, I'll remove that again. It's one of those things that's sort of interesting enough that why not give it a shot and have a very small amount of it being produced just for fun, and see and see how it goes. Although I do have a slight concern that it just wouldn't get picked up by the labs over here, because they'd always have, well, in this case, 13 cryoscience packs in there, so you'd never be able to get the legendary one in there in order to get it to pick it up. So I like the idea, but I'm not sure the implementation is realistic. Oh, and we've just run out of everything. What have we run out of this time? It is everything. It's red and blue and red and yellow and pink and green and scarlet and black and red. Red's a bit short. Green's a bit. Okay, they're topping back up again. Orange was low. Boom, 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 boom. But yeah, just those ones. But we seem to be okay now, I think. Yeah, we're okay again. So the science is picking back up again. So we just caught it in time there. Yeah, okay. I'll hang on to the legendary ice, despite having just thrown a load of it away, and with the intent of at some point in the future maybe trying to make some legendary Aquilian science. But just because, as you say, it's going to be one of the easier ones to do. So why not, basically? Meanwhile, I just had a random thought. You could. Oh no, it wouldn't quite work. I was going to say you could make enormous amounts of free legendary iron and copper by having a sort of a system where you make a load of low density structures and then you dismantle them and then remantle them with from liquids. But no, that wouldn't work because you'd be losing some plastic each time. But still, you could get quite a lot. You could get some extra out that way at least. What are you short of? Oh, legendary carbon. Fine. You're still trying to make carbon and sulfur, even though there's rather a lot of sulfur. What's the cutoff on here? 60. Okay, so it's nearly full. Fine, that's all right then. Right, so the ship arrived at Fulgore. I think I could do with dumping a bit more. Actually, let's get rid of another entire row of legendary iron because I feel like it needs a lot more than we had. So there we go. We can dump that. Now, if we go back down to Fulgora, that's all been dropped down into here. So now the bots can grab that, bring it down to here to be cooked into legendary iron plates, which can be put into here, which can then be turned into the legendary circuits, which can be turned into red circuits, which can be turned into the modules. So now this system is cooking again. The edge has reached Aquilo and is doing Aquilian things here. What's happening here? What are you waiting for? Oh, you're waiting for a passenger to be present. That's not going to happen. I must have needed a stop on there for some reason. So we'll remove that again. We've got everything on board now that it needs, presumably. Did we get all those? Yes, we did. So then now it's going to head over to Fulgora. So it's time to put these modules, all 21 of them, into a rocket. So we'll deautomate you, and we want to put in legendary tier 2 speed modules. Then we play, is there anything else down here that's worth sending up? Well, we could probably potentially make an asteroid collector. I think its asteroid collection abilities are good enough already. Is there anything else that we need on that spaceship? Quality modules are pointless. Let's have a good look at it. So, Quality fusion reactor, quality fusion generators would be quite nice. What do they do? Oh, they run faster. Right. Okay. So I'd need a faster reactor to go with that as well. I mean, that's not. That would make sense. Then we just presumably they go up by equivalent amounts. But I suspect making one of these would be a little bit tricky. So yeah, okay, won't be doing that. We're going to pick up some slightly better foundries as well, so those will run a bit quicker. Now the nice thing is when you upgrade foundries and things like that, they go faster without actually using extra power, I believe. So you can go in, you can swap out your foundry. So the speed will go from 4 up to, well, 5 or 6 or 7 or 10, depending on what rate you go for. But the power consumption stays exactly the same, and that's kind of what I was relying on. Oh, and I was going to make some assembly machines as well. So let's. No, I don't want to be on Vulcanus. Let's go back over Fulgora. And go. Well, this is going to need to be a chain of machines like this to make assembly machine 1, which is also going to need gears, and make assembly machine 2, which is also going to need gears, and assembly machine 3, which is also going to need speed module 1s. Okay, good. Well, fortunately, we're making them down here. So let's do that and say until that, whenever that is less than, I don't need more than 10 of those. There we go. Okay, so and I need this machine to make legendary gears. Oh, I didn't set all those to legendary because I'm a noob. So do that there. Legendary gears and legendary assembly machine. Legendary assembly 1, yeah. And legendary assembly 2, and legendary assembler 3. Then we put in. Then we have some blue chests, like one here, which is requesting No, not that. Legendary iron. So that goes into here, and then you also need. Yeah, you need legendary iron. You need legendary greens as well. We don't need legendary copper. That was a misclick. Legendary green circuits, and then insert that and that and there and there and there and there. And what else do you need? You also need green circuits, and you also need steel. Let's put that in there, and not iron but legendary steel, which we also have over here. And then down here it's just speed modules. So another one of those, and that, and you are to request those. And then we can pull it back out again. I said we can pull it back out again and put it into a red chest like that. And I want you to run until there's, what are you making? You're making these things, legendary those. Let's say 10 of them. 10 seems like a suitable number for something this expensive. Please tell me I haven't. Okay, good. I haven't run out of red chests. Right. Why are you guys not running? What are you short of? Cogs. Why are you not running? Oh, that goes there. Typical. Missed one inserter out. Alright, so there we go. That's going to make me my assembly machines. We just need these to make a few more. We need red circuits again. Okay. And over here we've got 6 of those. Why are you not working? Oh, because I didn't click the quality thing. There we go. Hang on though, how many does it take? Oh, it takes 4 speed modules to make a high tier assembly machine. Great. Okay. Well, we'll bring those over fairly quickly, and we can chuck them all into the into the rocket. So this one over here, I'd like to also have some maximum quality. Boop, like that. We're not going to get 50 in there. We're going to get 5 or something. 40 kilos each. We'll get half a rocket load, so about 12 of them in there. But that's going to be enough to do some significant upgrades in that spaceship. And moving from normal assembly machines to legendary assembly machines is going to give me such a boost in speed. 2.5 times, but that's equivalent to a lot of modules and without the power increase that goes with it. So I think that's going to make a big difference. And we can get a lot more output from those, and maybe even repurpose some of the speed modules and put them into other places as well. And switching over to these speed modules, I think is going to be quite a big thing as well. That's going to be a big advantage for the new ship. So we'll just have to let it run and build up some of that stuff. Of course, the Edge has already arrived because it is a speedy boy, but yeah, we'll. Actually, let's have more speed modules on here. Got one assembly machine so far. That's not very many. This production of red circuits here. Yes, we've got massive amounts of productivity on it, but it means it takes quite a long time to build a red circuit. So basically, when it finishes, 2 come along at once, which is great. But then down here, we still need 5. So this needs to run 3 times roughly to make one module down here, and then this needs to run twice in order to get one over to here. So this has to run 6 times, and then over here we need 4 of those. So it needs to run 24 times in order to get one more of these assembly machines. Now, okay, there's a little bit of a productivity boost here as well, but essentially, it's still pricey. So yeah, those two there, we've got 2 that time, but then 1 went each way probably. So yeah, it'll be a little while until we get any more of those assembly machines, but we've got 2 of them so far, so that's a good start. Quality Street is just bimbling along merrily through space, gathering ore chunks and other such likes, and then upgrading them too. So you can see there we've got a decent amount of legendary iron ore now, and well, we've got quite a lot of legendary low density structures and calcite as well. That's just being stockpiled while we churn through all of those chunks along here. Maybe I should make this into a massive hammerhead thing that's just really, really wide and goes out as far as we can, or a long, long way in both directions across the top here, because the number of chunks coming in is not sufficient to keep all of the recycling systems up here going solidly. There's a lot of idle machines in here. I'd like to get that a bit more productive. This is also somewhere where I could dump a lot more better quality modules as well, so get a bit more, a slightly higher throughput on these, especially maybe upgrading some of the ones down here that are meant to be doing the tier 2s and the tier 3s of the various different types of asteroid chunk to get them nudged up a few extra levels as well. What am I doing with the tier 5 carbonics? Oh no, that's what I want here. And the tier 5 metallics go into there. Okay, no, I am using all 3 types because we want the tier 5 calcite, we want the tier 5 iron, and we want the tier 5 carbon and sulfur over here. So yes, we are using all of them right up at tier 5 levels now. And then we've got a gentle stream of iron coming through here in order to make ammunition, which is there's not quite as much of it as I might have liked. But the belt is not full, but how is production over here of ammunition? Let's see. So we'll have a look at this and this. We're making 56 a minute. We're using 61 a minute. That's not great. There's a bit of a problem there. Maybe I should be putting some speed modules in here. What's the power situation like on this ship? Pretty good. So I think we could probably stand to put some speed modules in here. We just don't have any. The iron supply is absolutely fine. It seems to be, yes, it's this thing that is insufficiently fast. So I guess we'll maybe send some speed and efficiency modules up here at some point, but at the moment it doesn't feel entirely necessary. Okay. Meanwhile, over here, I think I'm going to turn that one off for the time being and put all of the speed modules that are being made into this machine, because we've made 3 so far, and that's a bit pathetic. Because if we take a look at the Edge up here, I could do with having 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I could do with having 36 ideally. So that's quite some way off. But that would be the goal. At the moment, I've got enough to maybe upgrade the bullet production, which is a start, sure, but isn't really going to be enough to get this ship that much better. It tends to be rockets that run out first. I've noticed. So having more rocket production down here will probably be slightly better. But I can do a bit of that with the speed modules that are going to be sent up. But I've only got about 25 of those. So that's probably going to be a case of put them in the beacons where they can do the most good. I've already done that to an extent, but these are giving me a speed boost of 65% and an energy boost of I don't even know what. And the new ones that I'm going to send up are going to give me a speed boost of 75% versus, what did I say? I've lost track. 75% as opposed to 65%. So it's a little bit better. It's a bit more speed and a bit less power. So it's definitely worth putting those in all of the beacons around the ship, I think. And then I can put a few extra ones in. Like there's one there already actually, but yeah, because I'm a little bit worried that that this ship is still going to be nudging up a bit too close to the maximum amount of power that can be generated on it. 4. You know what? Let's send that up to the over the edge. We'll do a little bit of upgrades there, and then we'll send it out on another loop. And by the time it comes back again, we'll have generated some more assembly machines, and everything will hopefully be both hunky and dory. It looks like at the moment the iron production rate is a bit too slow. I'm sort of okay with that, I guess. We are making the iron plates at a rate. I could put in another. Actually, I could just put in a copy of this somewhere else, like this, and speed that up a little bit. That'll double the rate we're processing the iron, the high quality iron ore through. There's a decent amount of it in there already, so that should help a bit. We'll find out in a moment, in a little while if it does. So edge up here right now. You've got all those quality things that I've just sent up. Hopefully, yes, there we go. There's my speed module 2s and my assembly machine 3 legendaries. So let's do that and that and that and that for now. And that's my lot. If I do that one, it won't work because I've run out. But I can also then come out. You know what? You might as well start flying. Go to Norvis. I can also then come through with these and start putting them in everything. So in there, for example, and in... There are no beacons in here. Interesting. I was expecting there to be a beacon for this. And in there, and in... Probably won't work in there. I have to come in here and do it manually like that. That one did work, though. That's good. These will not, because they're already funky beacons. So actually, that's slowed those down a little bit. But it has also reduced the amount of power being used. So maybe that's all right. Go through and switch all of these over. There we go. And then there's some more in here. Yes. What level are you guys? Okay, so you're 65. That makes them 75. So this is improving things and reducing the power usage consumption as well. So it's a general win. Oh, I've run out. All right. Which one was that? That's that one. So what have I got in here now? What's the best modules that I've got? That's these rare tier 3s. So I've put these in here. There we go. That's going to help that a little bit. And then up here, you've been upgraded. You've been upgraded. Okay, so now I think all of the beacons on this ship are now running with basically the best modules I can throw at them. I kind of now just need to send it off into the deep depths of space just to find out where the weakest link is again, because I've gone through and I've improved it in places that were struggling. I fixed various problems. The amount of power it's going to use now, even when it's trying really hard, is going to be a bit lower. I don't know if it's going to be enough lower, but it's going to be a bit lower. So yeah, maybe that's going to have sorted the problems out, and I'll be able to get out to a gigameter and so on. Oh, I quite like maybe more. I don't know if more legendary turrets would actually help, because it gives them a longer range, yes. But I don't know if range is a problem. The big problem I have with all of these ships when I send them out and when some damage occurs, you find you get an alert. You go out and you go and try and work out what's gone wrong, and all you can really tell is that there has been some damage. You can't tell you can't tell what type of rock did it, as far as I'm aware, and you can't tell, and therefore you can't tell what the guns were doing slightly earlier. You can just tell there has been a problem, but you don't know what it was. So you're left very much guessing and just trying to go, well, we've got enough rockets, we've got enough bullets, we've got enough railgun ammunition. I have no idea what the problem could have been there, and that's the problem I have with this. Let's empty the thingy of any random stuff it's picked up. So we're dumping out the railgun ammunition again like this onto the belt. That can go around and be looped around and go back into the supply. We're making promethium ammo. That's nice. Appreciate that. There we go. Run out of that. So clear that. I could set up a series of what do you call it? Combinators to set and unset that, but I'm not going to. Hello, Zironi. Yeah, the ship has had some changes. Depending on when you came back, when you last saw it, I wouldn't like to say what the changes have been. I think I did at some point, maybe about 2 or 3 weeks ago. I think I did a major redesign of the whole ship because there were problems, and then I did some tweaks like putting in legendary crushers here and having a better system for bringing the resources round down here. Better power generation. The main change I've made so far today is I've got these flanking railgun turrets here and some extra gun turrets around the side because someone pointed out that maybe that would help a little bit, and I think they shouldn't be needed, but I think there's certainly no harm in them and they might help a bit. Also, I've gone in and put in some legendary assembly machines scattered hither and yon as well, just to make things a little bit better. And some slightly better modules in there too. So. Yeah, I think there've been some tweaks, been some improvements. The ship is expanding and a little bit and getting slightly more and more capable with each flight it does. But at the moment, we are trying to turn all of this stuff into Promethean science, and then it can buzz off again and go and do whatever it is it needs to do. And I'm still having problems with science production. At the moment is blue science. I mean, blue science has arrived, but there should be loads of that coming over. This is a Gleba again. Why? And there's loads. There's 15,000 stored in the chests here. So is this just down to how quickly I can throw a rocket together? Yes, there's a shortage of rocket fuel coming through. Oh dear, that's bad. That's very, very bad. Okay, it's a lack of bioflux coming through. That shouldn't happen, because up here we should have more machines making. When there's a shortage of bioflux, which presumably there is, if we don't have any, we have basically none on the belts down here essentially. So definitely a shortage of bioflux. So why are you guys not all running? How much do we reckon we've got? We reckon we've got 1,200. Where is that 1,200? Seriously, where is that 1,200 bioflux? I mean, I guess it's along here. Each of these is a stack of 4, so maybe 300 stacks. Maybe. I guess I need to increase that then. I'm doing a lot of coming out to Gleba and fiddling with the numbers, trying to get the system to run at the speed I want it to run at, and have enough, but not too much, of all of the things that it deals with. And that is the challenge with Gleba, I have found. It's not so much the pentapods. They're threatening early on, sure, but throughout most of the game, the pentapods aren't that scary. The problem is keeping the stuff back. The scary part of Gleba is the spoilage. The fact that stuff spoils. So you can't just put in many, many machines and just fill all of your belts up. Because it doesn't work. You just get this problem because you get the problem where it all just sits on the belts like this, gradually going off, which isn't good. Or alternatively, if you try and produce it at the right speed, so you have a just-in-time system going on, then you discover you don't have enough. And now we've got a little bit coming through still. What I need to do, and I say this every stream, what I actually need to do is move off from having everything on a single stream like this to having separate areas where we then potentially produce more bioflux around here, because we're getting through it too quickly or too slowly or too much, too little, to whatever. We produce more bioflux to top it up and not worry about it being a bit stale. Or have a separate town that just works completely separately. That would be better, but yeah, the railguns point. Yeah, my theory was with the back at the ship. Where is it? There it is. The theory was, yes, with these guns is yes, as you say, it'll stop any massive ones that are drifting down the side and drifting sort of inwards. They don't tend to be, though. The thing is, the huge asteroids tend to float fairly straight line-ish. But when you shoot them with a railgun, then they shatter and bits go off in all directions, and then it becomes a little bit more dangerous, and there's a risk of losing some turrets losing stuff down the side. But they can drift in just enough that it can be a problem. Also, they were clipping the corner of the ship over here, so I thought maybe this will provide a little bit more protection over here. Longer range for higher speeds, longer range guns for higher speeds. That makes sense. I don't think I'm going to have this ship going any faster. It's hard enough. It's struggling enough to keep up with things as it is. So I think this is probably a good speed. I don't think I want to increase it any further. Yeah, science being produced. Nice. And I've been trying to make another ship over here. Ah, there we go. This one is now... This is as finished as this ship is going to get. This is slightly awkward because it requires cryoplants. Some of these don't actually need to be legendary. They don't need to be legendary, I hope. Various modules of normal tiers. But most importantly, it needs a fusion plant over here. And you can't get the fusion stuff without bringing it from Aquilo. So let's have the Edge bring 2 fusion reactors and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8 fusion generators from Aquilo. So I would like to request. Let's use this group up here. I'd like to request 2 fusion reactors and 8 fusion generators. And I could request the railgun turrets, but I don't think it's worth it. We don't need railgun turrets to get to Aquilo. So we'll fly the ship out there using rocket turrets and guns and stuff, and we'll get them once we get out there. Yes, you're quite right, no God. Yeah. Yes, we're just going out there and playing asteroids, aren't we? In fact, we really are, because you shoot a big asteroid, it splits into smaller ones, they scatter, and then you have to try and avoid them. Yeah, it basically is, you're quite right, it is just playing a game of asteroids. That's an interesting way of looking at it. Ooh, fuel. I hadn't thought of that. Hadn't thought of it quite like that. If I put in another request up here, will they be added? I imagine they probably will be, so let's do that. Another stack of those, please. And then back to the fire from the gods. Right. So what else do you need? You need some cryoplants. We're not going to use legendary ones. That's silly. But we thought about that. Speed module 2s. Okay, I'm surprised I'm not getting speed module 2s brought up. Fusion generators. Thought about those. Cryoplants. Yes, we need 10 cryoplants. Those should be being brought up from the surface. Oh, no, they shouldn't, because they're legendaries. Rocket turrets. I guess we'll fly to Gleba with just the guns and the lasers. That sounds risky, but I think we can do it. Gun turrets. So yeah, we're nearly there, actually. I just need to go through and replace all of the legendary things with less legendary things, like this. Did that work? I hope so. Yes, it did. Nice. I can do the same down here. You don't need to be legend. You two don't need to be legendary. There we go. And over here, you don't need to be legendary, and nor do you. You don't need to be quite so swanky. So take one of those. That one. There we go. So there we go. Some things are starting to get built. Lovely. Okay, so that is. Hopefully that's all the legendary stuff removed, apart from the modules. I wish I could tell. I wish you could see what was. I wish you'd clear out all the things that are zeroed. There we go, just like that. In fact, where there's a will, there's a way. Right, so let's get rid of all of the. Oh no, there's two more. There's two more beacons on here somewhere that are still extra swanky. Can anyone see the swanky beacons? There they are. That one and that one. Turn them into normal beacons. And oh yeah, there's a. I think actually I like having a legendary asteroid collector. Let's fly over to Fulgora and get one of those. So Fulgora, I would like you to build me another legendary asteroid collector because they're fun. Oops. It requires 5 processing units, 8 electric engine units. That's enough. And 20 low density structures. Okay, the low density structures should be easy. Why have they not been brought over? The electric engine units are difficult, granted. Get rid of those. The low density structures should just be in stock up here, but they're not. The where's the quality street? Quality street is on its way to Norvis. What? Oh, not Norvis on its way to Vulcanus. Fine. So that's going to be a little while until we get that, but we'll try and be aware of it. Are we requesting those? Yes, only 50 though. Let's put that up to 500 because I would like to have some stock down here of these things. That can be 500 as well, I think. Hello, Molo. Welcome. New chatter. Welcome. Good to have you here. Thank you for joining. Welcome to Laurence Plays Factorio Space Age, and gets randomly struck by lightning as well. Okay, 2 more. How are we doing now? 5. You need one more to be made over here, and then we can say, yeah, that's Charlotte. Okay, so now it's just got the electric engines, got the processing units. Just need the low density structures to arrive back from with the quality street when it gets back here. Okay, so that's going quite well. We need the over the edge. Okay, edge is on its way over to Gleba now, on its way out to the dim and distant reaches of the solar system. On its way back, it's going to stop at Aquilo, pick up. Oh, it's picked up all these things already. Where did he get those from? What? Oh, maybe they were on. No, we haven't been anywhere else yet. I don't understand why we've managed to acquire those things, and also, yeah, these are all supposed to be picked up from Aquila. Oh, maybe there were some extra. There were probably some extra ones on there from when I built the ship, because they come up in wands. I'm puzzled. But if I'd noticed those was there before, I would have dropped them down and sent them back up to the new ship, the fire over here. So this is largely ready to go, except for the lack of power generation in the middle. Also, I need to go through all of these and turn these into just... Oh, well, we need to get... Why are we not getting those shipped up? Are we just short of rockets here or something? No, rockets are all ready. We just don't have... Oh, I have stopped making speed modules. Okay, let's fix that. Right, so I want all of that, but I'm going to parameterize it. I'm going to turn all of these into those. Is this the right way of doing it? I'm not very familiar with parameterized blueprints. Yeah. No, it's just turn the ones that are inserted into the machines into them, rather than the recipes in the machines. I think. Oh no, maybe I clicked it. Oh no, that has worked. Right, so take that, put it there. Lose the pylon because it's in the wrong place. We'll put another one in just in case it's actually necessary. It seems to be necessary for making personal nuclear what's name plant thing jobbies. So you're going to need one of these as well. Put you there. Right, so that'll allow us to start making the speed modules here, and then we can ship them out in the rocket. I don't know why I wasn't making those before. Well, actually, no, I kind of do. You should be full of speed quality modules, actually. What do we have in the way of quality modules on this planet that I can beg, borrow, steal, whatever? Okay, we've got 2 legendary 3s and 9 epic 3s. Okay, well let's use those then. Why not? Let's take a couple of those, bit bop, and then bit bap bop those. Might as well get some good quality speed modules out of this while we've got the system here running. Ordered from Amazon. Yes, okay. Oh, Rampant. I've never played Rampant. To be honest, the biters are not my favourite part of Factorio, should we say. I accept that the biters have a use, and it is to make expansion a little bit more difficult. And that's I'm okay with that. It's a valid reason to have them. So sure, let's keep the biters in. I won't suggest we remove them, but I've no desire to make them more difficult. Sushi belts, though, yeah, sushi belts I quite enjoy. Like this one, for example. It's doing pretty well for the science packs. It could do with a few more of the mossy sciences being fed into it, because a lot of these are very, very low on freshness now, so they're all going to expire fairly soon. But mostly, when you feed them into the machines down here, you just don't get very much science out of them, which kind of sucks. But that's because I'm doing a research that doesn't use that science pack at the moment. So, yeah. I think 1 million science to get stronger explosives. Okay, maybe I was going to say let's do stronger explosives to make the rockets even better, but 1 million science seems a little bit steep. Laser weapon damage, though, that's only 64,000, and that would make my the lasers on the ship a little bit more effective. So let's have a couple of those, and also let's have a physical projectile. How expensive? You're only 16k. Wow. Okay, we'll have a few more of those then as well. Let's polish that off first, though. Use up some of this agricultural science that's about to decay, and also I've got some Promethean science now, so I might as well try and churn through some of that. Yeah, so that's fair, No Guard. If you have people, if you are a person, or if you're a person, yes, if you're a person or you're playing with people who like the combat in Factorio, then yeah, Rampant probably great. I am not one of those people, so therefore I tend to I kind of avoid Rampant a little bit. Oh yeah, you can see all the spoilage coming out the bottom here from all that moss science going off. And now we're going to find that our science is very, very speed limited, because each one of those agricultural science packs, as it gets used up, is getting us maybe 10% of a research at best. So we've only got maybe a little bit more than the first column. We've got some of the labs are running, but it is a struggle. However, this is going to pull through the science packs a little bit, and we can now see we've got all the way up to a heady 17% freshness. So it's getting better as we pull slightly newer science packs in from the system up here. And these ones are there's a range on here going from 31% to 50%. So yeah, are we taking out the least fresh first? Yes, we are. So yeah, we'll let that run. When that finishes, we can go on to some slightly more exciting sciences. You launched a rocket on an entirely sushi belt base. Wow, that's impressive. I've seen the I think someone referred to it as a circulatory system, or a vein or artery blood based factory, because it was like you just have the one circulatory system that's taking all of the resources around, and I think that's an interesting way of looking at it. I haven't felt the need to do that myself, but it is a thing that I haven't done and therefore could be interesting. So, yeah, I suspect it would just get extremely frustrating having the really, really low throughput of a sushi belt trying to run your entire factory. So I suspect that would be the big frustration with it. But that said, then you'd have the interest of trying to keep everything appropriately balanced and make sure you had the right amount of everything on the belt. And true, expansion is very, very easy. You just cut it and put some more stuff in and then join it back up again. And actually, with Factorio 2, you could just do a read all off the belt, and you'd be able to get in all of the information you could possibly want about. So do that and go read all, and you'd get the entire contents of it. So that make it really quite easy to make sure you had the right amount of everything on the belt. So yeah, it's at least until you go through and you realise actually your numbers are a bit out and you need to go in and change them all. But in theory, yeah, I can totally see how that would work, and it'd be quite interesting. So yeah. Oh, you try to do it as a just in time. Interesting. So machines would say, I need to have a certain amount of this resource, and then other machines would put it onto the belt. So you could do that. Yeah, that sounds painful. There'd be the latency there that would be the problem, I think. It would turn out it wouldn't be in time most of the time. Oh, we did something a bit like, sharing the copper and iron furnaces. We did something a bit like that in our Warptorio run. We had a massive iron smelting area that was entirely bot fed, but all the furnaces would switch back and forth between doing iron and copper based on which ones there were shortages of, which was quite a neat system, and worked pretty well. Oh yes, and now we've got an entire half belt down here of spoilage because we haven't run out of agricultural science for a while, but that's okay because it'll clear. If it becomes a problem, it'll clear itself out, and if it doesn't become a problem, it won't, and therefore it isn't a problem. So that's fine. Oh, we finished the research productivity 21. So now we've got the low density structure productivity kicking back in again. And so we're going up from the 3.8 thousand that we can manage. This is now going from 120 second per tick research to a 60 second per tick research. So we can double from the 3.8 thousand up to about 7,000 or something like that, 8,000 maybe. So it'd be a little bit faster. That's quite nice, Molo. I've got a thing like that up here. This is a system that doesn't work, but in theory, when it does work, which is never because the carriage keeps clogging up over here. This is a setting the recipes on the machines based on what is required. So at the moment, apparently we have a shortage of laser turrets. If I look on here, I can see it is just laser turrets we're short of at the moment. So it is making laser turrets. If we're short of other things, well, this is the shopping list of things that the abomination is trying to make. The problem I'm having is that it keeps overflowing it keeps not unloading all of the things that it should do into this purple chest, and therefore eventually this clogs up, like it has done now. So we've got enough laser turrets now, so it stopped. So the signal has stopped coming over here, telling it to unload them. But there's still some in here, so those are never going to get taken away until we need more laser turrets. Not that one. And so that's a problem. Other than that, it works pretty well. The only other problem is if you try and make something complicated, something that requires an enormous quantity of ingredients, like a nuclear reactor, then when it finishes production, it dumps so much concrete and copper back into the wagon that the wagon fills up. So, yeah, it's problematic. Ideally, this would be a red warehouse that has an arbitrarily large inventory, and so I'd be able to have all of the stuff in here would be stored in that warehouse. The bots would grab from it, and as the amount of stuff went in, it went down. The machines around the edge of it would make more. But I don't have warehouses because I'm playing vanilla, so this is what I've got. It kind of works, but it also kind of doesn't. And I spent quite a lot of time messing around with it on and off stream, and it's just awful. Combinator-based blacklist. Ooh, that's a thought. That's a good point. Yeah, because if I took the contents... Yeah, if I took the contents of this and then subtracted a bajillion from all of the things that are fed in along here. Oh, but then I'd also need to have the intermediate products like iron sticks and pipes and cogs, because those are supposed to stay in here. So making pipes in here, making cogs in here and sticks in here, yes, that's expected. So it's not just the things being fed in, it's all of the intermediate products as well. And I'd have to not need any of the intermediate products, but then I could feed those in separately from here, so it would take some of them out. Yes! That's an excellent idea. That makes a lot of sense. I could do something like that. Okay, you've given me an excellent idea now, Regular. Thank you very much. I shall do that, but not right now. There isn't really room on the edge of my cargo pod to do that. I see what you mean about the theory there. Oh, and also you can't put stuff back into it with inserters, so no, just straight up wouldn't work with the cargo hub. Yeah, no, that wouldn't work. But over here, yes, if I put in a combinator, I've already got this, in fact. Yes, you. This is all of the things that get fed in from here, I think. And perhaps a few more besides. So if I then also add in other intermediates, like iron gears, iron sticks, copper cables, pipes, and then I go off and have a look to try and make sure I haven't missed anything. But, you know, that's a start. That's 100 million, not 10 million, but it doesn't matter as long as it's a silly big negative number. That's only 1 million, but again, doesn't matter. Apart from anyone who's going to have OCD problems. Right, there we go. So that's those. Now, if I open up this, can I put that over there and then open this? Yes, I can. Excellent. So, making an electric furnace requires. Okay, those are all normal things that will be included in the list. Signals, I believe those only require iron sticks as an intermediate. Yep. Repair packs, green. Yep, that's fine. Offshore pumps, I have no idea what an offshore pump requires. I don't think it's particularly complicated. Yep, but those two I've thought of. Boilers. Yep, that's fine. Steam engines. I need to add in stone furnaces. So you also need to have stone furnace, that one. Mine's a bajillion. Oh, okay, I'll have to give that a shot. 10 fails at rampant, oh dear. Yeah, I'll pass on that thing. Where was I? Yeah, so in here, what else have we got? So, those are just circuits. Those are cogs and things, circuits and wires, asteroid collectors. I didn't know that doesn't have any intermediates. Nor does that. I don't remember about some centrifuges. Centrifuge. Nope, nothing other than gears. None of the spaceship stuff is all quite simple. We've got nothing complicated there. Electric engine units. I'm bringing those in. That's fine. And therefore, I've already got them included in my included in the exclusions. Yep. Not making these here anyway. Solar panels. It's fairly straightforward. Accumulated. Yep, they're fine. The heat exchangers. Those are a little bit complicated, but I think they're Oh no, they're not. There's something that requires. Maybe it's heating towers that requires the other things. How did you fail K2SE, Clown? And did you get overrun by biters, or did you just go, this is a horrible tangle, I hate it, I'm going to start again? Because failing is difficult, but technically not quite impossible. Okay, so that is now all of the things that might be put into here. In fact, we'll never get these. They'll get fed into there, but that's okay. Are we getting stone up this way? No, so we can't. This requires some manual intervention. Fine, but if I go to here, what cables have I got coming off here? I must have one, surely. Oh no, it's coming off the train. Coming off the station rather. So if I do a green cable from here to here, which of course doesn't reach. So if I move that from there to there, I do a green cable from there to there and to there. I think that might work. Let's try making a few extra. Let's try making another 10 solar panels, because that seems to be a thing I get through a decent number of. Right. Okay, so we're building solar panels. Solar panels are unloaded into here. Now, they're being requested to be removed at the moment because there's a signal coming across from here. So eventually, though, that'll get up to 210, and we'll still probably get at least one more be put into here. And hopefully, that's going to have fixed it. Yeah, because you see, these machines are still running, but that's been cleared. But they're still removing them. Excellent. Wow, that's brilliant. Thank you very much, Regular. Thank you for spawning that idea in my fragile little mind. That has fixed the problem that I've been cursing for ages with this system. That's brilliant. Thank you very much. Yeah, is the burner phase in K2SE any longer than in vanilla? I don't remember. The thing is, you see, when we played K2SE, I spent the first hour or so of the first stream talking through the mod list, because it wasn't just K2SE we had quite a lot of other ones as well. So it took me a while to run through them all. And by the time I finished running through the mod list, the other 3 players had finished the burner phase. So my impression of the burner phase of K2SE is completely confused. It just sort of happened, and I just sort of wandered off at the time, and I was distracted talking to chat for quite a while, discussing all the various different mods we were playing with, and the other 3 had finished it. So I suppose, yes, you do have the rocks falling and everybody dying. Your first coronal mass ejection doesn't happen for about 20 hours, though, so yes, it's a horrible shock when it happens, but you should already have enough of a factory set up by then that it's only slightly horrifying when it does. I did have my first space exploration run, actually, the one where I played on my own. I did take a coronal mass ejection to my green circuit factory, because I've moved my green circuits off bus into their own little town, and then a coronal mass ejection ripped through a load of boxes full of green circuits. That was quite upsetting, because that was kind of expensive. Yeah, what you consider and I have to admit, I did go back to an autosave after I got seriously glebed in this run. I made some tactical mistakes, and the pentapods just managed they managed to get my good armor, which meant I was essentially I wasn't combat capable anymore, because I had my weapons, my high quality power armor 2, and I was just running around in my pajamas at that point. So and also then I think a load of stompers wandered into the base. So I learnt my lesson from that, and then when I went round again, I actually built defences properly, and things went okay the second time round. So live and learn. But it was a bit of a shock when that happened. There are various mods, because a lot of people would agree that the burner phase is unnecessarily long. There are a number of mods that will help speed it up for you, and make it a little bit less painful. Clearly, you haven't used one of those, but I believe that things like the these are all high quality. Things like the early game bots and stuff like that. There's various things you can use that will make things a little bit less painful. Oh, there was one chemical plant apparently. Okay, but at least we'll get some more up now. How did I not notice those when I was looking through here to see what I was still waiting for? So we're still waiting. The modules I'm going to have to deal with afterwards, I think. So yeah, still waiting for power things. Got all the beacons up now. Got those. Still waiting for cryoplants. Is the edge picking up some cryoplants? No, it's not. Let's pick up some cryoplants as well. I'd need like 10 of those, please. What is a rocket of those? A rocket is 5. Okay, so we'll have 2 rockets of them. This ship is going to be sitting over Aquilo for a long time waiting for all this stuff, but never mind. Yes, it was quite nice not having to do the burner phase. But then there's the interesting thing about playing with a number of other people was interesting, especially as we split the work along a number of lines. So we had Mark doing the biological science, I was doing the astro science, and then the Naquium science. Tristan was doing the electromagnetic science, and then the advanced sciences, and Mike was doing the material science, or whatever it's called. So yeah, we were all doing different areas, and that meant that on the one hand, it meant we made faster progress. So things happened more quickly because we had 4 of us working on everything. So that was great. But on the flip side, it meant each one of us missed out on a lot of stuff. So you didn't see quite as much of what was going on. And Mark's spaceships were generally a bit of a mystery to me, at least until I made a tutorial video talking about how they worked, because that forced me to actually learn all the details of how the systems worked. So once I did that, I was then I had a bit of a better idea how they worked. So I was able to then program them, use them a little bit more effectively. But until then, it was definitely a struggle. So yeah, on the one hand, we made faster progress. Things happened more quickly. We had Tristan to do the trains. We had Mark to do the spaceship, so I didn't have to worry too much about those complicated things. And if I had problems in those areas, I could always ask for help. But on the other hand, I missed out on quite a lot of the stuff. But then on the third hand, the nice thing about that was that I was able to. I could do some more laser guns along here. The nice thing about that was that I was also making the catch-up videos. So I don't know if you've all those of you who've been around on the channel for more than a year or so, or more than 6 months, I guess, will remember the Space Exploration K2 catch-up videos that I was making, where I would talk about the progress that had been made in the last video, and so that in the last stream, sorry. So that meant I then went back and had a look through all of the look at everything else that everyone else had been doing, and everyone left notes for me so that I could, in theory, so that I could find things. Half the time I would look at the wrong, particularly with Mike for some reason. He tends to, I guess he hid stuff, or maybe built in a way that was counterintuitive to me, or something like that. I don't know, but I kept missing things that he'd done, and then he'd leave snarky notes on the map and stuff like that because he's Mike. But yeah, it was quite nice because we saw various things that I did end up seeing all the things that other people have been up to. So that worked quite well, I think. Yes, Zaphod plays, yes, because we had 3 hands exactly. Alright, this is getting there. Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed it, No God. Yeah, it was interesting because we all, yeah, as you say. In fact, yes, all of our initial factories on the planets would be different, but then, what's happened? Oh no, down, what? It got hit sort of down here somewhere. Okay, maybe that was one of the large rocks coming in like this, and it was a medium actually, not a large, but. Something hit the ship down here, and I'm not really quite sure how. So this is sort of what we were talking about earlier with the railgun shooting the big rocks over at the side like this. You end up with stuff drifting inwards like this, and then having to be so that some of these are drifting inwards more than they would have done if I hadn't been shooting the big rocks. However, it sort of helps protect stuff down here, kind of. So. Yeah, there are spare parts on the ship, so it recovers to an extent, but only to an extent. Let's put some more laser turrets in along here, and same on the other side, because if it hit one side, it can presumably hit the other side in exactly the same way. And find, do I have enough? Oh, I do have enough laser turrets. Excellent. So yeah, these will certainly help, but yeah, actually that's. I'm glad I put them in now because there are some quite big rocks drifting in from the side over here. Maybe I need to just have solid laser turrets anywhere where there's a gap up the side of this ship just to provide that extra protection from. It seems to be the mediums coming in, and the lasers are capable of dealing with those, as we'll see in a moment with that one probably. Yeah, there we go. One's hit it. Two. So the mediums can destroy them without too much difficulty, but I do need to have the extra lasers along the sides for that to work. The rocket launchers will happily deal with. Are there any rocket? Yeah, there's rocket turrets down here. So any larges will be taken out by those, and any huges should just be drifting pretty much straight, and therefore shouldn't be a worry. Emphasis on shouldn't. But yeah, this is. You see there, they've got 3 of them heading inwards towards the ship, and that's not good. I suppose if they get any closer, are there any bullet? Yeah, there's the odd bullet turret down here, but apparently that didn't have time to destroy it, and there weren't enough laser turrets. Yeah. Yeah, you're right, Nogar, but I haven't made it any longer since. Look, these ones are coming in a really long way up the ship. They're not coming in down the bottom. They're coming in halfway up. So I think it's because I've started shooting out this way with the railguns, and so there's ones like those rocks are being shattered now. And so these are heading inwards enough. If they get popped by a rocket turret now, which they will do like that, there we go. Now we've got some mediums coming in pretty quickly. So I think it's because I added those railgun turrets in. Now there's a lot of rocks coming in from the side, which is potentially an issue. And so I think, but however, putting in the extra laser turrets does seem to have been enough to deal with them. I will put in more as much as I can though, because the more the merrier, basically. The more the better. The more turrets, the better are the defences. Oh, and there's a hole there. No hole, please. Yeah, you can never have too many guns on one of these, I think. Right, that's that side. And now over here, yeah, we're going to stick another one in there, and there, and there. And there. I'm probably going to run out of laser turrets at some point, but... Oh, and run out of flooring. There we go. Yes, I have run out of laser turrets, but we'll pick up another stack of them when we get back to Norvis, and that'll be that'll keep the ship safer. Also, probably a supply of other spare parts would be a good idea. So let's make sure the ship always has. We'll go with blue belts because I can get them from anywhere, and blue undergrounds. This means I don't have to go to Vulcanus to get these, and a stack of laser turrets. And a stack of gun turrets. And a stack of... and then spaceship parts as well. So we need some asteroid collectors. The crushers don't tend to get damaged because they're tucked further in. So that's probably going to be enough. Exactly. Laser turrets are really cheap. I haven't got tons of power, actually. Power is the limiting factor on this ship. You'll see that I am... nearly always over 3/4 power, and when we're out here in the depths of space itself, it's pushing up. Oh, there we go. We had a shortage of power then. We are literally right up against the maximum amount of power available, which is why I spent some time a moment ago, earlier in the stream, downgrading these to or swapping these. These were previously Speed Module 3s. I've swapped the Speed Module 3s for Speed Module 2 Legendaries because that gets me more speed, about the same speed, slightly more than the vanilla ones, slightly less than the higher quality ones, but with less power consumption. So, but yes, whacking the lasers down the sides is definitely worthwhile. So you make a good point. Making better laser turrets is probably a good idea. Higher quality laser turrets is probably a good idea as well. I don't know why I'm looking in here because it's just going to be a longer range. But I'm looking at the ingredients mostly. Steel, batteries, and circuits. You know what? I reckon over on Fulgora, we've probably got all of those things at some reasonable level of quality, because batteries are just pour out of here, and yeah, we've got some legendary batteries. If I pull those out from this box, and maybe those the epics as well, we've got some legendary batteries up there as well. So yes, what was it again for a laser turret? Batteries and green circuits. Yeah, and steel. Yeah, I could do that. I could make some legendary lasers and scatter them through the ship. That's probably quite a good idea, yeah. Yeah, more power would be useful, but then no, legendary lasers would actually use more power because they'd be longer range, therefore they'd shoot more things. That's awkward. Have we run out of yellow science again? Bet we have. Because we're still not producing the pink fast enough to satisfy the nurse. Even though we're not using it. Oh, actually, no, we've got a yellow shortage. Okay. That's not what I expect to see. Wait, what? No, nurse is still over at Norvis. Maybe it's not that one that we've run out of then. I was maligning it. And we're actually short of... Place your bets. Red, green, blue. Goodness sake. Okay. So what's the Coke up to? The Coke is on its way with some suitable supplies. Okay. Why is Kirk bringing some more blues over? No. Why is Kirk? What was Gleba? What are you glebing about? Oh, we've used them all up. Oh dear. Okay. Is there a supply shortage? Yes. Red circuit. Well, it's only a slight supply shortage. Red circuits and sulfur are a little bit low, but only a little bit low. No. Iron is very low. That's going to be a bioflux problem. I know it. I can feel it in my ions. Yes, there is no bioflux coming through here because I've reduced it too much and it's all getting turned into rocket fuel. Okay. So I need to... Are you guys all running? No, you guys aren't all running. Let's come in here. So I need to increase that number. Let's put that up to 200. And there we go. We've got more machines running now. Let's see if that's better. True, throwing some quality modules. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I'm not actually making any at the moment. But yeah, putting quality modules... Wow, that's a lot of space for modules. I don't have any quality modules. I don't have any modules on this planet, of course. I don't think. I don't have quality modules, rather. No, I don't. But I could send some over there. So yeah, when... Alright. This won't do for this particular churn. But when the edge gets its on its way back now, because it's filled up and it's nearly there. When it gets to Aquilo... No, when it gets to Fulgora, because we are sending it to Fulgora. I thought I heard a destructive noise. When it gets to Fulgora and stops there, we'll ship up some good product quality modules, and then we can do some massive upgrades from there. Yes. Train of thought. Right, yes, back to Fulgora. I kind of need to be there to do the lasers, I think. What was it we needed for laser turrets? It was batteries, wasn't it? Yeah, the batteries. So I kind of need to be there to bring the batteries from up here to down here. Or I'd make them up here and try and put them into... Are you an auto rocket? You're an auto rocket. If I could make an entire stack of them, then that would work. Or I could just chuck them in semi-manually into one of these. I think I'll probably head back over to Fulgora, because that tends to be where I'm doing most of the stuff. Oh, I've just had a thought. I'm going to run out of uranium on Norvis at some point, because this patch is exhausted, as you can see. We've been stealing it from over here for a while. I'm not quite sure how I've been stealing it from over here, but I have been. There seems to be quite a lot left, actually. But eventually it's going to run out. And so... It's time to... Yeah, I need to claim this uranium patch over here, which means I need to build a wall out over here, and oh, and I can claim this patch as well, which would be mildly nice. Okay, so that might... I don't really want to do this remotely. Although, actually, all of these biters should be dead. So let's try. My worry... Actually, you know what I could do? I could... Well, where's the artillery train going? Where is it? It's moving. I can't see it. It's in the middle of this circle. It's around... Oh, there it is. That must be it. Yes. So where are you going? Oh, you're going to there. Okay. That works for me. Let's do a bit of shelling. When it pulls into the station... Are you doing any auto shelling? You're not. Okay, let's tell you to wait. Manuel. Right. And do some shooty time. So I'm going to build down here, which means I'd like to remove these guys and these guys and these guys. Let's do a little bit of scouting with the artillery first. Because actually they should be being... Oh no, they wouldn't be being shot. They'd be... Yeah, they're well out of range. But we'll find out about some areas out here and see if there's anything else that needs to be shot in this sort of area. And in fact, I can probably keep the artillery kind of out here. I reckon those are just some random rogue biters that I don't really care about too much. We can always deal with them later. Oh, and we still don't have enough artillery damage to one-shot these guys. That sucks. That's going to use a lot of ammunition. Please hold while I commit genocide. That looks like some more nests there. Basically, I just want to push the front line back a bit so that I can... I don't think that's a nest. So that I can then just go in and build and get the building done before any biter issues happen. That's the hope, anyway. So if I do this sort of thing... oh, there's one there as well that is new. And also, firing out all these artillery shells is a great way to explore the area and find where the biters have been doing little bits of expansion, because they're naughty little so-and-sos. Did I get this one? I don't think so. Right. Just a little bit of genocide as a treat, as they say. Yeah, they've been expanding quite a bit while I've been not paying very much attention to this planet. So let's do something about that. And we're going to get a load of attacks on the wall over here, but that's fine. That's why I have defences, or possibly against the wall up here, depending on how they path. But that's fine, as I say. That's why that's what the defences are for. And if it moves them out of this area, then that's actually quite a good thing. So let's get the rail blueprint out. Straight rail. I just want to go from here. Oh, okay. Right. Bim, 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 deep, bim, 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 deep, bim. Where do I want to go to? Down here somewhere. Okay, so I need to put in the roundabout now. Problem is, I'm not quite sure where I got to with that bimming. Let's put it there. So it's directly above the copper. Oh. Directly above the copper, probably not the best place. Let's let that build and then go in and think about it a little bit. Just get a legendary fusion reactor. Yeah, that sounds like fun. And yes, no catastrophic failures for some time. It's gone. It's gone. We won't complain too much. Right, and here comes a fleet of bots to set stuff up. Why is there logistics bots in there? What are they doing? Oh, they're probably supplying some of these chairs. No, I don't know why there are logistics bots on there coming out. But never mind. We'll worry about that another time. So, right, what's the... Yes, okay, the Over the Edge is on its way over to Aquilo now, so that's going quite well. I've cleared the biters back a bit. There seems to be some nests here still, or some spawners here still. And these are right where I don't want them to be. Let's lob some more artillery in there. If there's any worms, we can deal with them later when we trundle the artillery train over to the new wall outposty thing that I'm going to put in over here. So as a starting point, we can put in basically this. I've got lightning turrets in my front lines now as well. That's awesome. So we'll put this in here. And then carry on building down. But I can't see what I've done now because it's in the fog of war. But that means I can bring now my rails. I want to bring blueprinted rails into about here, I think. Which means I then want to put the roundabout. Yes, here, and therefore straight rail. So roundabout was there, I think. Yeah, roundabout was there. So straight rail then comes across here like that. Right. Okay. So that should get all of that built up, and maybe even the first little bit of the outpost thing. Right. Yeah, Gleba. How is Gleba's catastrophe level currently? Looks quite good. Okay, so we've got some bioflux getting through here, and we're turning it all into plastic. So still actually not enough bioflux, although now it's flowing past here. Some of it's getting turned into nutrients, and some of it is coming down here to be turned into iron, but not remotely enough, as you can see. Okay, so let's nudge the numbers up a little bit further. If in doubt, have a bit more. 220 perhaps. So now we get an extra machine or two kicks in. We'll produce a bit more bioflux. And then we'll come back and have another look at it later. This is going to be causing big problems for the blue science production down here, because there is a shortage of iron coming in to be made into pipes. There's a shortage of gears coming in, but actually the gears not so much of a problem because they're being made up top. There's also a shortage of... Oh no, the red circuits are okay, but there's a shortage of sulfur now, because sulfur is also presumably being starved of where sulfur is here. Sulfur is also being starved of bioflux. So we don't have any coming in there. So we need quite a lot more than we have at the moment. The problem is though, I think we had enough blue science previously, and so it meant we oh dear, Regular has clipped something for me. I'll have to have a look at what that is later. Yeah, so previously when it's it depends entirely on how much science is being, how hard the blue science is working, because we'd filled the chests up over here, and so we didn't need the massive quantities of resources, and so we just had tons and tons of spare. The bioflux clogging up the belts, and this is why it all needs to be moved off to somewhere else so it can be turned on and off. And yeah, I should do that, but I don't want to rebuild the whole thing to that sort of extent. We're still short. It's still all getting turned into rocket fuel. And I could turn that into 220k for a minute or two, and then everything will run. We can get a big. Let's get a big push of bioflux pushed out, and then come back and drop the number down a bit and see how things go. Out over the edge is still not there. Street is fine. God, it's not been touched. But yeah, things seem to be mostly. They seem to be mostly. I don't know what they seem to be mostly. I'm not sure what they're mostly what, but they are definitely mostly. Right, there we go. We've got some iron being made now. There's bits of iron ore coming out. There's bits of bio goo coming around as well. We're unloading enormous amounts of spoilage from this machine here, which is lovely. It can then drift all the way around the belt, but never mind. It'll get removed at the end. That's okay. And the iron ore is pouring out at the iron ore is being produced again, at least, which is a good start. Still haven't got any bioflux past here, of course, but you know it's there's some progress has been made. We seem to have an enormous amount of Yumako mash suddenly. I guess because we stopped using plastic, which is what that was being stockpiled for. Yeah, I'd say this isn't a catastrophic failure. It is merely a slightly unfortunate failure. A catastrophic failure is where you lose power or where you lose the fruit flow, basically. That's when it's catastrophic. And you have to go in and then spend ages trying to remove enormous amounts of spoilage from the whole system, because everything is just ground to a halt. Oh, there goes some blue science. Lovely. So we will get some over to Norvis. It's just... yeah, it's doing that, and blue science is currently the limiting factor, which is ridiculous because I've got plenty of supply of it. In fact, how has the blue science production looked recently? So we're making 330 per minute, which is not enough, probably. That's only over the last mumble. So it peaks at 500 per minute by the looks of it. And that is also not enough because we seem to be using it up at about 1,000 per minute when all the science is working. But all the science is never actually working. So 500 is probably a reasonable amount to be producing. I don't know. It's hard to say. Ah, there we go. The bioflux has now made it down to the sulfur production. Just so things are going a little bit better. I was going to say we've run out of jelly nuts, but now some more of that has been found, so that's kind of working. We're pulling some of that through, so we can now start doing whatever it is we do with jelly nut over here. I have no idea. Oh, it's making rocket fuel. That's kind of important, although we no, we don't have a nice backlog along here. Oh, good. If we could produce some more of that sharpish, that'd be nice, because rocket fuel is kind of important for keeping the factory powered. So yeah, you guys get a move on. That'd be lovely. They're doing pretty well, I say. They're certainly inhaling virtually all the jelly that's coming through. So you know, I guess we'll take it. They're running flat out. Okie dokie. Right, let's go back over to the edge now. Oh, it's left a Quillo. So it picked up all of the. Yes, it's now got plenty of that stuff. It's got some extra fuel, so we can drop that on Norvis as well. We haven't got the railguns, but that's okay. We're going to send the railguns up separate. Oh, and the cryo plant. That's also very, very useful. Good. So I think this is working. This is working nicely. This is working as I would expect. When it gets to Fulgora, I can go. What else was I going to send up? I have completely forgotten, and which will be lovely. What else was I going to send up when I got to Fulgora? Oh yes, the quality modules for the new ship. No, the quality modules for a Quillo, not for the new ship. I notice it's now down to 2 rockets to smash one of these rocks. So that's been a big saving. That's probably knocked about a third off my rocket budget. Maybe slightly less than a third, but it's still pretty good. And having the railguns helping with the big rocks as well, like that, also quite nice, because railgun ammunition... Actually, railgun ammunition, I think I decided, is slightly more expensive. It takes 2 explosives, 5 steel, and 10 copper cable. Whereas these take 2 explosives and 2 iron. 2 explosives and 2 iron. So they're cheaper in metals, but they're more expensive in explosives. The railgun ammunition is more expensive in metal, but cheaper in explosives. So, yeah, who knows? Hard to say. Oh, and when it gets to Fulgora, yes, we can also see if we've got a few more legendary assembly machines made, and we have. We've got 10 of them. Good. Which is all I'm making. All right, let's make 20 of them. Because I think more is better at this point. Although we're struggling with these modules because we don't have any... I've used up all the green circuits. Jeez. Okay. Wow. I had 2,200 of those at the beginning of this episode. I guess they're being used over here as well, but still. Wow. That's pricey. Okay, so you... Oh, you filled up with some already, so that's good. Let's get rid of that. And say I would also like to have... yes, quality modules. So what was I going to get? As a Quillo, I'm going to have three machines here. Let's do all 3 of these, because these are all end products. There's no point in not putting quality modules in those. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 24 quality modules I need. So if we go back over to Fulgora and say, well, what have we got in here? We've got, can I get 24 tier 4s? No, but ooh, a tier 5 quality module, nice. Right, so let's see what we can get. So we'll say quality module tier 4, do your best. And in order to help that, I'm going to nick these because yes, it's great having the best quality modules we've got in these machines. But why are you not a red chest? But I think it's more valuable to ship them out occasionally. 17, okay. Oop, there's a rocket going. That's fine. So we've got 6 of those. Are there any more on the what? Oh, it's too heavy. The rocket's full. Do I need 22 assembly machines? Probably. Where is the edge? The edge has arrived. Deliver cargo to the edge. And then we'll ask for some more of these. So we've got 6 already. I said 24, so another 18. I'm not going to get 18 of these. But we'll see what we do get. And then we'll bring up some tier 3 quality modules as well. I've got 6, so that's 12 more. Need 12 more now. Clear that out then. Okay, that's enough. Right, so we'll deliver that as well. Is there anything else exciting down here? We've not got any more assembly machines made yet. No, I don't think there's anything else. Oh, hang on. I wanted to grab a Matron, didn't I? Yes, so we'll bring that up as well. The legendary grab a Matron. That's a space thing, so we want to grab a legendary one, please. Hopefully that'll fit in the rocket as well. There we go, that's the one, and then we'll deliver that to the edge as well. Then I can go back up to the edge and start doing some upgrades up here. Oh, hello, Hofnix. I'm going to say Hofnix, and you'll have to tell me if I horribly butchered your name in some way that makes it into some sort of horrendous insult in your while I do some upgrades here. Right. So yeah, welcome. And hello Bert, hello, and everyone else who's come in with Hofnix. Great to have you all here. That's, I think, one of the biggest raids I've had recently. So yeah, great to have you all here. Welcome. I'm currently playing with the quality system in Factorio, as you do, because I've been starting to produce large quantities of. I've run out. I've been starting to produce at least some quantities of legendary machinery, so I'm able to start doing things over here. Am I using enough? Is that a combinator? It's got math symbols around it, so I'm guessing it probably is. I think I'm probably using enough combinators. There's a lot of them going around, so I'm cautiously optimistic. Oh no, I've got two more. What? Why then did we not upgrade the other two up here? That one and that one. Okay, there we go. So now we've got that shipped up here. We've also got all the bits for the other ship and to be taken out, and the modules to be taken out to Aquilo. So now let's get rid of the request to wait at Fulgora because I don't need to do that again. I don't need necessarily to come back here again. We'll fly over to Norvis. When we get to Norvis, is Norvis? Yes, Norvis is the next stop. So I'm going to unload the fusion reactors and the collectometrons. Oh, and the cryo plants, and untick that, and also drop. Can I? How do you drop? I still don't know how to drop one stack of fusion power cells. I guess I have Norvis ask for them, which is kind of wrong and gross. Oh dear, artillery time. I thought I'd got all these guys, but nope, they've been doing some expanding. I'm glad I looked. Right, so back over here, then I will have to have you request one stack of. Somebody came up with a cleverer way of doing this, I think, last time, and I can't remember what it was because I have the memory of a goldfish. But anyway, if I request a 50 of those like that, then I can bring those down, and then I can send them up in the rocket to my other ship, and then all will be well. I just need to make sure it only happens once, and then I clear it almost immediately. Oh, is it shift click for one stack? Okay, let's try that. Back to the edge. Right, you shift click for one stack. Oh yeah, you're right. Okay, thank you. I thought I tried that before, but maybe I didn't. Maybe I did. Maybe it's maybe it's just doing what single items that I'm struggling with. Right, that's wiped them out. The biters will come over here to nosy up to the wall here, and we can let the bots get on with the rest of this build in peace and quiet. It's going to take them a long time. I hope they're out of range, these worms. You know what? I'm going to take these worms out as well. I don't know how tough these guys are. You're a behemoth. I'm going to hit you twice. You're big. You can probably deal once. That's probably going to get them all. Yeah, probably. Yeah, they're getting a bit turgid already, so I suspect things. There we go. Just tell them to stop it. Artillery is quite persuasive. There we go. Right, and we'll just let we'll keep an eye on this area probably as I carry on. But the reason I'm doing this is because I need a new uranium mine over here because my previous one's exhausted. Yeah, let's turn that off. Yeah, I had a nice happy uranium mine over here, but it ran out. But if I use big drills over here, then this one will probably last for the rest of the game, I suspect. So I'm expanding my empire a little bit by putting in. There's a wall going to be put in down here. We'll see how it goes as we gradually build over that way. Right. So over the edge has arrived at Norvis. That probably means it's unloaded all the bits and pieces. With any luck, that means that the Promethium is now getting. Yes, there we go. Got lots of yellow highlights on things here, so all of these bits and pieces can now be brought up in theory. Has the Promethium? No, the edge actually dropped the. Did I drop the? Yes, I did. I did drop the cryoplants. Good. I've got eggs on here now as well. Lovely. That as well. Drop that. There we go. That needs to go up to the other ship as well. There's going to be a few little bits and pieces like that legendary grabber that I'm going to have to send up. Manually in a rocket, which is a little bit annoying, but yeah, it's not serious. I can spare the rockets over on Norvis. So, meantime, right over here, there we go. There's my cryo plants. So, bloop and bloop. Oh, come on, only half. Oh, there's the other. There's the rest of them, and bloop. There we go. So that's that built up now. There are a lot of modules in this. Spaceship that are going to have to be downgraded quite significantly because we just don't have the qualities of them that we're looking for. Oh, have you got a request for fuel cells? You have. So that should be active. For now, let's set that to Norvis for a moment so we get a stack of them up. I dropped them down. Please bring them up or I'll be very sad. I might just not have enough rockets, actually. Available on planet 50, yeah, so there just aren't enough rockets available at the moment. That's fine. Everything else... Oh, there we go. Ding, that's now being brought up. Not enough to fill a rocket, fine. They're on their way, so that means I can now switch that back to Aquilo, because that's where these things are made. Lovely. And now I kind of need to go through all the buildings up here and turn the modules into normal, slightly more normal modules. So we'll be using the tier 2 modules like that. So if I copy that, I can now paste this all the way across here. Sneaky downgrade there. So that's all of those. Over here, yep, same things again. So I want tier 2 modules. Bip. It's slightly fiddly downgrading modules, because if you want to upgrade them, you can just control click on a building and it'll swap them out. But it doesn't. The game doesn't expect you to want to downgrade, so it doesn't automatically. It doesn't work if you just go in and click on it. You have to. Oh, those are already set. Okay, fine. Then all these ones down here, these are all tier 3s. You can, however, once you've got to this stage, you can copy a machine and paste it, and that will update the module settings on it. So when there's lots of them, it is easier to do that. And then in here, I can come back in and go, nope, bip. I'm going to be intrigued to find out how well this ship copes, because my previous designs, I've been carefully expanding and improving them, because with the intention of taking them all the way out towards the shattered planet, with that being the objective. But this ship isn't going to go that far. This one is only going to go into as far as deep space. It's far enough to get a bucket load of promethium in the storage system down here, and then bring it all back in again. So it's going to be interesting to find out whether it's capable of doing that. I'm going to have to keep a very close eye on it on its first journey. But with any luck, it'll work reasonably well. Bip. And we should get, hopefully, a load of tier 2 speed modules coming up any minute now. That we'll be able to just load into all of these beacons, and stuff will come. Stuff will then start to work. At least that's the hope. But those are done. So there's a lot of downgrading to do here, but we're nearly there. Right, how's that? I have missed 15 speed modules somewhere, and I've missed 17 productivity modules, and that asteroid collector can come up. Let's see if there's any interesting modules down on Norvis, and we might as well ship them up to here, and because we might want to use them at some point. Oh yeah, upgrade planner. Yeah, good point. I didn't think of that. Would that work on absolutely any module in any? I'd have to set a lot of options in there, because there's a lot of different speed modules scattered through there. So yeah, fingers crossed. All right, let's call it fingers crossed, because that seems much more reasonable. All right, you amused me, so you get the naming rights. That's how it works around here. Yes, you're right, regular. That was it. Tristan suggested setting a maximum on the request, so it would have dropped down the overflow. That would have been good. That would have been a nice way to do it. Yes, I'd forgotten what he suggested. So down here, I'm going to need to manualize a rocket. Right, you're going to get that legendary grabometron, like that. We're also going to have a look to see what speed modules we've got down here. We have 58 uncommon 2s, so we'll take those, and 47 uncommon prod 3s. Okay, so let's try and remember what that was. So it was those and those, bip, and those and those, bip, like that. I think that'll get me some at least, and completely fill it up. There we go. All right, send you up to the where is it? Fingers crossed. That might have been overkill, but it does mean I'll be able to speed the ship up, speed the production of everything up on the ship quite a bit when I need to. And I think that's quite valuable. The productivity, let's not worry about that. I'll replace those with just boring generic ones. I don't think I need better productivity modules. Okay, so you aren't working at all. So you're not. I need to bootstrap it with some solar panels, because at the moment there is nothing. There's no power on the ship at all. So these inserters can't unload the power the fusion cells to put them into the fusion reactor. Oh, there's no coolant either. Oh no. Okay. Forgot about that. Right, we're going to have to do another loop round with the with one of the, with the edge. So this time we don't need any of these things, but we do need 10 barrels of coolant. Damn it. I thought I had it, but no. Those need to be dropped on a Quillo when it gets there, but we can do that when it sets off. Yeah, coolant is a one-time. All of these things are a one-time headache because I need to bring them. I just need to bring them all to this. I need to bring all of those things to this ship before it can function. So, yeah, you're right. It is a one-time headache to pump the coolant in here. Oh, where am I going to put that? Where am I going to put it in? Maybe I'll remove. Yeah, I'll remove this and tuck a machine up under here. So that means I'm going to need to. I've got plenty of storage space. Yes, I have. So I can. I can't remove that one, because that's the linchpin that holds the whole ship together. I can't... I'll have to remove... If I remove that one and put an underground pipe from... That's the output. That won't work. Okay, I'll put in an assembly machine here. Okay, this isn't quite as bad as I was thinking it was going to be, because I can run a pipe like that. And then this can do a barrel emptying like that. That's not as bad as I thought it was going to be honest. I had no idea how I was going to feed that back in, but that is fine. I'm okay with that, and that'll provide the coolant to both of these, and then the whole thing will just start working. And then once that's emptied the 10 barrels, it's good. Right. No, it's not going to be. It's going to come in cold already. So I needed to put it into one of the cold feeds, not into a hot feed. Otherwise, yes, I could have squeezed it into this tank probably. But no, that wouldn't have worked. So you're also going to need, temporarily, so I'll put it up here. You're going to temporarily need, 10 barrels of cold fluoroketone. How are you getting on, Edge? Why are you still here? Oh, you've still got a little bit of promethium left to deal with. I haven't heard of Flashlight. Maybe I should have a look for that. But it's if it involves breaking the laws of physics, then or the laws of topology, then I'm not going to do it. This is as good as it. Well, actually, I could probably make this slightly bigger and get some yellow underground in the middle, and then maybe get some green ones around the edge as well. But to be honest, if I was going to expand this, then I'd just put another copy of this down here and move the engines down a chunk. In fact, maybe I should with the new. Maybe I should do that with the new ship. But fingers crossed, because it hasn't actually done anything useful yet. I could move all of this. I'll just move the engines and the belts down, actually, and extend the pipes. Oh, and run this belt round. Yeah, none of that's too difficult. So if I take all of that and just put it over here for a moment, out of the way, then this belt then isn't there. It'll come up again over here somewhere. Right, and now I can copy that and put it there. I don't know why there's a laser, but we'll sort that out in a moment. Put another one over here as well, probably, and just extend. Or can I get 3 across? I could if I put it vertically. How long do I want this ship to be? How much promethium do I want? Obviously, all of it. The more, the merrier. There's no such thing as too much, I suspect. So I put another brick of it. I need to get 2 pipes through here somehow, somewhere. Let's just go for 2 copies of it for now, with a big gap up the middle for routing belts around. In fact, so I'll put one there. So that's 3 squares lower than the first one I did. So I'll put that bob there, because then I can put one over here as well, and it's sort of symmetrical. And I feel like I want to put something else in the middle. I don't want to waste all this space. I'll waste it for now, and then once I put the piping in, I'll work something else out. So this is the input is down here, so that's fine. We'll move this. We'll move this down then. Take all of that and put it here. Here. What's that middle bit? Oh, that's the carbon for the fuel. Okay, that's fine. So put that there. Remove that and remove that, because then this belt can come through here. Still. Like that. Fine. Then we have this output belt goes under. This output belt goes over to this input belt. Like that. We fill in this gap here because no donuts on my spaceships. And then this output belt comes from here over this way. This tank moves up because it can easily. Then this belt comes through here and is the input to this one. So that's now tripled and a little bit more my Promethium storage. So that's really good. This is what we like. This is what we like. So run that up there. And was there a? What's you? Oh, that's just fuel storage. Okay, fine. Right. So that's tripled the amount of Promethium we can store. So while we're doing this, we'll come up here and we'll say this can now actually be, instead of 5k, can be 15k. The problem with that is it means the ship will now fly 3 times as far into the depths of the unknown, by which I mean just deep space, which is a potential issue. We've got a hole there, yes we have. But never mind. I don't know if I can say never mind to things like that. It's probably going to be an absolute crisis, but we'll worry about it later. And then this can come down to here, and then I can put this back on the bottom. It should just snap into place like this. Or like this, actually. I've left a bit more of a gap, but whatever. So put that there. We don't need an underground there anymore. We can do that. We can do that. And then I'll need to fill in the gap through the middle of here. Like this. There's a bit of space on the ship, but I don't know if that's... I don't see that as a serious problem. Yes, it'll start heading back. Yes, that is half full. 15,000 is half full. We can fit 30,000. Well, we can fit 10,000 into this one, so we can fit 30,000 and some change into the rest of it. So yes, that number is half full, but it's still going to go 3 times because it's got 3 times the capacity for storage. It's going to go 3 times as far out into the depths of the unknown as the previous gen ship did, which means it could potentially have some struggles. But we'll see how it gets on. That inserter then needs to be down here because that gets rid of the excess Promethium when we have too much of it. We've got a little bit of building left to do down here, but now we're mostly done. And yeah, there's going to be a lot more capacity for a lot more Promethium on here, and very little else needs to be done. So the edge is still outbound. That's good. You know what I should have done actually? No, go back to Aquilo, and when you get there, drop all those quality modules you just picked up. Then we'll head back out to the Shattered Planet. Oh, I need to change that number as well. On the other ship, of course. So we'll head back over to Aquilo. We'll drop these modules off. Then there's a chance we can make some fancy stuff by the time it gets back again. How far is it? Okay, we're nearly there. 3, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Arrived. Drop the modules. Okay, go to the Shattered Planet. Oh, it's waiting for the processors to come up. That's fine. You get the processors now instead of later. I don't care. So back to the fingers crossed. So that instruction there, the 3.5 there needs to be tripled as well. So that's 9, 10, that's 10.5. So it is going to fly out a lot further before things go well. Before it's allowed to turn round rather. So, but okay, we'll see how it gets on, and that's why it's called the fingers crossed after all. Right, so back to Aquilo now. So let's put our best quality modules in the railgun production, because why not? And I think they were tier 4s, weren't they? Okay, we've got a lot of these. Right, there we go. That seems to be the limit. So now we're dropping down to tier 3. Bum, 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 bum. And then over here, bum, 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 bum. Actually, that should be the other way around. This one, I'm going to need more of the plants than the. I'm going to need more. No, I'm going to need more of the generators than the reactors. So let's have more quality modules in this one. Get that one maximised at the loss of that one, and then over here, well, we're going to have to turn that up to 30, I guess. Just start building and hope for the best. And ditto over here, so 10. Let's make 100, and just put some strain on this planet. See how many we can make. I could expand the casino. I don't have the quality modules for that really, so I'm just going to build what I can from this. And 200, why not? Let's just make 10 times the number of everything. What could possibly go wrong? Well, we could rip through all of our superconductors very, very quickly. That's what could go wrong. But at least that means the Snowball 2 is on its way out presumably with some more superconductors? Yes. So they'll arrive fairly soon and we'll be able to start using them. But, oh, there we go. We've made a higher quality fusion generator already. Lovely. That's the sort of responsiveness I like to see. And then then we've ripped through all of the circuits. So who knows? And a reactor as well. A tier 3 reactor as well, even better. Nice. So that's not going to be that tier 3 reactor isn't going to be any use without without the rest of the stuff. But still, so that has a consumption of 4 per second. This one's 6.4, so it's 50% faster. That means I can't replace both reactors with it on a ship. But I could put one of them in, and then any number of these slightly better generators. So it's slightly better. Extra space on the ship can be used for extra cabins, another pool, 3 duty-free shops, and a buffet. Yeah, that all sounds like good stuff for the ship. Yes. Yeah, so down here, these are the cheap cabins right at the back because you feel a bit more rocking down there and there's a steady thrum of the engines. However, they're not as cheap as the ones right at the front because that's where the rocks arrive. I guess there's more cabin space for more Promethium. In fact, you know what? Let's have a quick bit of... Oh, that's too long. This, as we go along here. Boom, boom. And then... Oh, wait, that's too long. No, so take that one out. Take that one out. Actually, no. Yeah. Yes, go further down. So get rid of this belt. So start again. Oops. Ah. That and that. There. Right. So that goes and comes up there. That goes down there. Comes up there. We then have that in. Across the bottom. Up. And then like that. And then I use the magic of copy paste to go bim, bim, bim. And I can't do that because that comes out at the wrong end, so I'll get rid of those two. And that one. And then rotate that to point in there. But that's still a big improvement. Also, that's a lot of wasted space as well. How am I going to get through this? Right, let's bring that this way and up here and across there. And then you can go under like that. That's not going to work either because I'm going to need to bring it back down to there. So let's bring that back up again there. Under, over. This isn't quite as neatly designed as the previous one, but oh well. Now I'll switch over to red because it's cheap. I don't know why, actually. It's cheaper, but I don't think that matters. I think I built the previous one sort of in reverse as far as this is concerned. So from the inside out rather than from the outside in, which means we get all these inefficiencies. But still, well, I'll try and use up as much space as I can. Okay, there's going to be one... Oh, no, there isn't. There's going to be one awkward space in the middle there, which I don't really like. But... there we go. Oh, no, it doesn't fit. Oh, what? How did I screw that up? How am I going to fix this? I guess pull that in by one like that, and then turn that one into a green underground. This is a bit of a dirty fix, but it will work. And then move that down an extra one like that. That kind of upsets me, actually. I forgot to put in the extra one going in there. That I forgot that I was going to need to feed it back in there and screw this up like that. But oh well, we'll have to. But it's more space, and I don't know how much promethium we're going to be able to store in this now because I've added some extra in. I suppose actually, if these are, this is. Oh, I don't know. This is slightly more efficient. So even if this is 2.5 each, that isn't necessarily another 2.5. That might only be 1.5. But still, oh well. It's some extra storage space. We can see what numbers we've got once the ship's out there. And speaking of what, I can remove this bit from over here now. We don't need that anymore. Speaking of once the ship's out there, the edge is, it's still on its way out towards the edge of the solar system. So it's going to be a little while until that gets there. So it's a good thing I put in a second ship doing this sort of shenaniganery. In the meantime, let's have a look along here and go, you guys can just be normal modules. That'd be much better, wouldn't it? Yes, it would. Bip, bip, bip. Bip, bip, bip. This is probably where all of those extra modules that I was seeing have come from. All right, how are we doing now? Let's go somewhere and back to Norvis. And okay, we're still missing a load of modules. There's still lots of speed modules scattered around. Some legendary gun turrets, which I think I'm probably going to downgrade to normal like that and that and that. I didn't realise I had so many legendary turrets on the other ship, actually. There we go. And there's clearly some missing... If I zoom out, can I see them? No. Clearly still some... Oh, there's some speed modules down here. Let's drop you guys down to tier 2. Like that. And like that. I still don't have enough of these either, but those are at least being made on the ground, so they should eventually... Eventually we'll have a rocket's worth of them. They'll come up and they'll sort that out. A couple more here. Oh no, you're already correct. So now we just look at the requests. Okay, there's still some more high tier modules. Like there's some. So grab one of those. No, just be normal, please. Oh, and up here. Bip, 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 bip. Hopefully we'll still get enough metal out from all of these, but we shall see. Right, so there we go. Nearly. All right. Well, we'll let the ship come. The next rocket come up, and then have a look for the gaps. Then, light meter at the bottom of the ship displays. Yeah, I could too. I could. Also, more guns and grabbers at the bottom here would probably be a good idea as well. So let's take a copy of that. Put it in. Oh wait, there's funny business going on down here. That's probably far enough down to protect the ship, I think. Put that there, and this one can be much further down though. Give slightly better protection. I can go down there. It's asymmetrical, but actually the sides of the ship aren't very symmetrical anyway, so I'm kind of okay with that. Kind of. Okay, so that's all of that sorted. Let's go back and have a look at Gleba, because I said make all of the bioflux in the world, and it has not. And he's trying to make bioflux. Virtually all the machines are running. Oh, there's a sort of jelly coming through. Okay. It's doing fairly well at making the bioflux, but it's all presumably just getting turned into science packs. Then down here, still some of it... Yeah, there's still not very much bioflux coming through. This is a an endless problem. I'm not sure what to do here. Maybe the answer is put in... Actually, I know what the answer is. The answer is to put in some more bioflux production. Uh-oh. Oh, it's Norvis. Oh, it's over here. Fine. Stop it. Nobody likes you. It's not big, it's not clever. Stop damaging things. Hang on, how come these... I don't know where this spit's coming from. It must be these ones down here. Yeah, that guy. I have to hit him again because he's a big one. He's a behemoth. That's why he's got a longer range and is doing the damage all the way over there. This stuff down here is going to become a problem as well. So let's do some shooting. See how much of that we can kill with just a spray of artillery shells. Because this wall is going to need to come basically down to, well, I could do some sort of kink in it and try and bring it over to here. That might be more sensible than just going all the way down forever. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, all dead. Random artillery in the middle of nowhere there. Fine. Did I fire any down here? Apparently not. Do that. Alright, so getting... Yeah, building up over here. This rail, yes, should then be a turny roundy, like that. This rail should be a non-existent... Oh, I've got the... My wall has landed... My drop-off station has landed precisely on the railway line, which is kind of unhelpful, actually. That's not really where it's supposed to go. I guess we'll just have to call the entire stretch coming down from this junction up here the siding for the wall. It's not so not quite what I meant, how I meant to build it, but it'll probably be all right. Are you capable of being No, we've actually completely run out of Tesla turrets. Okay, I need to maybe need to bring some more of those over as well. But in the meantime, this can be sort of extended downwards. Take that. What's my robo range? Am I lined up? Yes. There. No. There. If I put that there, can I then put an even number of gun turrets in the gap? Is that going to be lined up? Yes, excellent. So do that, and then these things. Well, I don't care quite so much about those. All right, so that's good. That's a nice, neat blueprint. I'm going to be building over the top of an oil patch, but I think at the moment I don't care about that. I may change my tune later, but for now, that's absolutely fine. So another one of those, and then, well, come back later. In the meantime, can I put in some big drills across here? Yes. Question is, do I have the big drills to put in across here? And we shall find out later. I've done mine designs on this planet, actually. I should probably go off and copy a better mine rather than just going, yeah, let's just overlap everything like this, and then put some what's names in the middle. I mean, I totally can just put, so I could put one in here, for example, instead of this drill. I could put a substation there, and that's going to power all of those. And I put in another one over here somewhere. I need to lose this drill, but never mind. That's not quite enough coverage. Move you to there. That to there, and then can I get one in here? Yes, I can. Excellent. That's better. That's all of them down to here. So now I just need a couple of the substations here. Here, and then a large pylon here. Right, so we've got power to there now. That's a bit better. Yeah, well, sort of. I've run out of Tesla turrets on Norvis, so I'm not using those. But yeah, I'm cautiously optimistic that these mining drills will arrive. Cautiously optimistic. Belt, and then, well, we need acid to come in, and do I have? Yes, we do have an acid drop station. Does that? Why are you? Okay, I'm gonna have to fix that as well then. So let's take a copy of you. So this is going to be slightly awkward because no, it isn't. It's going to be fine. So I can put my acid drop station in here. Yeah, that works nicely. And then I can put my ore pickup station, which I don't actually have over here. I've got an... Oh, it's a... I do, but I turned it round. Okay, that's fine. I can take that and put that in... Oop, wrong button. Where am I? Over here. Over here, like this. In fact, I might as well use that, yeah, like that. And then go nice and close together. And then all of these need to be turned around for purposes of loading trains instead of unloading. And then we need a general upgradey and flippy roundy and replacementy. Let's just start again with that bit. Right, so these will be splitters this way around. I know this isn't balanced. I don't care. It's close. It is close enough. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, it means the middle boxes end up with a slightly more stuff in them than the outer ones do, but that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. I then need a blueprint. I haven't imported. I haven't imported a blueprint of blueprint I haven't imported a blueprint book of belt balancers. I guess I've just been being cocky about it. One more there, right, and then under. Nope, not that. Under there to there. I've made it slightly too long. Never mind. That's like that. Then these go in the middle like this. Out like this. Do 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 do. There we go. 4 to 4, which is fine. It's good enough. And I've only got 3 inputs, but 4 is a bigger number than 3, therefore I'm okay with it. That goes there, and we don't need those pieces of belt. Oh, there's a tree in the way of getting rid of that piece of belt. Never mind. Right, and over here, that, and that, and that, and that. In there, out, in, out. Shake it all about. There. Right, and eventually we'll get some bots over here. They'll build this up. This is going to be then a uranium pickup station. I'm going to need a train for that. This is going to be a acid drop. I'm going to need a train for that. And also, I'm going to want to link these up so that they turn off at appropriate times. So I want to enable whenever sulfuric acid is less than 5,000. Hey, I learned. Somebody told me to set 5k there, and I did. Buildings in the way. Oh yeah, you're right. They're not going. Yes, you're right. They're not going to be built. Okay. Well, I'll just have. Are they in Roboport range? Some of them are. I'll just have to bring some over then. There's the coke comes over regularly from Vulcanus. So if it's got a foundry request on it, but it doesn't have a mining drill request. Interesting. So I would like to request some big mining drills, like 100 of them. And off it goes. Just like that. Off to go and get some. I better make sure Norvis is requesting those big mining drills as well. No, it's not. Okay, that's a lot of bots trying to do the building stuff for me, but that's good. That's what we like to see. Busy bots. Right, and then, well, this will give me time to finish off the piping, because I haven't. So, from there to... there to there, there to there, and that'll that won't quite do. That and hang on. Okay, we'll do that, I suppose. Wasn't quite my plan, but it'll work. That'll feed to there, and that'll feed to there. Right, so they should all work. At least when we get when the acid arrives, that should work. I still don't have a train for the picking up the uranium ore, but I'll do that in a bit. How are we getting on down here? No more biters discovered, and that's the sort of the important part, I think. I am a little bit worried about my bots flying around over here. Actually, let's do a little bit of trying to make safe. And they'll probably most of the time they'll go round the top side because they'll run out of battery and have to go up there to recharge. But I feel like getting rid of these guys probably going to be a bit safer than not doing so. A couple of behemoths in there, we'll hit them as well. Hit them again. Missed that one apparently. Got that one. Missed that one. Again, probably I can't actually see them, but there we go. And boom. Damn behemoths. I should stick in another artillery shell damage, shouldn't I? So 64,000. That's quite expensive. But it doesn't... well, I was going to say it doesn't require anything too exotic and expensive, but actually it's the yellow science that I've been having trouble with recently, so and the blue. So, yep, there we go. That's a bit better. Oh, hello, Madman. Welcome. I didn't notice you come in. I saw your messages, but I didn't see it was you who sent them. So, hello, welcome. Right, so that's running nicely. The edge is on its way back with a... Well, it's still filling up with promethium, but it is... but it's got some way to go yet, and... I hope it's going to fill up. I don't know. That's... looks like... I mean, it is grabbing as much promethium as it can, but it does feel a bit like it's not going to fill quite all the way up, given that we're... I suppose it's got 100,000 K to go. So that's quite a long way. And it's... I don't know. Oh yeah, there's a load of underground. All the long undergrounds going through there are filled up. So there's it's quite a lot. It is probably most of the way there, and it's going to be absolutely fine. Mathematically, it should be fine because I sent it out because it turned round when it was slightly more than half full. Granted, it comes back in quicker, but it's still coming back in quicker might mean more rocks or just the same number of rocks just coming at it slightly more quickly. I don't really know. But it's doing a speed of 176. All engines are burning. Seems pretty good. Could stick an extra engine in here, have it go a little bit faster, but I think that's probably unwise. Oh, thanks for the resub, Madman. 8 months. Nice. Good one. Yeah, I've had a couple of resubs today. That's always very much appreciated. And it's always fun seeing how long people have been subscribed for, because there's some quite big numbers starting to turn up, and it's, yeah. Good. It's good to see. Oh. I've lost the legendary asteroid collector. Boo. I mean, that's just randomly taken a thing out in the middle, so I'm going to have to make another one of those now. Ugh, that's annoying. So yeah, I'd like another one of these, please, which means I need more electric engine units, which means, just means I need to start taking them out of here. That's not so bad. At least it's going to happen fairly easily. How many do we need for this? 8. And there were 6 in there, I think, so that's all right. That's annoying, though, and it's not taken much damage. It's only taken 2,492 damage, and yet the legendary asteroid collector, which is one of the sort of the expensive things on the ship, was the thing to actually get popped. Okay, yeah, I guess there's some difficulties in some countries with cards, and I don't know whether that's Twitch or whether it's going to be the credit card. I don't know. Obviously it's Twitch actually, because your cards presumably worked for other things at home. But yeah, that's a shame. I don't know why I'm watching this. It's not going to do anything particularly exciting. What? Oh no! That is not a problem I expected to have. I'm going back to an autosave. The 1 minute ago won't have enough. Yeah, okay. Can I save this quickly enough? Probably not. Right, you. Just. Oh no, you were. Oh no, there's. There we go. Throw them at Norvis, but there's still eggs on the ship. How did they get unloaded? Oh no, I put some pylons, those solar panels in. That's how. Oh no, 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 no. This is all bad because I don't have the lasers to deal with them. I can throw the eggs back at. Oh, they've just been destroyed. Okay, thank goodness for that. Could we get rid of that request, please? Please don't. Oh, that was on the way as well. And there's still some. On. Right, this is a ridiculous problem. Right, so turn off the request for eggs. Dump the eggs onto the ground. Demolish everything that could be remotely eggy around here. And then undo it. Right. I think we're safe this time. That was a really stupid problem to have. Oh. So yeah, pro tip: don't bring biter eggs up onto your spaceship until you've made sure that you've got power to all of your lasers. Yeah, yes. I'm not. I've decided I'm not averse to save scumming when really stupid things happen like that. Especially when it means I've lost a ship that I've spent quite a lot of time working on. What? Oh, it's down there. Okay. Can we get in? There we go. Have I lost an enormous amount of science now? I have. That's more recoverable. Yeah, here comes replacement sciences for all of that. Yeah, I'll take that hit for being an idiot. The other one was a bit much though. Well, it's not. Well, it's partly. Yeah, I haven't been saving ship blueprints. No, and I probably should. It's a fair point. But no, it's more the cost of all the bits that went. It's also the cost of all the bits that went into producing the ship. Yeah, 10,000 biters is a lot. Yeah. I'm pretty sure you don't get. I don't think each biter egg produces one biter. It feels like the numbers are a bit more reasonable than that. But it's hard to say. Psst, bonk. Apparently I need another heating tower over here. Why do we not build heating towers? Let me check. Nope, not there. Heating tower. So what goes into a heating tower? It is a boiler. Oh yes, it's boilers, and that requires these to be working. So I mean that might be okay. Can I put a heating tower in here? Yeah, so there we go. You're trying to make a boiler. You've got the pipes. You just need the stone to arrive for the stone furnace. Here comes the stone. And then we can make a heating tower or several. Oh, we need heat pipes as well. Does that use up all the stone? That used up all the stone. So we're trying to make. I don't know how many of these we're trying to. How many? Oh, we're trying to make another 3 boilers. Okay. Then we can make the heat pipes, and then we can make the those things. Have I put on here that I don't want to take boilers out? No. Unless they're actually required. Boilers, those things. Oh, that's a problem. Now I can't make boilers. They'll just get taken away instead of being fed in up here. Although this did manage to grab them pretty quickly, so maybe we've got a chance. What are you waiting for? Oh, pipes. Yeah, okay. Heating towers don't work with this system properly. Yeah, yes. The abomination is fine, except for things that require too many different inputs, too many levels of thing. So if we made some pipes here and put them in, then it would probably be okay. If we made enough pipes. Yeah, basically yes. The abomination currently the current design of abomination only supports up to 2 tiers of telescopic recipe. I've sort of tried to kludge it in with this as well, but it wasn't enough of a kludge, because it then didn't make the pipes that were needed for the sorry, it didn't make. It tried to make more boilers, but it wouldn't make enough heat pipes to go in to make the heating towers. So that's the problem there. I could put in more pipes into here, then maybe it would work. This is again a dirty hack. So, oh, there we go. Oh, we made some heat pipes briefly. If we can get some pipes over here, which we must be able to, yes, here they come. If we can get these pipes put in, then we'll be able to make more boilers until we've got, there we go. Now we can make the heat pipes, and then we can make these things. And then we can bring in some more copper, fine, and steel as well. Sure, whatever. What are you short of? Heat pipes still. Right, so we can make a couple of those. And then once this system calms down, I'll remove that again. And then, okay, so we made a couple of heating towers now. I don't know why one hasn't been brought over here yet. I don't know where they're needed. I've also, have I got a? Oh, of course, because when the thing got destroyed, the landing pod went over here. The drop pod went over here, rather. Yeah, okay, so we'll do that. Get rid of it like that. That's fine. The bots will put the science packs in the right place. Okay, Edge is on its way back in still. And did it fill up? Yeah, I'd say that's pretty full. There's room for a little bit more promethium in there, but that's very, very full. Yeah, that was an annoying problem to run into, having the biters do that and then having to. Yeah, it is difficult. It was a pain. Yes, I don't know what else to say. Yes, it was a pain. But we've got the over the edge on the way back in. That's going to take a while to get there. How is science? Science is 0 at the moment. What are we short of? And is it blue science? It's probably blue science. Yes, it is blue science. Okay, so yeah, Gleba is still struggling. So where was I before I got so rudely distracted? No, actually, what are we short of? Oh yeah, we're short of sulfur on Gleba. Okay. So that suggests things are improving because now we've got enough of the metal. No, we haven't. Yeah. Okay, so we need basically what we need. I need to have a lot more. What do you call it? A lot more bioflux being made down here. So I have a belt coming in that has bioflux and nutrients. So if we extend this over this way, and we have a belt that is full of fruit. So if we do that, bring those two over this way. I say full of fruit. Sometimes there is fruit. We seem to have a shortage of jelly nut again. I'll worry about that next. Let's also extend this a little bit further because I think this is going to want to be fairly big. And then I'm going to want a load of these machines across here. Like that. Right, maybe not quite so much of this. And I can use long inserter, short inserter, rapid inserter actually, because all of it's going to be going in there, and then a bulk inserter on the outputs. I think that can just take everything away, and we can put we can put spoilage on the bioflux belt. I think here that's probably all right. We then bring this way, bring this round here. This is nutrients and no, this is fruit on the inside. Damn it. Okay, well I'll bring that across there. No, I won't. I'll bring it across there. And then this one, I'll bring across there with the intention of... No, let's better idea. Right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a belt comes across here like that with the output on it. And then it's going to go underneath the fruit belt and join onto the other belt like that. So do that. That's much simpler. Then that comes back up here and joins on there. This one comes back along here and joins on there. And then I need a green underground as well for this. Right, so that goes under there to there. So what this is going to do is, right, all of these are going to do the making the bioflux recipe, because that's what I'm short of. Whoop, like that. And we can just feed, and then we can feed in all of the ingredients here, and then the bioflux and any spoilage will come out and be just dropped onto this belt, which will go onto there. Right, so yeah, that design looks pretty good. So let's copy that to there, 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 and then I need power. There and there. And then I can do that. No. Do that. I can remove those. And I can put that in there and that there. And then that goes there. And that goes there. And we've got a sort of pass round system there now. And right, so now we can make more bioflux. I don't know whether I might be going to be making too much of it here. But I've had so little for so long that I'm happy for this to be a bit excessive. Why is there no backy-uppy there? Let's sort that out. How do I run out of power? There's no. I haven't got the fuel onto that ship yet. This is a new ship that's only just been built, so I haven't got. I have got the fuel on it now, but I forgot about the coolant that's required for making the plasma. So I've got my other ship going off to go and get some of that at the moment. That said, my problem at the start of the stream with the Over the Edge was this ship is using basically all of its power. Well, sometimes it is. You see, it's producing 400 megawatts, and these spikes these spikes were going up to basically 400 megawatts when it's out in deep space. So yeah, fusion is not unlimited power. Two reactors nudged up against each other, and then 8 turbines running off them, or whatever, the generators running off them. It's not that much. It's not enough for this ship, apparently. So yeah, not. you say unlimited. It's impossible to run out. That's not true. Maybe I should have put in 4 of these. Maybe I should. I haven't, and so yeah, that's insufficient power. Yeah, 2x2 would be that'd be 4 times as much power, I think, off the top of my head. So yes, it wouldn't. It would be twice as many reactors, but each one would be producing 50% more. So it'd be 3 times as much power, which is a bit weird. But yes, the ship is relatively small, but I was going to say it works, but it doesn't. So yeah, giving it a try as it goes. Okay, how is Aquilo doing in produce? So you see, this is kind of why I'm trying to produce some slightly better bits and pieces over here. But unfortunately, it's all got. Actually, let's have you. You've made some good stuff now, so let's bring that down to back down to 5. And you've made some good stuff, so let's bring your output down to 20. Right, and let's try and make some more of these, because if I can chuck some of these on the edge, then we'll have quite a bit more power available. But we need to stop eating all of the circuits first, so I can put them into the so I can actually make things down here. Maybe I should be making the circuits a bit faster. Thing is, the quantum processors. Basically, every so often we need 400 of them to fill up a Prometheum ship. Oh, I need to triple that as well on the new one. And most of the time, this is more than enough production capacity. However, it currently is clearly not enough production capacity. So let's add some more in, because I'm pretty sure this should just be a copy-paste job. So take all of that and put it there. And okay, I should have extended this heat pipe across the top as well. There we go. Nice and simple. You get 3 adjacency on 2 reactors. Okay. Yeah, and I could drop the promethium down to the ground. Can you do promethium science on the ground? No, you have to do it in a space. You have to do it in a spaceship. So that wouldn't help. The theory, the way the ship is designed, is that it will fly back to Norvis, and then when it gets there, it will be sent eggs up. The problem is it hadn't left, so the eggs were just always available, and we don't want the eggs to be available because that's the problem. Yes, that's exactly what I'm doing, Madman. No, that's not the ship. The ship, then they're both basically the same design for the moment. It flies back to Norvis, then it requests the eggs. Then when it's used up all of the promethium, then it leaves. And when it's got power, it's not a problem if we end up with too many eggs, because if we run out of promethium, it dumps the extra eggs over the side, down here somewhere here. So that's okay. It's a bit wasteful if the ship ends up lingering in Norvis orbit, because it keeps getting sent eggs and throwing them overboard. And any biters that do appear, then there's some lasers in here that are quite capable of dealing with them. So basically, it's okay. The only reason it wasn't okay on that other ship is because the ship wasn't powered. So yeah, it suffered due to a lack of power rather than due to a design problem, I think. Eggs are free. Rockets aren't, for bringing them up. Although they are cheap enough. Eggs are free. Yeah, they I was going to say they cost bioflux. I don't know if they actually do cost bioflux, because the spawners need the bioflux all the time. I don't know if they need more when they're producing eggs, or whether it's or not. Oh, do they? You're probably right. Let's have a look. Yeah, I did just chuck it into. Oh, well, these are. These were an alternating design, not a. I think. Yes, these were an alternating design, not a. They had a phase of 2 rather than a phase of 1. Okay, let's fix that then. So that would be yeah. You've got a belt there, so put that like that, and then like. So that went there, so it goes there, and there, and there, I think. Let's let that build and see if it's right. Yeah, pretty much. The rockets are basically free. I'm not too worried about it. So yeah, eggs are, as you say, virtually free, which is why I haven't worried about the fact that every so often I throw a load of them over the side of the ship. It's not that big a deal. The circuits are still getting snaffled by this thing, even though it's got 170 of them in it already. That's a bit greedy. You're a very greedy assembly machine. And unfortunately, we've run out of other inputs, so everything is ground to. Oh no! Here suddenly all of the other inputs are. Well, no, actually no. Those are building materials. So I suspect. No, we're still out of the superconductors. So we're gonna have to wait for whichever ship it is that brings them over. It must be the other snowball, the icebreaker, that one, which is currently in Norvis, waiting for. No, it's not that one. It is the snowball. Why are you still here? Wait, what? Request set. Oh, This should be an any request 0, not an all request satisfied, shouldn't it? Oh, and it's got a load of this. Ha! This has got the fluoroketone that I could have done with on the over for building the other ship. Oh well. So that should be an all requests satisfied and any request 0, like that, and therefore then it leaves. That was a good idea. Yeah, I don't know why I hadn't got prods in the quantum processor machines. Let's put prod 3s in these because these are probably because of power. Actually, no, power consumption is still a worry. Actually, I've expanded this area over here quite a bit. I'm only using half the power at the moment, and it's producing science at the rate that science is produced at. I was considering increasing that, although this is full and these guys. Yeah, all right. Let's productivity module these things. I'll go with 3s because I can. There we go. And now let's tell the Snowball 2 to also request some prod 3s when it gets to Norvis. We'll bring 50 over at a time and then unload them on Aquilo and go from there. What have I got here in the way of prods already? I've got 12 prod 2s. Fine, yeah, definitely need to increase that. There we go. It's a good point. Why am I not using fusion on this planet? This is where all the fusion stuff comes from. I guess I had a system that was working, and I need the heat towers anyway to keep the base defrosted. So I've just been using it. Yeah, it's a fair point. Why am I not using fusion here? I have no idea. It's not even laziness. It's that I just hadn't thought of it. So I'll put in. Hang on, how am I going to do this? Where is some coldant? Some warmant there. Coldant in these ones. I don't want to pull off there if I can avoid it really. Actually, yes, I do because that's the only place it is. And I've got some coolant down here as well. Actually, warmant. Coolant? Yeah, you're hot. Why are we putting hot into... Oh, the coolant's being fed along the middle. Right, there we go. I don't want to put this on the end of here because that'll mess everything up. Have I gone out? No, I haven't gone outside the report. I've just run out of stuff. I'm trying to find a place where I can pull out a pipe with some cold fluoroketone in it, and then there isn't anywhere. They're all just crammed directly into systems that are running merrily, so that's difficult. I suppose I could put a kink in the pipe along here. That's probably the best way to do it. Okay, so let's have 2 of these, like that. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. It needs to be 8, doesn't it, for one of these? Is this the best way to do it? Almost certainly not, but it should work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is a genuinely ridiculous build, but it'll work. Oh no, it will work, but I'm gonna have to play silly buggers with heat pipes. Up to there and across there and down the other side here. Yes. Oh, right, okay. I was waiting for that to be demolished. Fine. Run that down there, and then across to there. No, it's 8 per reactor when you've got 2 of them next to each other like this, because you get a adjacency bonus. Or is it still only 4 per reactor? Have I just built? Oh, it's 4 per reactor too. Okay, I've gone way over. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think I was remembering the. I think I was remembering that I needed 8 on the spaceship, but the spaceship is twice as. The spaceship that's for both reactors. Right. Oh, that needs to be an underground pipe in order to get the heat pipes in, because I'm going to need heat pipes for this monstrosity. This is also going to need an underground pipe here for that reason. So I can pull this heat pipe out of here. And up here. Oh wait, no, it could have come from there. Never mind. Let's put that back then. Because, yeah, I don't need to mess with that. So that's joined on there. Good. And then this comes across here and then dips down into here like this. And then follows this pipe down. Like that. I've no idea whether I need to keep these things defrosted. No, apparently not. They produce their own heat. Excellent. So it might just be the pipes then. And now I need to get the cold fluoroketone in. So that's an underground here. Let's make that a little bit longer. Let's put underground from there to there. Because then I want to move that out that far. And then another underground pipe from there to there. Right. There we go, there's a silly thing. Underground heat pipe sort of doesn't make sense though, because if you stick an underground heat pipe in through this icy stuff, then it's going to get very, very cold under there and stop working as a heat pipe quite quickly. What is a little bit more of a concern is I need more pipes of the not heat variety. So let's come over here and do some of that. So assembly machine goes there. I would like it to make pipes. So some of that and just build. I think I'm out of pipes on this planet. Yes. Another 100 or so, and 9 underground pipes. The underground pipe's going to be even more fun to make. But we'll get there. Oh, and then I need to get the fuel cells up there. The fuel cells are currently being made somewhere. Where am I making fuel cells? Oh, down here. Great. That might be a bot-fed one, I think, at least for the moment, until I go. Oh dear, I'm using bots too much, and then maybe I'll change. Alright, 100. Right, let's make another stack of them as well, because I'm going to need to make some underground pipes. Yeah, it is nice that it's a closed loop. I appreciate closed loop systems because they're so much easier to handle. You can chuck some in there and just leave it to run. Ooh, the edge just got back to Norvis. Right, so while you're there... Oh, what? Why have you got 100 barrels of fluoroketone? I think get 10. Oh, that's how many fit in a ship. Okay, yeah, in a rocket, sorry. Fine. Alright, back to the Crossed. You're requesting your fluoroketones. So you're going to get 100 of those shipped up as well. We'll put 10 of them in here. And then ship the rest back down, I guess. Underground heat pipes would melt the ice and your base would sink. Yeah, that'd be nice. Yeah, I guess either you have it as a closed loop system or you have to supply your spaceship with additional fluoroketone constantly as well, which would be even more annoying. So I can see why I can see being glad that that is not a thing. Oh, got a request for construction, so I can get rid of that. And then get rid of that. Put that up to 200, I think, just because I feel like it's a nicer number. There we go. There's my barrels. Put them in there. And then I can get rid of the rest of them. I don't know what... Ah, okay. Well, it is happening. This just may take some time. We'll check back on it later. However, in the meantime, I'm going to get rid of all of those because that's... maybe I shouldn't have done that. I don't know. No, 10 barrels worth should be enough, I think. Right, back over to Quillo. How are things thinking over here? Oh. That would be nicer over the top there. Right, so we're going to have made all those pipes now. So you can get rid of those and then change the recipe to be underground pipes. Get some of those in and start building. Have I run out of iron? Apparently. I suppose I have just made a lot. Oh, and there's no spaceships here to drop stuff down. because the snowball is at Fulgora, trying to load up on processing units and holmium plate, and superconductors, which is good because we do need all of those things. But still, that's going to take a while with Fulgora as well, because that's all trying to come up through the single multi-purpose rocket over here, which, to be fair, is being built pretty quickly. And then stuff gets brought over, we're launched up. Yeah, it's going. It's just would be nice if it was a bit quicker. And there isn't really room to put in another rocket silo over here. It's right out on the edge of the world. So yeah, I ran out of space, basically. Could squeeze it in there, I guess, but I don't think I'd be able to get the belts up to it. So Fulgora is struggling a little bit. Meanwhile, Crossed is... This isn't where I meant to look. This is where I meant to look. 24% of the way through. Oh, dear. Okay, well, over here we're just waiting for more iron to appear so we can make... Oh, actually, we made 4 of those. That's a good start. How many did I need? 9. Take those away. Oh, power connections. That'd be good. Not much point in having a power generation system if you don't also plug in. Oh, need a peat pipe across there. If you don't actually plug it into your power generation systems. Right, and then a pair of blue boxes over here as well, because I mustn't forget to fuel these things. So, oh wait, no. 1 blue box. And an inserter, and another inserter, and another inserter, and a piece of belt just to make it look sensible. And then, of course, more heat pipes, because this is still Aquilo. And you, I would like to request, what is this? Yes, these fusion for power cells. 50 is excessive, but never mind, it'll do. Right, and oh yeah, power as well for you guys. So close, but so far. Right, so that should now... Yes, there we go. There's some fusion power cells, and those 2 guys are now hot. We're still short 1 piece of underground pipe. We just need to get a spaceship back over here, and then we'll have that, and it'll be okay. But no, or I scrounge them from somewhere else, like over. What is that? And what is the? Oh dear. Oh, I need to horizontally flip all of these. Like this. Bip. Yeah. Bob. No. Yeah, because then... No. That was right, like that. We just need that pipe to go from there to there. That one seems to be okay, strangely. That will go there. That one seems to be okay. I'm reckoning on it being easier to do this, and this, and this. That's going to... Oh, no, it's not. It's diagonally from there. That is unnecessary. That needs that. Right, and then here it's that to there, not you. Here is that to there, not you. And that should be all of that set up, I think. Oh, the snowball's been and it's dropped off a load of productivity modules. Nice. So the system is working. But hopefully that's created enough now that we're up here. Oh, of course not. There's always going to be one thing left that's accidentally frozen, isn't there? So we can get... If we can get the fluoroketone into here, then things will start to actually, work. There we go. Now, yes, now we have plenty of power. So we are generating with... Okay, we're using both of them. I think I'm okay with that. Most of the power is coming from the fusion generators. I might have gone slightly overkill with them, but never mind. I don't know which one I'd rather was prioritised, to be honest, but I think I'm okay with the system working as is now. Right, you guys down here. What's your problem? Oh, you haven't finished piping you. That to there. No. That to there. That's better. You're not running because you don't have any. Okay, there's input problems now. We're just waiting for the inputs to propagate all the way along the bell, or for there to be enough of them to actually make stuff, I think. Okay, that seems to be basically okay. This is still stealing all of the quantum processors, which seems a bit rude, but never mind. Are we done on this planet? I think so. And the snowball's on its way back out again now, so that's basically working. So now the cross. How are you getting on? 82%. Oh, is it done? Was it done one? No. That one that's missing from the 10 is the one that's currently in process of being unpacked, I think. Because I don't think we've managed to actually make any. No, if we'd made any power, then the whole thing would be absolutely fine. Everything would be running very, very happily. But no, it's just still this 86%. This is taking forever. Oh, the nuclear reactor is basically not being used. It's there as an emergency backup. So we've got down to one fuel cell in there. Interesting. So it's used a few. Let's get rid of them. But in theory, it only kicks in if its temperature drops to 550, which in theory it never will, because there's always enough. It should be always enough heat being produced by these things. It appears to have run a few times actually because of those, as I say, those 10 fuel cells in it. Though I'm sure those weren't there. Those hadn't all been used before, and we had more in this box down here. But yeah, it is only there in case of emergencies to produce some added heat there. The heating towers should keep the base nice and toasty. Right, some of these are working. Okay, you're being loaded. Yep, you're working. You're being loaded. You are still short of tungsten triangles. Where do tungsten triangles come in? I have no idea. Oh, at the top here. Ah! That is the problem. Boop. There we go. Now we have tungsten triangles. Except you can't get any. Okay, so that does have to be there. And there should be a blue belt there. And somehow this has all been a bit broken. And I'm not sure. Oh, and we need an inserter there. Then this one isn't going to work. Oh, and it hasn't got a fluid input either. So, this will just be a copy paste. This has proven harder than I expected. I don't know why this has been so problematic and difficult and just not worked, but it has. Oh well. I guess we'll just accept there's a machine in the middle of that doesn't work because I can't plumb that in to be more functional at the moment. Oh, you are running. Okay. It's just the animation was so slow I couldn't see what was going on. Right, that's fine. Yay! There you go. So the first one took forever to finish, and then the other 9 happened basically instantaneously. So now we have power on the ship, which means we can start pulling rocks in. And yep, there we go. There's some carbon and sulfur coming through down here. And then up here we've got some metals coming out. So we're starting to. No, we're not. We're not starting to process the metals because we haven't got any calcite through yet because we need some of these to run. These are making ice and calcite. That's starting to come out now. So, yeah, that's calcite, but it's filling up stack inserters down there. So we need a fair amount of calcite to come through, and eventually, there we go. So now we can make some iron. Lovely. And then in a moment or 10, we'll get enough. Again, we'll get some ice coming through here, and in theory, we'll then make some copper. I don't mean ice. I mean more calcite. But we need the ice or the what are they called? The oxidizer chunks. So there we go. There's a bit more. There's a bit more calcite coming through. Goes in here. Eventually, this one will get enough to throw it up here, and we'll make some copper. And that will then allow some more iron to flow through because we've got a bit of a jam up here at the moment. But once the system starts to work, it'll be absolutely fine. But at the moment, it's struggling to get going a little bit. Oh, cheers for the follow, Odecoder. Thank you. Come on. Oh, there's some calcite. There's some calcite. There's some calcite. Is it enough yet? How much have you got in your hand? Oh, there we go. It's dropped some up here, and then that can run. We can pull in some copper ore. Start making copper. Right, and it's all just a case of letting that run now, letting the ship build up enough that it's not completely defenseless. The main thing is over here where it's making the ammunition. If we can get some bullet ammunition out onto the belts, then we can start to load the turrets, and at that point it'll be safe to fly around inside the sort of the core part of the solar system. So we can fly over to Gleba and we can get some rocket turrets, get that part filled up. And as we fly, we'll see a lot more asteroids. We'll be able to shoot them apart, get the chunks out of them, and then start to produce the resources a bit more quickly. But we need to get the ammunition flowing like this and loading up some of the turrets, especially particularly the turrets across the front end. Before we can really do that. So let that run a bit, and then down here as well, we'll be getting. Well, eventually, yeah, we've got a bit of water now. We've got some iron ore. We need to get some calcite. Yeah, we need to get calcite down here as well. So that means we need to stop hogging it all for the metal processing up here. But eventually, I'm not quite sure where the calcite goes. So it goes along here. Actually, half of it should be being sent down. So eventually, we'll get some calcite down here. We'll be able to make a bit of the fuels, load the engines up, and be able to travel off a little bit and start to, and have adventures. And eventually, then we can send the ship beyond the solar system and find out what happens to it when we do. So yeah, there's various steps, but yeah, at the moment it is things are functioning. It is gradually it's bootstrapping itself essentially. So we can leave that to run for a bit. Meanwhile, let's have another look at the science, because something's bound to be problematic at the moment. Currently, it's blue science again, or blue science still. So let's go back over to Gleba. Why? Oh, there's no jelly nut coming through here. There seems to be a problem with the new jelly nut supply quite a lot. Have I done something bad? Or is it just that it's just problematic? There's only one plantation for it, and that's not enough to satisfy the system. Are we just trying to fill this train up too much? Why is that an and? That's meant to be an or. There we go. You head off like that. Now, I feel like I should put in another one of these. How big is this? So it's that big. But in here, there's a lot of detritus. There's a lot of area I can't use. But I think I've sort of got over that. I don't worry about it quite so much because the landfill is reasonably cheap. So if I put that there, or maybe there is slightly better. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, there is probably slightly better. Let's go with that. And then copy that into here, like that. And then down here, I can put in a pair of splitters, like that and that, and then run the belts into them like this. So this is the output of fruit, which is that one. And this is the input of seeds, which is that one. So that'll, assuming I've actually got this landfill stuff, Gleba. Nope, I haven't got the landfill stuff. Okay, if I can go make the landfill stuff, then that'll roughly double the amount of jelly nut I have coming out for the new system. So, where am I making this particular landfill? Oh, it's you. I'm just reprogramming you, I think. So you, instead of making your Mako soil, how about you make jelly nut soil? No, it's in here. Jelly nut soil, that one. And you've stopped because you've not got any food. Okay, that's fine. Could we make some... make some food, please. There we go. Is this too much food? I think this is too much food. That's why I had one of the machines turned off. Let's turn this one off this time. Okay, so now we're making the artificial jelly nut soil. We can fly that off up here. create a jelly nut paradise, and then start building the start growing a bit more of the bit more of those fruits, and hopefully that'll mean we'll have a slightly better supply of it available, and we'll be able to, actually keep the factory running. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Underground on the bottom left, ship fried one tile. You reckon? That's true. It is going to. I think I've dealt with that, and it doesn't really matter. It's going to be just disposed of appropriately. So this one, the underground on the bottom left, shift right one tile. I don't think that would help. I don't see how I could fix this without breaking the heat input for. If I put that there, then I don't need heat pipes there and there. Yes, I need heat pipes there and there, but I could then put that in there. There we go. It was possible to fix it. And I don't need that, because that's over here instead. There we go. That'll work. It's a 3-step process to place one of those things. That's ridiculous. Okay, and we've filled up the belt with. There's an underground belt the wrong way around along here somewhere. Oh, stupid. Oh no, it's that. That's the problem. So that's trying to out-exert. This needs to exert. No, it doesn't, because we can get rid of that. And then it flows. And then over here we have the same problem. Except that one does need to exert to there. No, it doesn't, because it's got the other inserter. So we can get rid of that and that. And then presumably we've got the same problem. Yes, we've got the same problem again here. So we get rid of that and that. And now the system might have a chance of working. Except we've run out of superconductors. So I think at some point I'm going to need to up the quantity of superconductors I bring over here. Yeah, thank you, regular. Yeah, you're quite right. Gleber. Right, yeah, so what? Why is that? Oh, that's not connected to the. that's a fairly silly problem to have, but an easy one to fix. Has it output? No, I think the bots took. I think the bots took all the scrap away. If it does pull up the odd tree, trees are a bit potentially a problem. If it pulls up anything that's going to spoil, then it doesn't matter, because the system can deal with spoilage. Iron ore would be a problem, but I don't think you can pull up iron ore with an agri tower. I think that it needs to be plants. So they'll pull up trees, and they'll pull up things that can then turn into spoilage. But other than that, they don't pull up. They won't pull other things. Oh yes, the assembly. Yes, those machines are running really, really slowly. I probably should put beacons in for them, but especially now that I've got loads and loads of power. But at the moment, the problem with those that are out there is a supply shortage, not a production rate shortage. So I sort of don't care. Are you struggling? Yes, you've run out of landfill. Oh, pants. Get rid of that. And get rid of that, and 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 that. Because those shouldn't be in here. That's the output box. Then maybe we'll get some of the landfill brought back over here. And we can turn it into funny stuff, useful stuff. Like that. There we go. And that, hopefully, is enough to finish off now. So, up here, have we got power? That's the wrong place. Up here, have we got power? Yes! There we go. It's starting to plant. And yeah, these are a bit slow, but plants are slow, I guess. We'll see. And it just means you get, every so often we'll get a flood of jelly coming through. Now at the moment, nope, not you. Down here, yep, we've got jelly. In fact, we've got a decent supply of it by the looks of it, because there's still a bit of jelly. It hadn't quite run out by the time the next lot arrived, which is about as good as we get with this stuff, I think. So that can pour over here now. And we suddenly find now there's loads of bioflux coming through. What is going on? Damn it, Gleber. Why are you like this? Of course, all the jelly gets turned into rocket fuel, but that is actually more important, so I'm not going to complain too much about that. Now we can start to make a bit more bioflux. That's made it down. Okay, it's made down to... We've caught up on the sulfur, so that's a good start. Then it can run all the way around here. The metals are fine. The metals are caught up. Okay, the bioflux now does seem to be all right. I don't know how much of that is us throwing in extra from down here whenever that was working, and how much of it is from me telling all of these machines to basically run all the time whenever you've got any resources at all. But it does seem to be working. Down here, how are we looking? This is looking really good, actually. Yeah, we've got all of the inputs. All the machines are working constantly. This is the way I like to see things going. So we're producing a steady flow of blue science now. We don't have any spare of it yet because, well, we're still playing catch up from beforehand, I guess, when it was difficult. But hopefully, as we keep producing more and more and more of it, it'll be all right. Now, it is sort of tempting to put in, more of another copy of this blip down here. I totally could do. And then yes, you're right. I could productivity and speed beacon the whole lot. That is certainly a thing that can be done. We're only using 50% power at the moment, actually, so it's not. That wouldn't be unreasonable. The question is, if I do double that, where will be the next thing that fails? Probably the red circuit production, I imagine. That seems to be the struggliest part of the system at the moment. Although there's a little bit more capacity there, we could produce them a bit quicker. Am I using? No, I'm using long inserters to get them out, so we're not even stacking those. Yeah, beacons of productivity is certainly a possibility. I miss the wide. I really miss the wide area beacons from space exploration, because then I could just put them pop along here. As it is, I'm going to have to encroach on this belt and therefore rearrange all the inserters. It's possible, but it's a bit messy to do so. But yes, I think it might be a good idea. But I don't know. I don't know if I currently really have the power to do that. Now, I do have a fusion power plant up here, but this is an emergency fusion power plant and is there for emergencies rather than it's not intended to be there for normal powering of the factory. It's not to say I couldn't use it and start shipping the fuel in, but that would be an extra thing to have to think about. But yeah, it certainly is a possibility. Some more jellies arriving. That's good. So we can keep. How is rocket fuel getting on? Because that is kind of important. Not brilliantly. We are apparently rather getting through it. So I think still more jelly is kind of required. These are growing. So hopefully that means we'll get some fairly soon. Also, the Glebed is currently over here trying to fill up with landfill, no doubt. Yes, trying to fill up with landfill on Vulcanus. It's got most of it. Only needs another 145, which is what, 2 rockets? Yeah. No. 7 rockets. Jeez. Okay. I think I'm just going to call that enough for now, because Vulcanus does appear to be having some issues with rockets or issues with something. Are you just not producing rockets quickly enough? No, that seems to be alright. Why problem? Why? Not enough landfill? There's loads of landfill. Why is that being shy and slow and stuff? Is it just the rate it's probably just the rate we can throw rockets off this planet at, actually. I mean, I've got 4 silos here, so we can launch 8 in pretty rapid succession. And then have to wait a little bit for more to be made, but then they're being made fairly quickly as well. So maybe I'm just being impatient. I don't care. That there's enough landfill on that ship to top this up and top it up over the Angliber and get that extra plantation finished. So that's good enough. No, the one assembler is plenty of landfill. It was just stopped because it ran out of land. Oh, the one at the bottom. Sorry, the one assembler making landfill. No, it's plenty because we've got a green chest here with 4,700 in it. So I think that's probably okay. We're not using landfill up that quickly on Gleba, especially now to have basically finished expanding, except when I go out and do a little bit more. I mean, the machine's running fairly busily, yes, but there's plenty supplied there. So no, it's okay. Also, there's an entire belt of it. Where does this go? Why do I have a belt of landfill going up here? Oh, it's being supplied up here to the rockets directly from this red chest, which is also full of landfill. So the bots don't even have to carry it the length of the base. They can just straight into these rockets here. So yeah, there's no excuse. No excuse. No excuse whatsoever. I don't know. That was my uncertainty and my question. Right, I think this is now loaded up enough that we can brave a flight to Gleba. Let's go to Gleba and then wait there until passenger present. The thing is, it's oh, cough, chuff. No, just no. There's still a shortage of yeah, we still haven't got enough calcite. So when this runs, it'll chuck some of it out this way, which will get grabbed up by these machines and turned into iron. Fine. The other half of it should go down here, round here, following this belt of iron ore, because it's on the other side of the same belt. Yeah, okay, it's got down here. We made loads of coolant. Are we not getting any? Oh, did I not fix this carbon belt after I? No, we're getting carbon through. I mean, not enough of it, clearly, but oh, all the carbon's going to be being turned into explosives, perhaps? No, that's stocking up on the belt here. I never fixed the pipes to go down here to carry the fuels through. Facepalm. Okay, that's a rather silly mistake. How far does an underground pipe? That far. Okay, well, we'll go to here, like that, and then to here, and then we can rotate that there. That's my underground. That's that one. This one will be slightly trickier. But if we go from there to there to there, I can do that. And we'll get some more underground pipes up in momentarily. Head back to Norvis. Pause thrust. Some underground pipes will come up, so I can fix that. Then we'll have... That was a daft thing to forget. Oh well. At least... Oh, I need to rotate that belt. Boink. There we go. At least that's relatively easily fixed. Just need to wait for the rocket to come up with a huge number of underground belts. And then, yeah, we've got tanks full of fuel now, so the ship is just ready to go. And then once it's moving, we'll get a lot more asteroids. We can start stocking up much more effectively. Get all of the things built. We can hopefully start to load all the belts. Do we even have? Oh yeah, okay. So we're making a few explosive rockets. So we'll be able to shoot. If we do encounter any large asteroids, we'll be able to deal with them. So that's nice. Come on, rocket. Goodness sake. What's taking so long? It's not that difficult to fly a rocket of pipes up to space. I suppose they have to. The bots probably have to fly them most of the length of the factory down on the ground. Oh, there they are. And then, boop, there we go. Now we can go to Gleba. Engines lit. Speed, yes. Rocks, not yet, but rocks soon. But hopefully, yes, I've got gun turrets all the way along the front here that should be able to deal with these without any trouble. I mean, this is the same armament that we'd be using flying through here with the finished ship. Yeah, so yes, we can easily mince all of these rocks without any trouble. There's the if we were here with the if the over the edge was here in exactly the same place, then it wouldn't be using its rail guns, it wouldn't be using its rocket turrets, because these are all really small rocks coming in, and the bullet turrets are all that we'd be using. So this should be absolutely fine. Should. And now got a bit more rock coming in. We should then be able to kick the processing systems into gear, into a slightly higher gear. The rocks are still not that dense around here, but it should be enough. Speaking of the over the edge, it has arrived back at Norvis. It has created some Prometheum science. It has thrown it at the ground, and it is presumably now ready to go again. What are you waiting for? All requests satisfied. Okay. Why does it wait on Norvis for all requests to be satisfied? That just means it's always going to have some eggs on board when it leaves. It's never going to get that, so we're going to have to remove this. Do I want all requests to be satisfied? What are we asking for from Norvis? Not a lot. Okay, we're restocking on things like repair packs and ship parts. But it should be able to do that while it's dealing with the Prometheum on board. So I think we didn't need that. We do need to go to Fulgora to pick up another... all requests satisfied? There we go. We do need to go to Fulgora to pick up another legendary asteroid collector because that broke. Here are the eggs. Eggs will get dumped over the side. That's fine. Okay, Madman. Yeah, that's fine. It's probably a little bit after my bedtime as well. But I've got loads of people watching today. It's a really good number, so I kind of want to. I kind of just want to keep going. And also, I'm enjoying myself, and I'm going on holiday next week. So yeah, no stream next week, everyone. By the way, I forgot to mention at the start of the stream, but I've mentioned it now, so that's almost good enough, right? Sorry to say there's not going to be a stream next week because I'm going to be on holiday. Not going to be any streams next week because I'm going to be on holiday. But then the week after, they'll recommence as normal. I will be around then as a standard. But things are going well. So I think I've finally got the ship up and running. So I'm eager to send it out on a bit, or at least get it a bit more finished off. And now, hopefully, now that Gleba is glebing a bit more glebily, we've got the Blue Science production is running nicely. Are we managing to stockpile any of it? Yes, we've got. So we've just launched a rocket, and there's a little. Okay, no, that's not actually stockpiled. Oh, is this for the fingers crossed? Yes, it is. Nice. So we're launching some rocket turrets up now to go and put them onto this ship to get that a bit more equipped. So that's just what we want there. The Blue Science still playing. I don't know if it's still playing catch up or if we still have a shortage of it. It looks like we've kind of caught up over here. There is just about we've got up to about the 100 in this box. So I'd say. The Blue Science, as far as the science system is concerned, is definitely caught up. Although it's about to run out again, so that's a bit of famous last wordsy. But we are sciencing as fast as we can. I know we're not. Science is all over the place. I don't even know what to say about it anymore. But we're trying, but it's just all over the place. Thank you, Madman. Yes, I do intend to. Off to Portugal for just over a week. So, lots. I think there's going to be a lot of eating involved. So when I get back, I probably won't fit behind my chair anymore. But that's what holidays are all about, right? Eating too much and so on. Probably drinking too much as well. Right. So that's got us up to all of the nearly all the rocket turrets have arrived. We still need 11 railgun turrets, which is kind of greedy, but we'll go and get those in a moment. And we're still short some speed modules. So let's see if we can spot where those are supposed to be going. In fact, you know what? I could just do this. Hopefully, isn't it supposed to highlight when I do this? Oh no! Here we go. It's only showing the missing material for construction on planets. Fine. I guess I'll have to try and eyeball the symbols myself by eye. These are tricky to spot. I don't see any problems yet. No, I'm not seeing any. I mean, they are exotic modules. So there's a fairly high chance they're in one of the beacons. Oh, there's some. There they are. So drop them down to tier 2s like that. And now there's one more. No, 3 more. Sorry. Ugh. Beacons. Copper wire machine. Oh, yes, well spotted. So now there is just one more. There is one more tier 2 quality 2 tier 3 speed module somewhere hidden on this ship, and I need to find it because the ship won't depart automatically from places until with that set. Railgun ammo. Oh yes, well done. Thank you. Excellent. Right, so now the only thing we're missing is the railgun turrets. So, and there's a few more rocks over Gleba. So part of me is sort of tempted to stay here until we've at least got a bit more bullet ammunition on the ship. Not you. Oh, that is supposed to be down here, and is meant to be connected to. Let's flip that around. Is meant to be connected to that, I think, and that. Is that right? Yes, there we go. So we're attempting to fill up to a bajillion of all of these things, and then this will kick in and out as appropriate when based on us having enough ammunition. This red cable, of course, is not then going to where it should do because it's supposed to be linked to there, maybe. If it isn't, it is now. And then up here, yeah, probably that one. So this is the problem with making the ship longer. All of my connections that run down the full length of the ship are now broken. Also, that should be connected to here, like that. And over on the other side, that should be connected to that. Are you programmed? No. Wait, are you programmed? Ah, programmed. Yes, you are. Are there any other cables that's supposed to... So how are you doing now? Now you reckon you've got 2,900. Okay, so we're making progress on the ammunition production. We don't seem to have any rockets on the... Oh no, the rockets are probably just getting guzzled up very, very quickly by these. Because we're struggling to... Yeah, we're struggling to produce enough explosives to get the rocket production underway. So once again, it's just the shortage of input ingredients. So I think let's send the ship off to Aquilo. And again, wait until passenger present. And that'll give it lots of rocks to play with, to pick up, and to try and make something out of. In the meantime, over the edge has reached Fulgora, and the reason we wanted to bring that over here was because I've made a shiny new legendary grabber, and we're just going to send that up basically on its own because I don't know what else to send up in this rocket. I don't know what else we've got on this planet at this point, to be honest. So I want legendary grabber. Goes there. Is there anything else useful? We've made as many of these as we realistically can. Yeah, we've upgraded nearly all of these machines to. Well, let's do some more research because I can. Asteroid productivity seems like a fun one, and it'll take a long time to get through. And then we'll stick a research actually just stick a research productivity on the front of that. See how far that gets, and then switch back over. So why have you stopped this time? Run out of copper cable? What? Oh no, you've got too many red circuits. Okay. Not got enough green circuits. What? Why are you not... Okay, there's still 468. Okay. So is it because you're not requesting from buffer chests? No. That's weird. Okay, so green... No, they're not called green. They're called electronic circuits. Oh, idiot. Right, yes. I see what I've done. That should be a legendary. Like that. The number of times I've done this and forgotten to switch over, and it carried on. That's why there were 2,200 in there at the start of the stream, because it was been just running until it got to 50 normal green circuits, and there weren't any normal green circuits anywhere in the system, so it was just running forever, and it got up to 2,200 legendary ones. Ah, oh well. Yeah, so back over to the edge. Is there anything else that would be useful on the over the edge? Potentially a few more of these at legendary status. The problem is they're going to run so fast now that they're going to rip through all of the I'm going to have problems with these again. I'm going to need more legendary freezer plants, and then they'll run. Actually, no. Part of the reason for doing this was so that I could have reduced my dependency on beacons to get the speed I needed, because that was using too much power. So actually, no. This is probably a good thing. Let's get that. So let's just launch that up now. Perhaps with a few more of the machines since we're making them. How many have I made? 6. Yeah, that's enough to be vaguely worthwhile. So let's also grab some legendary assembly machines. Bring them in. And you know what? Let's call that full. Do you ever get the feeling you might have clicked on the wrong destination? I don't think I did, but I've got a feeling that I did, and now I feel very uncomfortable. Stop that. Right. We can put you back over to auto mode now, I think, because we've done with you for the time being. So, back up to the edge. So it's another sort of half a dozen of these. So, let's upgrade these, because I am trying to use more railgun ammo. There we go. Perfect. And how many have I got? Not that many. Okay. All right, that'll do. That's good enough. So now off we go. Let's see how the ship does when it gets out into deep space. I think it's going to be absolutely fine. But you know, I'm always slightly curious. Right, let's get rid of that. Don't need to go via Fulgora next time. Okay, so we have a theoretically functional ship here, and I've said that many times before. I'm sort of tempted to move some of these laser turrets back a bit, but no, actually we've got some legendary gun turrets on here, so maybe it'll be okay. Fingers crossed is carefully limping its way out to. Yeah, okay, it's doing all right. It's taking out the rocks reasonably competently. This feels so slow and cautious and careful. It's very strange. Compared to the other one, I mean, it should be running in exactly the same way. It's got all of the same machinery on it. Granted, it's going to run some of it a bit slower, which might be why we're not getting quite as much explosives out over here. But it should be just as capable. It's churning out decent numbers of rockets. Yeah, the belts are gradually filling up. And even if it moves a bit more slowly, I think I'm probably okay with that. As long as it comes back with supplies of promethium every so often. That's all we really want from it. So, yeah, we'll see how it goes. If it fills up all of this with promethium, that's going to be a lot of it. So that's going to be it's going to be pretty good. Did I? Yes, I increased that one. That's good. Yeah, it's that old problem with the. It'll fire 2 rockets quite happily at a rock, and that's fine. But if it's picked up some damage from splash damage from another one, it'll still fire 2 rockets at it because it hasn't realised that it's already damaged, or possibly had already thought it was already started firing the rockets before the damage was counted. I wouldn't like to say, but you know, this is working. It feels very slow, but then it is slow because it's only using 2 engines. And it'll start using the rest of the engines once it's made another 2,000 more rockets than it's using. And if we look at the rocket production graph here, we will see that at the moment we are, over the last minute, we're producing 214 rockets per minute and we're using 72. So yeah, the numbers are going up. So eventually we'll get to the point where we can kick in all the rest of the engines. Oh, we've reached Aquilo. Okay, well that's going to reduce the amount of ammunition we need by an enormous amount. And we should start to get railguns brought up now. So we'll see that. Okay, we're getting quantum processors and more fuel. Actually, more fuel is a good shout, especially as we seem to be down to 2 of them. Although there is quite a lot sat on the belt here, but still, getting a decent amount more fuel up here is definitely going to be very worthwhile. And I guess once we've got the fuel, then we can start to bring the railguns up and fill up all the spaces across the front there, and yeah, start to ship things a little bit more effectively. Hopefully there's going to be enough random rock detritus drifting around here that we'll be able to capture we'll be able to carry on making all of the things we need while we're here. Now it does look like we have a bit of a shortage of sulfur. No, this seems to be running pretty constantly down here. Actually, I think it's just that these machines with the lower quality speed modules aren't capable of producing the explosives quite as fast as we'd like them to be. Yeah, so it's only satisfying about half of the rocket production, but it's probably okay. I think. I don't know. Probably okay. So we'll leave the ship here to arm up a little bit. The edge has shot straight past here already. It's on its way out of system, so that's good. We've got some gleaming new assembly machines down here that will hopefully be able to produce rockets much faster. We'll see as this ship gets further out. I'm getting to the point now where I think it's time to save and then do a test flight and see how far how far both ships are capable of going. But I think that's probably going to be a job for between streams, because I'd like to because it is getting quite late, and I was saying earlier, I'm sort of loath to stop streaming because the viewership numbers are rather good at the moment. I've got over 40, which is, that's nice. It's been an excellent evening actually. The numbers have been very very good, but eventually I do have to think about going to bed. But right, no, not the Gleb, the Gleba. Have we caught up yet here? Yes, we have. So yeah, Blue Science has now caught up to the point where there's a couple of hundred in there. Well, I say caught up. The rocket was full before it departed. So yes, we are definitely producing the Blue Science faster than it's being sent off planet. So that's really really good. That means we are presumably loading up the which ship is it that's here at the moment? Where'd that go to? Oh, the Spock. There we go. Yes, so the Spock is being loaded up with Blue Science as well as presumably Glebian Science. Yeah, that's flowing in nice and quick as well. We've got 26 in there, but and there we go. There's a rocket departing. Excellent. So I feel like there's a nice turnover going on here. We're shipping the Glebian Science out nice and quick because there's about 3 or 4 ships taking it away, and each one of those is also taking away Blue Science, so we can drop that in as and when it's needed. So probably, hopefully, that means over on Norvis now we have a supply of 0 Blue Science. Great. I mean, we're not completely out of it. There is some still going out on the belt there, so you can see the research productivity is still running reasonably well. But yeah, yeah. I wish I could control what research is being done based on what science packs are available. So at the moment, I would say do a research productivity if there's any Prometheum science available, and do a asteroid crushing productivity if there isn't, and just switch back and forth between the two as appropriate. But I'm pretty sure there's no way to set a circuit condition on a no, you just can't connect a lab to a wire. So I don't think that's something I'm going to be able to do, which is a bit of a shame. But oh well. Also, I don't know how you'd select them. Come to think of it, I guess you could possibly have researchers being named by having ID numbers, and you could put that into a lab and say, okay, research this. But then as soon as you finish that research, you'd have to find another one, unless the infinite ones had the same number for, or the same symbol, or the same something for all of them. You can see which sciences are struggling over here as well by the number on the belt. So interestingly, there's a lot of cryo science on the belt, twice as much as, well, no. Yeah, there's a lot of cryoscience on the belt, and obviously we're virtually out of Blue Science because that's the one that's we're running out of, so that's sort of expected. All the others are lurking around the sort of the 700 to 1200, or a little bit more for 1200 for Promethean, 1700 for military because we're not using it, 1800 for bio because we're putting twice as much in, or at least we're trying to. And then for some reason 2000 for cryo. We are using cryo for this, aren't we? Yeah, it uses everything. Maybe cryo gets I think cryo gets a bit of a shortcut onto the belt here, so we're getting a bit more cryo being put on than the other ones. So that's why. That does mean that sometimes over here it struggles to put the inserter struggles to pull it all back out again, particularly if we're not doing cryo research. But I don't know what to do about that. Oh, apart from, I suppose I could use one of these legendary inserters. I could put that in here. and then it'll pull it out a bit faster. But it's funny that one, I don't think they quite balance these two. If they're, I think the unloading onto the belt is slightly quicker than the picking it up off the belt. Although I'm not certain of that, and I would have to do further testing to be absolutely sure. Oh, an infinite research mod. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, there's always a mod for well, just about everything. I think it's just the way Factorio is. But I'm still trying to do a completely vanilla run at this point because well, that's how I get the achievements. And with it being the new game and the new version, I felt my first run through Factorio 2 should be a completely vanilla one, just to you know see what it's like. See what it's like when you're playing completely vanilla. And there we go. There's some more blue science going back into the system again. So we can pull that back up again. I am going to run out of Promethium science fairly soon. There's not a lot left on the belt there, and the edge is still on its way out of system. It's not even got to the edge of the solar system yet. So there's going to be a while till anything comes back from there. Over here, the railguns are starting to come through. We've got one. It's put it in the middle, which is very nice. I'm surprised the game was quite that sensible about it. We're trying to pull some more up as and when we have any rockets and things available on Aquilo. Aquilo is a struggle. We've got plenty of the railguns there. It's just over here that we're trying to make a rocket, and it's a bit slow. I guess. I haven't put in a speed beacon. Every other planet has a couple of speed beacons next to its. Next to the rocket rocket silos, so we can ship stuff out a bit more. So I can build rockets a bit more quickly, ship stuff up a bit more quickly. But there we go, got that now. So we can now have a bot. Well, that was not what I was expecting it to do. Oh, that's an unexpected side effect. No, don't be like that. You guys should be. Oh, that's a problem. That's a problem. Okay, those are going to have to be downgraded to steel chests because I don't want the bots to be stealing science packs out of them. Oh, but I do want... Oh. Any leftover science needs to be brought over to these boxes. Right, okay, let's request some in from the system. You... Don't be... Oh... yeah. Okay, if that fills up, I'll let it launch. But I'll probably let it launch anyway. But in the future... Do I not have any steel chests on this planet? Apparently not. You, stop that. Stop that. Make some steel chests. Oh, this is silly. Right, stop that. Oh, wait. No, you need to have a thing, a recipe set. All right, take that out. There we go, and now you can be unset. So there we go. Now we'll have a couple of steel chests over here. We've got virtually a rocket full here. Okay, now we've got steel chests up there. We've got some bots messing about. Are they going to fill it up? I don't know. Am I going to have to turn that off? Oh, no. Oh, actually, no, that's all right. The bots will empty it, and I can just put more in here and in here, like that. Okay, that was a mess, but it's sorted out now and won't happen again. Also, the fact that the bots can't fly as far on Aquilo is making them extremely frustrating. I might put in some additional roboports like this, just to make the bots a bit less useless, really. Just scatter them around in random gaps where there's convenient heat pipes to keep them toasty. Like this. There we go. That'll help quite a bit, I think. Right, so you now, yes, you're launching those things. Yes, there it goes. You are requesting all of the cryoscience in the world. That's good. How much... I'll let it finish and then clean it out. It's still coming. Jeez, how much of that did I accidentally dump into storage? I don't know, but it's horrifying. Okay, you can continue to launch. That's great. That's presumably going to the icebreaker. Yes. How much do you need? 5,000. You've got 2,000. Okay. Well, that's another 2,000 coming up in the other rocket, I think. And then there's easily enough in the storage down there. Nope, Aquilo. There's easily enough in the storage here, yeah, to launch another rocket. As soon as this rocket's ready, we can launch it up again. So that's doing pretty well. Yeah, could make them. I could make them requester chests. Yeah, I mean, in theory, this sort of thing shouldn't happen. We shouldn't get any cryoscience in the rest of the factory. And now I believe it's sorted out. So I'll get rid of all these these requests. You're quite right that for future proofing, I could turn them into blue chests. I don't think I've got any blue chests on this planet though, so it wouldn't be enormously effective. Ooh, we do suddenly have a supply of shiny new superconductors though, which will mean making some more quantum processors, which means I can start making trying to make more high quality reactors and things down here, which is lovely. Maybe when the Over the Edge arrives, we'll try and ship some of this quality gear up to it if I notice it getting here. In the meantime, fingers crossed, has now got 3 of its railguns. Yeah, so it's going. It is getting set up nicely. So I feel like the factory is working well. Science is sciencing nicely. We're doing about roughly 6,000 a minute, which I feel adequately happy with, without having to do any sort of go out and do any major changes. I feel like I've gone in and I've solved most of the bottlenecks as they've been cropping up. So that means now really, what do I do? And there's a few things that I could consider. I could do the modifications on Gleba that I've been talking about for a while, of going in and trying to shift things off into a sort of proper townships. We're doing the different things for each one, but I just don't want to. It's going to be such a faff redesigning, or not even redesigning Gleba. It's just there's going to be some significant changes needed, and I kind of can't face it, at least not at the moment. Trying to get a ship out to the Shattered Planet is certainly a possibility. I'm getting, I think, gradually closer to it, as in I am making improvements on the other ship, and so that sort of thing. It's making improvements, so potentially, hopefully, it'll now at least be a little bit better, and I'll be able to work out what the new problem is with it, and so on and so on. So some progress is being made. Science production is going generally well and nicely balanced at the moment, I think. I'm sure something is going to find itself a bit too slow. It would be nice to rebuild Fulgora to move the pink science production away from the old island over here. Probably put it onto the new shiny island and get it to be produced a lot faster, because currently, well, there's nearly 2,000 in there, and there's 2,000 and there's 1,000 in the rocket. So we've got 3 rockets load, more or less, and we're not asking for any at the moment. So it's going fairly well, but it's not really keeping up with everything else. However, I feel like I've got to a place where, well, I completed the game ages ago. I got to the what is the completion state? I forget. Is it get to the edge of the solar system? Whatever it was, it didn't feel that end game, because then I started doing all the Promethean stuff. So, there's more stuff there. But I've done my normal thing, which is say I have to do at least one of every infinite science. You know what? I could pick off all these early ones, the follower robot counts. That's only 400 science. Let's pick up enough of those to get enough of these to get these to infinite. I've not used flamethrowers anywhere in the game. That's amazing. Infinite, not infinite. Not infinite. Oh, it's gone infinite now, and so is that one. Infinite. Right, so if I do all of these, then I will have done my normal standard Factorio objective of complete all of the non-infinite sciences and at least one of all of the infinite ones. And so technically it's finished. And then it's going to be a case of just having a bit of a think about, is there anything else I want to do in this game before I move on and start doing something else. So yeah, let me know in the possibly in the comments of the video, or ideally on Discord or somewhere anywhere. Let me know if you think there's anything else I should be doing in this game before I finish it, other than trying to expand Gleba anymore, because that way lies madness, and I think my brain might turn to cheese and fall out of my ears. That'd be a good one to do, given what's going on Gleba. You know, so let's move that to the end. Rip through all these before the end of the stream. Look at that! If you're doing a 400 research and you're doing 6,000 per minute, it happens fairly quickly. That's amazing. I approve of this speed of research. Long may it last. So what else? I'll say there is possibly going out towards the Shattered Planet, but I feel like that was sort of set as a bit of a silly goal, as in they know what Factorio players are like. You're not really supposed to go out there, but if you but it's there as a sort of an objective you can sort of do if you really want. I'm curious to see how far I can get. I guess I'm maybe setting 1 gigameter as a kind of mental pseudo goal, but yeah, it is indeed a silly place. Yes, let's not go there. So yeah, I think okay. So between streams, between this and the one a week on Monday, because remember, no stream next week, I will do some test flights with these ships and find out how far they can go. Whether because it's not going to be any fun just watching the ship flying for approximately forever. So I'll get this. I'll fast forward it a little bit, get this one running, get this one finished, and send this one out and see if this works and can do its going out and filling all this stuff up, and then show off what I've been up to in the next stream, and potentially then start thinking about what would be the next thing to play. So I'm quite tempted to have another look at the last Starship. And I also want to do but I also want to keep doing a Factorio stream as well, because you know it's what this channel's all about, really. I want to definitely have some Factorio. Exactly what I play, well, I'll have a bit of a think about it, but I think we'll have a bit of a discussion on the Discord server as well. And I released a video a little while ago that was a sort of a summary of of the last year or so of the channel, and asked for sort of opinions on there as well. So I think there's a fairly high chance that I'll end up playing Ultra Cube, because that looks very interesting. And then maybe at some point when Space Exploration 0.8 is finally finished, not 0.7, that's just a compatibility patch, but when 0.8 comes out, that'll be another one to take a look at. Pachoo! Pachoo! But in the meantime, yeah, maybe some games that are a little bit smaller, play with something a little bit more, something other than Factorio for a little while, and see how it goes. Be interesting to see. But at the moment, I'm just waiting for another 6 rockets to come up from Aquilo, and that is a slow process because, well, as we've seen, boop. Okay, it's done 1. 4%. 8%. Yeah, we're not going to watch that go all the way through. Oh, follower robot count is struggling. Have I run out of blue science again? You know, I was going. No, I haven't run out of blue science. I was thinking, let's run out the red, green, and kind of out of blue, and pink, and Promethean. I knew I was going to run out of Promethean. That's not surprising. Pink, not too much of a surprise, I guess, given the speed it's made at. The red, green, and blue is a little bit disappointing, though. Where's the Coke? The Coke is at full over here. Why are you still here? Why haven't you left yet? Military science is not being made fast enough on Vulcanus. Interesting. I mean, it's not. It's true. I just don't normally use it in very large quantities, so it isn't usually a problem. But I guess I did a number of laser damage upgrades recently, so that ripped through quite a bit of it. And there's only 170 in there. That's not very good. Coke is up to 2.9 thousand. No, it needs another 2.9 thousand. That's probably enough. Let's head back over. We can unload that and follow a robot. Oh, follow a robot count is a military. Of course it is. That's a military. But this is probably going to be enough to. Yeah, that's going to be enough to sort them out. There's like about almost 4,000 there. That should be fine. It could easier to look like this. 5,000 there, in fact. And this is a 2,000 for this one. So that's going to be about 500. I don't really know. And 1,000 for this one, so it's going to be about 200. So I think the 5,000 that's on the ship is probably going to just about be enough. Oh, and does this... Yeah, okay. Research productivity uses military science as well. That's where it's all been going. And the reason this is slower... I don't know why this is slower, actually. I thought I sort of tried to balance all the systems. And we've got... we've not got enough grenades coming through. Is there a shortage of coal? Yes, there's a shortage of coal. Or at least there is an insufficiency of coal being shipped along the belt, which isn't quite the same thing as a shortage. Yeah, because you can see we've got a whole blue belt coming out here, and then it gets downgraded. These should probably be stack inserters, because why not? Why would I not have stack inserters along here? The obvious reason is because I don't have any on the planet. Then this should be a blue belt. You know what? I've got a blueprint. I've got an upgrade planner for this. There we go. And I've got a friend who's written a mod for this as well, so I could do this with a single click, but or at least a single click per splitter at the very least. Oh well, hell, just go straight through it. It's fine. Just upgrade everything. There we go. Yeah, and why not? Right, so there we go. Throw in a load of blue belts. That'll make things better. That'll make everything better. Sadly, I don't have the stack inserters that I wanted over here. Those are going to need to be shipped in. Have I got a request just in case a ship comes past with any? I haven't. Let's put in a request. So if a ship just happens to mosey past with some stack inserters, we'll steal them as it goes through. But at least now, yeah, blue belt coming through here. That's 50% more coal coming through. At least it will be once we've got all of this upgraded. Come on. Have I run out of... I haven't run out of blue belts, I've just run out of bots to place them, I guess. Okay, we'll get all that upgraded. A bit more coal coming through, and that'll hopefully help. Was it upgraded all the way up? Yes, then it's blue all the way up beyond there. It's just this. It's just that bit near the source that was all red, so it was going far too slowly. So there we go. That is now a larger quantity of coal coming through. These mines are completely depleted, so we'll remove them. And this belt and this belt. I could remove that. I could remove these two splitters, to be honest, but I think I'd rather just keep the coal running. How's the coal mine over here doing? It's got 13 million left. I think that's going to be okay for a while. Good. Right, and now we're just chucking the coal in over here a bit quicker. I suspect this is still going to be insufficient. Maybe if I can get those stack inserters in, maybe it'll be all right. But yeah, we've got some pretty greedy machines along here. I think it's going to. Yeah, we're still not going to be making the grenades at the rate I need to make them at. Oh well. I mean, most of the time, military science not so important. We don't need so much of it because a lot of this research. No, military science, much cheaper. So it's probably going to be all right. Oh, and there we go. I finished off all the non-infinite researches now. And we're reloading the coke up again with all of the science packs that we just took from it. Okay, right. I think this is probably quite a good place to end the stream. It has got rather late, and I know I said I didn't want to while there were loads and loads of people watching, and I do appreciate you all watching, but I do have to actually do some work tomorrow, so it's probably best if I'm not completely dead to the world. So, thank you very much everyone for watching. It's great to have you all along here. Please subscribe to the YouTube channel or follow the Twitch channel if you haven't already, because I will be back a week on Monday for another stream, and I'm going to try and get at least one video out while I'm away. I don't know if I'm going to have time to do that. Hopefully, I'll have time to produce a quick update video talking about everything that's been going on tomorrow evening, in order to get it out Friday or the Friday after. But then I will be away on holiday after that, so it's going to be a little bit difficult, and I'm out on Fridays because, of course, you know, social life and all that sort of stuff. There's always something going on. So yeah, there's lots going on there. But yeah, please make sure you subscribe. There's loads of videos on the channel if you want to catch up on a bit of how things have been going on with this previously, and the K2SE run that preceded it as well. Of course, that with the 4-player one that was good fun. And many tutorials and other things as well. Why is Over the Edge being damaged? What the hell? How do these rocks keep getting in the middle? Why is it in the middle as well? Clearly, I don't know what I need, because I don't know what it was that damaged it. I don't know whether it was a small or a medium, or maybe I just need to put more. I could put more lasers in, because they attack. The lasers are set up to it. Oh no, they're not. Let's set these lasers in here to attack everything, but prioritize the small ones. So if there's any mediums coming in, they will help with them as well. Did I get all of them? All of them. No, let's set all of these lasers. Any more? You're a laser. You're a laser. You're a laser. And these ones down the side as well. Lasers. 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 Right, hopefully. I'm kind of hoping that was a medium that snuck in a little bit too close and got past the got past the machine gun turrets. Although it shouldn't have done that, but maybe it did. And so having the lasers targeting targeting anything will hopefully help a bit there. Oh, could have. That's true. Yes, if a large or big, asteroid got close enough to the ship, then splash damage could do it. I was very carefully individually single clicking on all of them. I'm pretty sure. So the gun turrets are still on ignore unlisted targets. No, so I was careful. Although perhaps the gun turrets shouldn't be. Perhaps they should be attacking anything that gets within their range. I don't know. They're just prioritising their preferred targets. Yeah, I learnt from earlier when I dragged along and accidentally stopped all of the railguns firing. Or no, stopped all of the. I stopped all of something firing and it went disastrously anyway. So I learned my lesson. Okay, yeah, well, the ship is on its way back anyway. So when it gets back to Norvis, it can pick up some. Oh, it's got the repair packs. It was just being a little bit slow about the repair. It's funny actually. These ships will replace a building or a weapon or anything, or an entity really, really quickly if it gets destroyed. But if you ask them to repair something, that's really, really slow. I guess actually that's the same is true for a player. If you place a building, you can place it basically instantly. Whereas if you try and repair it, with a little spanner. So yeah, okay, I guess it's not sensible, but it is consistent, which is almost as good. I like the snaky arm there coming out and bending its way round the edge of the spaceship. That looks kind of odd, but kind of makes a sort of sense, I guess. It's a very two-dimensional game, obviously, but apart from the Underground Belt, it's a very two-dimensional game, so it's things are a little bit funny. Okay, so production-wise, rockets. We're still out in deep space. All of the ammunitions are still way backed up inside their production areas. That's really promising. I'm looking forward to trying sending this off out as far as it can go. But as I say, that's going to be a thing for next time. So thank you very much everyone for watching. I hope you've enjoyed the stream, and I will be back, as I say, in a week and a medium seances in the bedroom, in the basement. Yes, very nice. I see what you did there. Exactly, clown. Yes, that's what I was thinking. I was saying yes. The question is, was that medium down in the basement? Had they escaped from prison and were they a dwarf? In which case they would be a small medium at large. And on that bombshell, I'm going to go before the jokes get any worse. Thank you very much for watching. I'll be back a week on Monday, as I say. I'll see you all then. Good night, Evan. Good night, No Guard. Good night, Clown. Good night, Inks. Good night, Regular, and everyone else who's around. So thank you very much for watching. I'll see you then. Bye bye.